Rydell, Georgia, for this big matchup in the Atlanta Open. Atlanta Fire taking on the Stallions X as the sun breaks through the clouds. And we're going to go to a pitch report with Aman Patel.
Time for the pitch report here at the Buttonviers Cricket Complex on field number 1. And you'll take a look at this wicket, and it's rather intriguing. Had some matches on it yesterday, but you come down here, and the thing that I noticed straight away are just these couple of splashes. And these dark spots, they're just a little wet. So it makes you think, okay, there could be a little bit of uneven bounce. This grass also, if I put my finger down, it starts to come up. And that's something that's also concerning. So expect the grass to start to dissipate. I reckon if you win the toss, you want to bowl first, take advantage of these wet spots as the sun starts to come out and conditions start to clear. Have a slightly bigger boundary there, but I don't imagine too many runs are scored on this wicket given the tricking conditions in the morning.
Well, you heard it there from Aman Patel. Let's take a look at how the toss went.
Toss time here in field number 1. Sunny Patel, the captain of the Atlanta Fire, Cheyenne Jahangir, the captain of Stallions X, and our umpire for the day. You've got the coin in hand. Sunny, give it a flip.
Head.
Call is a head, and it's come down tails. So, Sunny, you've won the toss. What do you like to do and why?
Yeah, we're going to bowl first.
Why is that?
There's a bit of moisture over here, and it seems it rained in the morning a bit, so we'll try and utilize the conditions.
Yeah, just one game for your boys yesterday, but 2 today. How do you manage that?
Yeah, we'll try and manage the workload. Let's see how the first game goes, and then we'll concentrate on the second game.
Any changes in your 11?
Yeah, Azim Charania goes out, and Viraj Wagala comes in the playing 11.
There you go. Good luck today, Sunny.
Thank you.
Cheyenne, tough luck with the toss. Had you have won it, what did you want to do and why?
We would have liked to bowl as well. It's a little bit damp in the morning, so that would have been our first choice. But batting first as well, nothing changes. We have the same lineup. We're going to go with the same intent and try to execute our plans, get some runs on the board.
Yeah, you guys played on this field yesterday. How much of an advantage is that for you guys?
It's good learning, so hopefully we can apply that in today's innings as well and hopefully produce good results.
Any changes in your 11?
We got the same lineup.
There you go. Good luck today, Cheyenne. That is the word from the middle. The Atlanta Fire, they have won the toss and they've elected to have a bowl.
Well, you saw it there. Atlanta Fire win the toss. They get their say. And today, I get my say on day 2 of the Atlanta Open. I am joined by Brian Walters.
Ned Hayes, good morning, sir. How are you?
A beautiful day here. Finally, we had a little bit of cloudiness before. We had a lot of rain over the evening, but we're able to start this one on time. It's just a beautiful day again here in Rydell, Georgia. Yesterday, we had some amazing games. And that sets up this incredible matchup between the Atlanta Fire versus the Stallions 11. This is almost in some way a rematch of Sunday's minor league cricket final if you look at these rosters.
Star-studded rosters. We looked at the schedule ahead of time and identified this game as one of the big early games of the tournament. The team winning this game will essentially take a leg up as you look through the standings. It's very early in the tournament, of course, but if you look at the current standings, it is going to be the Stallions X who are at the top of the lineup, followed closely by the Atlanta Fire. So essentially, the winner of this game, goes up firmly in the tournament. And under the circumstances where the team that won the toss, given the conditions, you know that they're going to want to bowl first. Atlanta Fire has a really good bowling lineup, good spinners, good pace attack as well, and then you'll see how that develops as you get through the day. We do have to note, though, that currently the outfield is bathed in sunshine, so that will help dry things up a little bit.
Absolutely, and Stallions way ahead in net run rate right now by way of a massive victory yesterday, chasing down 112 in about 12 overs. Brian, you were on comms for that. That was something special.
Off air, we all had our own opinions as to which over the match was going to end in. I don't think any of us in the commentary area thought that that would have gone 20 overs. And you have Cheyenne Jahangir leading from the front, 58 from, I believe, about 30 balls, 5 fours, 3 sixes. You also had Sher Lumba, who got them off to a fast start. They had 4 times the number of runs in the power play as their opponent did. So they were just off to a fast start. It was never going to be close, and a pretty dominating performance sees them at the top of the table.
Unbelievable. Meanwhile, over at Field 4 yesterday, we got to see the Atlanta Fire defeat the Raiders Unlimited, chasing down 151 on a tricky wicket. And they had a couple of times it looked like they were out of the game, pulled themselves back into it with a wonderful partnership in the middle with Malik and Zishan Maksud, the two lefties, being the antidote for that Raiders Unlimited squad. And we see look how beautiful the pitch looks right now with those lovely stumps there. Brian, I think we're in for a really great game.
It is going to be a fantastic game. Just off to our left, you see the two umpires making their way to the middle. The umpires today are going to be Ravi Balasubramaniam and Eshan Mole, both from India. And both, I've seen them both before, both very good umpires, and you want to have good umpires. Not that you ever want to have bad umpires, Nate, but you want for, especially with a high-stakes game such as this one, to be adjudicated in such a way that you take that piece of the equation away. And you'll see the opening batters in a minute. I would suspect that it would also be the captain, Sharon Jahangir, along with Sharad Lumba. My suspicion is that's who will be opening the batting. But they'll want to, first of all, take maybe 2 or 3 overs to get a good read for the pitch. You heard from a man earlier that there are maybe just a couple of moist spots on the ground, heavy rain overnight. Ground staff has done a really good job at least getting this pitch in such a way that you can play. But there's no way to have that much rain and not have some impact beyond the pitch. So you'll want to see off that initial 2 or 3 overs, get a good sense of how the ball is coming onto the bat, and then go for your shots after that. That's the I suspect that that's the approach that they'll take.
Well, just in the last hour, conditions have already improved tremendously here on field number 1. You mentioned the umpires. You see them on the screen right there. Robbie from the Atlanta area and Ishan from Northern Virginia. So Robbie was telling me that he expects when the sun comes out that this ground will improve dramatically. So I got to default to him as the local knowledge base. But we are waiting for everybody to come to the middle right now. And Brian, this Atlanta Fire team, they're red hot yesterday in a bit of trouble, giving up 150 to start and chasing it down after a couple of early wickets fell. So they continue their red hot streak. We've seen Lahiro Malanta with the gloves. We got Jamar Hamilton in the team too. These guys, for my money, the 2 best gloves in the country. But yesterday, Jamar Hamilton was so much fun to watch on the boundary. We're going to see that again today. You guys are going to take a look at Pup running around chasing the ball at the boundary.
Well, essentially, you're taking the core of the team that won the championship 400 miles up the road in Morrisville 3 days ago. And you've added Shadley Van Skalkvik, you've added Lahiro Malanta, and you've added Fanny Simhadre. So needless to say, that is a really, really strong unit. You have good pace bowling. You have tremendous spin bowling. Talked about the match on Sunday. Stephen Taylor, who, yes, he was injured, came to the party, led from the front as captain, even with that injury, played a very crucial innings. But for me, the biggest impact that he will have on this game, at least earlier on, is with his off spin.
Has to be with the off spin. He's good enough with his off spin to be put in the team and not counted on for his bat, as we saw throughout the Super 8. He didn't bat until the final, where he bravely took the bat and helped bridge the gap there in those middle overs. And yesterday he took the ball in the power play, went expensive early on, but recovered. And you see Sonny Patel right there, the captain of this Atlanta Fire squad. Just an absolutely beautiful day it's turning out here in Georgia. And it does look like we'll see Sharad Lumba and Cheyenne Jahangir with the bats to start off against Shadley Van Skalkvik.
Shadley Van Skalkvik will be a handful on this wicket. Talked about the fact that there is a little bit of moisture. The ball might not behave perfectly well in the first few overs. And Shadley Van Skalkvik is the perfect type of bowler to take advantage of those situations. So he's an outswing bowler to the right-handers, the 2 right-handed batters, Cheyenne Jahangir and Sharad Lumba. There's a lot of S's. Cheyenne, Sharad, Shadley Van Skalkvik. But he'll be bowling outswing. The stop ball that he bowls will be leaving the 2 right-handers going towards slip, and Lahiri Malanta there behind the stumps. You see Stephen Taylor, top left of your screen, will be looking to be able to take catches in that position with the ball leaving.
Absolutely. Shadley, it's so good in all phases of the game, particularly in the power play and in the death. Just an excellent option for this Atlanta Fire squad, who somehow look even deeper in some ways
Yes.
than they did in the minor leagues.
Yep.
Another player to take a look at is Kamal Rabi, former Bangladesh Test cricketer. Bowled quite well in death yesterday for this Atlanta Fire squad as they tried to limit Raiders Unlimited. You get to look there at the ball slowing down a bit on this wet grass early on. You expect that to improve. Factors into the decision to bowl first.
No question. First delivery just played through the offside, bowling a very full length on that one, Shadley Van Skalkvik. You want to bowl a full length earlier on because you want to give the ball enough time to swing. You don't want to overpitch it necessarily, so maybe he wants to pull the length back just a little bit so Shane Jahangir doesn't drive that easily. Want to keep him trapped on the crease without needing to commit to coming forward.
Full, over the top, goes all the way for 6 runs.
Yep. It's umpire signaling 4 from where you and I are. That certainly looked like it landed over the ropes.
Yeah, from where we are, it definitely looked like it landed over the ropes. We'll see if that's adjusted. I'll take a look at the replay here. Just very well struck. That was a flat ball, flat hit ball. This boundary is not small, so he struck that firmly. I think that brings into question, that's why they probably thought it was a 4, because it was so low.
Well, they adjudged it to be a 4, so that certainly would be an issue to maybe the match management will be able to take a look at that and make that change later, because that ball definitely landed maybe about a foot or so over the ropes at deep extra cover. But that is a brilliant shot. Going over the top. Again, I mentioned just a little bit too full the first 2 deliveries. That third delivery that you just saw from Shadley Van Skalkvik, probably a better length to Shane Jahangir.
Hit so flat and low that it has to be tough to judge where that went from the middle.
Great delivery.
Terrific. Just following Father Shea, as he steps across the stumps. The awareness of Shadley Van Skalkvik to understand what the batter's trying to do and find a solution for. You saw that pitch away from him. Terrific ball.
So we got confirmation. There are no reviews. So what should have been 6 will go officially as a 4.
That's how it goes sometimes.
Sure.
There's a wide.
Now, you prefer for that to happen in over number 1 as opposed to over number 20. Because obviously you have another 19 overs and now 2 balls to go before that impacts anything. But just something to pay attention to.
Totally acceptable considering everything. We won't hear about that probably until tomorrow when we talk to Stallions. The left end of the ground.
Yeah, it will not be an issue later on. If that's why you lost this game, don't point to something that happened 3 deliveries into the innings to make a case for anything.
Absolutely. And Shea, a couple of dots in the wide after the 2 and 4. This one scorched through. Fine leg. It's going to be a couple. And getting off to a good start here, this Red Hot Stallions X team. As you mentioned, Brian, they went really big in the power play yesterday. That's got to be a priority for this Atlanta Fire squad, is to maybe take a couple of wickets here in this phase.
You want to take wickets. You want to take advantage of the conditions. Not quite doing it yet here.
Ooh, this one flies through. It's not going to roll all the way to the boundary, though. Looks like 3 runs. Just the 2 runs.
Yeah, genuinely off the outside edge, getting through that slips cordon, and 2 runs close out over number 1. End of 1, 11 without loss.
Look there, the Atlanta Fire playing 11. That is quite some squad. What sticks out most to you, Brian?
Leo Milanta. We don't see a whole lot of him in my part of the country, in Texas. So I've always loved him as a keeper and as an aggressive left-handed batter. If you have the type of lineup where you can have a Jamar Hamilton as a keeper and you can play him in the field as a luxury because you have Lahiro Milanta behind the stumps, just a really, really strong batting lineup overall. And that flexibility at keeper is, I think, a huge asset.
Yeah, just an incredible squad. As you mentioned, Lahiro, I've always loved his batting, too. I like the versatility. He prefers to open the batting, but we know he can bat pretty much anywhere all around the batting order because he's good against pace. He's good against spin. He's creative. As you mentioned, very, very good with the gloves. Like you said, if you can put Jamar Hamilton on the boundary, which actually he's very good there, that is a luxury and a half. A lot of people consider Jamar to be the best gloves in the entire region. I remember Caribbean Cricket Podcast has said as much. I don't think that you can argue against that too much unless you talk about Lahiro.
New bowler Zishan Maksud, former Oman national captain, these days plying his trade right here in the U.S. Left arm orthodox. You'll see him later on with the bat if needed as a solid middle order, aggressive left-handed batter.
He's quite good yesterday with the bat. A big part of the victory, chasing down 151 on a difficult wicket. He starts off with 2 dots.
Sherrod Lumba, yesterday, the one game that they played, scored 39, got off to 39 from 20 balls. Really fast start along with Shayan Jahangir. And this pair will be looking to be very aggressive at the top of the order.
Whew. Lucky not to get any bat on that one as we got 3 dots to start Zishan's spell.
That's the typical left-hander's dream, pitching and leaving the right-handed batter. They're doing it with swing and with left arm spin because you want the ball to be going away from the 2 right-handed batters. You can do that with Shadley Van Skelwick's swing going away from the righties through the air, or you can do it with turn, Zishan Maksud, the left arm orthodox, pitching and having it leave. And so this is a really good start to his spell. 4 dots to start over number 2.
We'll see the bounce on offer here early on. Sherrod can't penetrate the circle there. Sherrod Lumba has been absolutely fantastic in minor league this season. Very good leader for that Baltimore Royals franchise. And that is a maiden over there for Zishan Maksud. What a comeback for this Atlanta Fire team.
Just what the doctor ordered after an expensive first over, 2 hours in the books, 11 without loss.
See a conversation happening there between the brain trust of this squad. Just planning out how to attack. One of the tactics that this Atlanta Fire team likes to use, I think, is delay.
Well, they can't delay too much. The game obviously scheduled for 3 hours and 30 minutes, I believe. And with weather around, you don't ever want to take the chance that that would be adversely impacted. But a good start nonetheless. Now it's Captain Sunny Patel taking the ball, bowling from the southern end.
Bold. Father Shea has to go sit down after 10 from 7. Huge, huge wicket in the context. Early on, Sunny Patel strikes.
Very first delivery, full. The length is key for me. Just full enough to induce the drive, but not quite full enough to be right at the pitch. So Shan Jahangir probably would have wanted to use his feet to get to that one. Looking at that replay, it looks like he played outside the line. That's curious. I'd be willing to see whether or not that was the googly. It didn't look like it off the, from an initial look, but he plays outside the line. That would seem to me to indicate that it would have passed, turning back into him, which would be the googly. Irrelevant, though. At this point, a really good delivery, and Shan Jahangir will have to take that walk back to the pavilion. Early wicket here is really key for the Atlanta Fire. 11 for 1.
Massive, massive wicket. Shea had to be the guy you got out after his innings yesterday with a half century in such a short amount of time. Shea's been absolutely fantastic this whole summer in minor league. When you talk about the best players in minor league this season, Shea is on a very, very short list.
I saw him personally in Grand Prairie score 2 different 200s, separate innings, of course, and the maturity with which he's batting has always been aggressive, but he seems to have tailored his approach to the situation. Here, not quite being able to pull it off. And now, Arikanantha, the youngster out of Houston, will be looking to see what he can do against Sunny Patel.
There you go. You see Pup racing to that, and the threat of his arm and speedy ability to get to the ball just limits that to 1.
Arikanantha, when he came in yesterday, came in with virtually no pressure. They were maybe, I think, 20 runs away from victory, and it was like over number 8. So he came in, he played a few reverse scoops. He was having fun. This is a different situation. He's naturally aggressive, but I think he needs to tailor his game to the situation to make sure he doesn't give his wicket away.
Yeah, Kanantha, a U21 for the Stallions X team. And it's going to come down to Sherrod Lumbo's maturity. So we've already seen 3 bowlers here in 3 overs for Atlanta Fire as they try to mix it up a little bit, keep Stallions X on their toes. We're building up dot balls. That builds up the pressure, allowing Sunny some options how to set up the batter. We saw him bowl Shea with a ball that didn't break away.
Oh, the brilliant over this one is just 1 run scored so far, pulling things back. Remember, the first over from this end went for 11, but since that 11 balls have been bowled and only 1 run additional has been scored.
And that'll be another dot. He'll end it with 4 dots. A wicket and 1 run for the 3rd over. Stallions 11 slowing down to a halt, 12 for 1. Sunny Patel capitalized with the first ball of the 3rd. We've only seen 1 run across the last 12 balls.
Tremendous bowling, bringing things back. Thought slow bowling would have a major part to play in this match. By the way, earlier when I talked about the core of the Atlanta Fire and the pieces that you add, I did not mention Zishan Maksud. He's a pretty big piece of the puzzle. And Arikanantha is playing the reverse sweep.
Right away, he goes for that reverse sweep. He's not slowing down for anybody. We see this a lot, slip fielders. We see 2 of them right now. Stopped by Steven, didn't carry nearly far enough, but we see 2 slip fielders often with this Atlanta Fire squad. They like to put pressure on a team. They like to increase the pressure that's already there.
Well, Arkanantha is not feeling any of the pressure. 2 deliveries, 2 reverse sweeps in a row. So he's looking to get going. Sometimes your aggression can be your downfall. And you'll see that they've dropped the player now back to deep third. So that reverse sweep may not be the best of options for Arkanantha. I just prefer to see him push the ball into the offside, or into the leg side, rather. Huge gap out there. Just pick up a single.
There's a little bit more of that bounce that Zishan was extracting in his first over. And Arkanantha didn't want to reverse sweep that one.
Well, the reverse sweep is now a bad shot because there's a fielder back at deep third. That's why you would have wanted the reverse sweep in the first place, because there was nobody back there.
Ooh, this caught the edge, but didn't carry. Didn't carry to the point fielder. And once again, Zishan Maksud has yet to concede a run 10 balls into his day.
Boy, runs have dried up completely here for Stallions X.
Big. Very big. Huge shot from the youngster. 6 runs.
Well, earlier we talked about the fact that this 6 by Shine Jahangir was just slightly over the rope. The umpires thought it was a 4. No doubt about this one. Over the top of extra cover and hammered. It is actually over the fence. So that's a 65. Make that a 73-yard hit to the rope, beyond the rope and over the fence. So that's probably close to a 90-yard hit from Arkanantha.
And it looks like we got Jamar Hamilton chasing it down out there. So Pup had to go play fetch. And what a shot. What a shot to, after 10 straight dot balls, you need to alleviate some of the pressure. They got 6 runs off of 1 ball there. So we're almost through the 4th over, and that's a third of your production already.
Exactly.
This one stays on the arm line. 6 runs from the over after 4. Stallions 11, or Stallions X 18 with a loss of 1. Continues.
It's a bit of an odd innings. A really expensive first over. And several dot balls and a big 6 from that last over. So, you know what? You do have some. In fact, I'm not sure exactly what the delay is here. You might have seen it. That might make it onto the socials, I think. That is a lovely sign.
Well, Sonny Patel ran all the way down the pitch to take a look at Sherrod Lumba's point of view.
The funny thing was Sherrod Lumba pulled out of his stance because of there was the action behind him. And Sonny Patel just kept going down the pitch.
Quicker there from Sonny, whipped away directly to the boundary fielder.
Yeah, so you don't want to, you mentioned Stephen Taylor's arm. He is probably best known as being an absolutely brilliant slip fielder. Very much earlier in his USA career, he was behind the stumps with the gloves, but tremendous close in, but also equally good out in the deep.
Full. It might make it to the boundary, but it won't. It'll stop. This slow outfield this morning playing a role here in limiting the runs.
Yeah, a little bit of moisture. We talked about that earlier. And at this ground, the grass appears to be thicker toward the boundary than in the infield. So not surprising that that slowed down a little bit.
The back foot there stays a little bit low.
Sher Lumber just like looking to force that off of his. In fact, that's Eric Ananta looking to force that into the leg side.
Pierces the circle, roll all the way for 4 runs. Every time he gets through, there's suspense.
Definitely suspense. We mentioned the fact that the grass is thicker toward the boundary, but that was struck very firmly by Eric Ananta. This, for me, is what I want to see from Eric Ananta. Hit the ball hard, keep it on the ground, well-timed, and intentionally keeping it on the ground, but enough power to get it to the rope.
Ooh, this one gets through everything. Right there as the youngster continues his aggressive intent. That'll end over 5, 25 with a loss of 1.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
Welcome back here after 5 overs. Stallions X, 25 for 1. And joining me right now is my buddy, Aman Patel.
Always good to be with you, Nate, and always great to be here in Rydal, Georgia for this Atlanta Open 2025. And this does feel like a real marquee matchup. You and Brian have talked about it a couple times. Obviously, similar to what we saw at the end of minor league cricket with the makeup of these two teams. Here's a man who wasn't a part of that in Funny Samhadri. He's going to get his first over with the ball. Nate, only the second over of seam we're going to see so far.
Exactly. Only the second over of seam, and Funny kind of blurs the line between seam and spin at times. Well, all the time. Just the way that he thinks. He bowls with a fast bowler's action, but he kind of thinks the way a spinner does and the way that he sets up batters.
And he gets rewarded like a spinner does. Remember, he's one of 2 individuals to have 100+ wickets in minor league cricket. Was the second man to achieve that feat. And he's played a lot now in the South, a couple of years with the Atlanta Lightning for minor league, and now here in the Atlanta Open with the Atlanta Fire. Just trying to maneuver this field in the final over of the power play.
He goes all the way full on that. I was talking to him about yesterday, and he told me that he was going with his quicker delivery yesterday, almost exclusively. He was trying to get something out of the wicket over there on field 5. See how he approaches this ground.
Yeah, much different the way the pitch looks, so curious to see what Funny has drawn up.
And there's that cut that he's so famous for. You saw the pitching outside of leg stump and cutting back on.
Yeah, I also saw it get slowed down so much there by Funny Samhadri, and he's benefited because Lahidu Malanta's up at the stumps, and it forces Shahan Jahangir to have to deal with the ball off the wicket.
Close. Might have been something interesting if he had hit the stumps directly, but catch Arya's pads instead.
Yeah, with Arya on strike now, he wouldn't have seen a lot of Samhadri. Jahangir would have just seen a little bit more, having played with a little bit more experience. But Ganatha's had such a great season. He's really been one of the promising young talents. This will be a great challenge.
Wider that time from Funny and very full.
And I like the dipping full toss straight away to Ganatha, just testing his patience, testing whether he's just going to throw his hands through the line of the ball. We've heard from the likes of Dane Peet, the South African Test legend, who said he thinks the most underrated delivery in T20 cricket is that low dipping full toss, and Funny Samhadri bowls that more than most.
Slower that time and wide.
It's a very late call for a wide as well, much to the dismay of Lahidu Malanta, who maybe isn't quite as animated as Jamar Hamilton, but won't be afraid to let you know what's on his mind.
Well, good job by Lahiru there. Anytime you got a medium pace bowler and he bowls a wide and you're up at the stumps and you collect it as easily as he did. There's an appeal. Umpire not moved.
Lahidu's just told the leg umpire, make sure you're paying attention, because he's going to whip him off in a hurry. And again, it's brilliant from Samhadri, the changes of pace. And Malanta, again, up at the stumps, just keeps everything intriguing. Back foot definitely moved. I don't know if it moved away and out.
You'll see this from Funny with the keeper up. It glues that batter to the crease. I don't know if there's a fast bowler in the country that bowls with the keeper up as often as Funny does. Great delivery there. Wraps up the power play. Stallions X would have wanted more from it, but thought to settle for 29 with a loss of 1. You got to think right now, Atlanta Fire on top right now, but if you're Stallions X, you got through the power play, you only lost 1 wicket. That's very important.
And you have to understand that this wicket's probably going to get better to bat on. You say that because the sun has really come out in full effect, bit of wind, and you just feel that wicket's going to bake a bit, it's going to dry up. Those wet spots that we saw and talked about earlier might just, again, have that drying moment. So it means the ball would just come on a bit nicer. So the Stallions X have to be patient, not to run out of time out there in the middle, but also with that same understanding of whilst it's going to be difficult to bat, don't be afraid to just go at 6s until that 10th over.
So Sunny Patel stays on for his 3rd over. Been quite good so far, only 8 conceded with the wicket.
He's much quicker through the air, Sunny Patel, than your typical spinner. Might be even quicker than Funny Samhadri most deliveries with the way he runs it and pushes it through. Remember having a conversation with him during the Super 8s in minor league cricket, and I asked him, "Oh, you're sitting out Janoy Drysdale?" He's like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Okay, so how many? You have 1 seam option?" He's like, "No. I go, "Yeah, the 1 seamer, but I got myself. I got Azim Chirania." So they make up the pace bowling in different ways. And that one way is to push the ball through.
Looks like that'll be a leg by there. But you're absolutely right. Sonny loves to zip it through. Loves to zip it through the air. We saw him slow it down at Church Street Park quite a bit, but just the ability to do that, his ability to zip them in and to flight them, the weapons that he has, he's a very tricky bowler.
A little adjustment in the field, backwards square, gets moved around as Ganata comes on strike.
And this is key here. You want to rotate strike in these middle overs in the South for certain. Save those wickets for the last 5. We saw in the minor league final on Sunday how well that did for the Chicago Kingsemen. Plenty of those guys on this Stallions X team right now. Pulled. A race away. And we're seeing this aggression start to come from Sharad Lumba.
Yeah, Lumba needs no second invitation. Again, he's someone who's so measured in his approach He takes his time, and then when he gets the ball that he feels he can put away, he makes sure to take advantage. It was just a touch too short from Patel, trying to rip it on through, and Lumba made it look effortless.
You see that helmet that he's wearing, that blue helmet. He's a member of that LI New York team in Major League Cricket that won the championship this season. 2 out of the 3 seasons they won the championship.
So was Sunny Patel. So again, these two would have seen a lot of each other over the course of that Major League season and in the nets.
You see that bounce again. Getting big on Lumba. So 1 ball to go in Sunny Patel's 3rd over. This is his most expensive one. Still only 7 runs conceded. Big, straight, and gone. Huge shot.
Just anticipating the pace there from Sunny Patel. Last one was maybe just a touch too short. This time a touch too full. Knew it was going to be quick, and Lumba, given the width that he had on offer, just never felt threatened by the stumps. Excellent shot, straight as an arrow. And that's how you want to end a Sunny Patel over.
A big 6 like that. 43, loss of 1 after 7. So many big names have played for this Atlanta Fire squad over the years in the various open tournaments and minor league cricket.
I saw Justin Dill play with this franchise in years past. Aaron Jones obviously would have been here had he not gone up to the Canada Super 60. Here's Azim Charania, who is your bowling sub for the day.
Start with a wide. You mentioned how he likes to speed it through like Sonny does. Factored in quite a bit during the Super 8s for this Atlanta Fire squad. Arya really likes that reverse sweep. Tries to go to it again. The ball beats him this time.
Sherrod is not happy with that no call. He feels it doesn't matter that he's turned over to the leg side, that's gone all the way past the line. Chidania, though, needs to find his length. A touch too short. And Malanta has implored his side to make a change. He wants Long On to come inside the ring. He's pushed back the deep point fielder. Again, trying to just offer protection for that reverse sweep.
Couple of righties in the middle right now. All these spin options to turn the ball away from them. That one turned quite a bit.
And it's not easy to play delivery that quick, the turning as much as it is on that length. So Ganata just been bogged down a bit. How does he test his patience?
That one stayed on the arm line.
And again, just struggling to find ways to rotate. It feels like he's trying to hit the ball too hard at the moment. Ganata, plenty of gaps in the inner ring. Just tuck it and run.
Mighty hack at that one as it turns even more. And he is pleading for maybe a wide there, but definitely a good delivery. Just turned through the crease so much. Up in the air. And lands safely there.
Yeah, again, we knew pressure was mounting and building. Kanata wanted to go. Nowhere near it, and it just fell short.
Just short of Steven there. So after the wide, we've got dots galore, and now Lumba on strike. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Lumba is safe and smiling. Everybody else distraught. So after 7, we have 45 with a loss of 1, but look at this.
Turn and bounce, and the extra turn and the extra bounce is the only thing that's kept Sherad Lumba up afloat. Close of 8, 45 for 1. Look at Malanta here on the back end, how high he's got to get the gloves. It's almost like a seamer. You got to take it up by your head.
Can't believe it didn't take an edge there. As much as that sucker turned, anything could have happened there. Kananta will start the 9th on strike against Zishan Maksud. Scamper through for just the 1 run. Maksud, how good has he been to build that pressure so far? Only 6 runs, now 7. Only run he had conceded coming into the over in his 2 overs was the big 6.
He's such a handy cricketer. He just provides you so many options, and again, so vastly experienced. Like we've mentioned, captain of the Omani team, and has so many international wickets, particularly in the ODI format.
Speeds that one up a little bit. Sherrod stays on top of it. So important to preserve your wickets right now in these middle overs. Try to work through this incredible spin attack.
If there's ever a time to be able to turn into this attack, it's bowling to Kanata. Just there. Again, he's just trying to hit the ball too hard at the moment. He's trying to force the boundaries. That's landed safely. There's no one inside the ring at mid-wicket, but he's not timing it well enough to be given the license to take on that fielder in the deep.
They speed it up, and it's got that much bounce on offer. It is a risky proposition. But that alleviates some of the pressure through the hands of the diving fielder.
Long off felt in the game for a very long time there. Again, Lumba's elected to pounce on anything short, and this one just fractionally so. And look, take a look at this. Just over the outstretched hands of Shadley van Skalkvik.
Great effort. But he just smoked that one.
He's reading the spin wonderfully. Lumba is. You feel very comfortable with the way this wicket is turning. Again, for Kanata seemingly trying to overhit, you feel as if Lumba's timing it.
Kanata steps away. A little bit of a timeout there for the batter. He's getting his bearings, checking the field. He's definitely trying to muscle this, and with just a single after over 9. 56 with a loss of 1 for Stallions X.
You'd be curious to see when Stallions X do put their foot down, or if Kanata in the next couple of deliveries elect to really be ultra aggressive. Maybe the strategic retirement comes into factor. With the batting lineup as deep as Stallions X, you talk about, still with Dajinder Singh to come, still with Shahanja Isaria to come. There's plenty of batting. Faraz Ali isn't playing today, but there's so many options for them to go to that you would feel that, okay, if you're Aryan Kanata, you've got to start to get in. If you can't, well, it might be time to get out.
We've gone through 3 overs so far from each Sunny Patel and Zishan Maksud. So they only have 1 over left to do damage. Azim Charania himself showing that he's absolutely no slouch at all. Only 2 from his over, and one of them was a wide. Having a hard time putting bat on the ball out of his hand. Short. Slapped big. 6 runs.
Intentions made very clear by Arya Kanata. He's not looking to hang around. And the key for this was it was so short, the wickets were never in place. Kanata could wait on it, could sit on the spin. He's already got so much bat speed and power.
Yeah, his intent hasn't really been in question this entire innings. He wants to go big. Similar delivery that time. A little bit quicker.
The 50 partnership brought up too in the over. So these were just churning it along. Your big key here for me is, again, Lumba's starting to go through the gears. Can Kanata consistently at least find a ones?
There you go.
There's more of that turn as Charania goes back to the length that did him some good in his first over. This one not turning away. As Charania tries to slip it inside the bat.
Charania's length and his line far better ever since giving up that 6. You can see him keeping the stumps in play. The only time he gets hit for runs is when it's so short or so wide that neither batter have to worry about the stumps. Because, again, there's so much turn, there's so much variation on this wicket that if you're thinking, okay, it's going to come onto middle stump, well, then you're just so much more defensive and you're not in a position to hit.
Hey, come on.
This looks like a wide, and they might run 2 on it.
Come on.
There's a little confusion over there. Steven rolls it in. That was quite an interesting run right there.
Kanata ran 3, and they only get credit for the 2. I think everyone had thought that was going to go all the way to the rope, but instead it just held up again. There's a couple of lush parts of this grass, a bit soft. It's fun to dive on, you'd say. You're not going to injure yourself there, but definitely a bit slower in the outfield.
There's no pressure, okay? Just simple. Ball there, that's it.
So 3 wides on that one. Takes us to 67 with 1 ball left in the first 10 overs.
That's it.
Whew. That one turned a mile. We'll end the first half of this innings at 67 with a loss of 1 for Stallions X.
And again, we talked about how for Charania, he's so effective. I've gone over to tell him.
Soman Patel, a few different phases in this game. Very early, you saw very expensive first over. Then tremendous spin bowling, tied down the Stallions X. But this 5th partnership seems to be developing some momentum here as you get into the second half of the innings. 42 runs came from the last 5 overs, 67 for 1 halfway through.
Yeah, no question. And again, for the Fire, well, you think the wicket's going to get better. You just don't want to be chasing upwards of 160. Not against a bowling lineup that'll feature a guy like Ihsan Adil. Obviously, some spinners and the Shanjai Sarias of the world.
160 would take some doing. It would mean from this stage they'd need to score at 9 and over, but they have been scoring at 9 and over. Decent batting unit, of course. Still have the Shanjai Sarias and company to come. And this start here, particularly from Sherad Lumba, who feels to me like he should be the anchor the rest of the way. Arakanantha is being very expressive. You saw that. And I think you heard, or I heard you say that you'd want to see him maybe try to not hit the ball so hard. His natural game is good enough to score heavily.
Yeah, and I think sometimes you get bogged down by the outfield maybe not rewarding you the way you think it should. The wicket's tough, and you try to hit your way out of a situation. But I think for Kanata, like you said, his natural game is already so effective. With this kind of surface, with these bowlers who have so many tricks, just don't let them have too many cracks at you.
You talk about the fact that he maybe gets slightly frustrated by the ball not racing across the ground as much as he's accustomed to. Plays his cricket in Texas, Grand Prairie, and in Prairie View. The outfield in both of those locations is faster than the one here, so maybe he's more accustomed to getting more value for his shots in both of those locations.
Yeah, it's an adjustment, right? I think when people ask you about cricket in America, they ask you, oh, what are pitches like? Well, you can't say what pitches are like because it's such a big country that conditions just vary no matter where you go. And, you know, down in Texas, they've blessed with so many great facilities, and this is another great facility, but the types of grass and those things are very different.
White ball.
Wide here. Heard, was it you or Nate who described Fanny Samajan, I'm paraphrasing, as a spinner in a Pacers body?
Nate loves to call him mystery medium.
Mr. Medium, I love that. I may use that.
I'm not sure Nate Hayes is going to mind, to be honest with you. But he's not wrong. Again, he pulls a lot of these undercutters and the lower arm slot deliveries. And the odd one is seemingly seam up. So, again, Funny has a unique skill set. He executes on that skill set. And, again, me or you maybe not be able to pull that off, but it works wonders for Samhadri.
Well, you saw earlier, well, maybe you didn't see, because yesterday we had this long, extended discussion about left-arm pacers in the country. And the one name that I did not come up with was Fanny Samhadri. And maybe it's just an oversight, but he is tremendously effective. Won't blow you away with pace. Again, I like the phrase military medium, but not military medium. What was it?
It was mystery medium.
Mystery. Mystery. That has to stick. That absolutely has to stick. But he's such an effective bowler. Takes a ton of wickets. You probably can tell me more how many wickets he's taken throughout his minor league career. Lofted into the deep. Is that in the gap? Oh, look at that piece of fielding by Shadley Van Skalkvik. Saves 2 runs there, I think. End of over number 11. I think that's going to be 70 for 2. Make that 70 for 1 after 11.
Yeah, tremendous work in the field. We've seen great commitment all around, and Van Skalkvik just flies in. And he also is, again, so committed. It was Jamar Hamilton at the other end because he could easily just have watched Van Skalkvik go chase that one down. But this is a Fire team that prides themselves on their work in the field. And with a batting lineup that gets to be as deep as Atlanta's, every run saved is a run earned. You feel, you know, you're not going to have Stephen Taylor batting most likely, but Pedraj Vegela showed great promise alongside your already superstars of Lahiru Malanta, of your Shadley Funchkalkvik, your Zishan Maksud, your Sonny Patel, your Rishi Bandes. The list goes on and on and on.
Yeah.
That is a murderer's row of batting. And again, just a really high-stakes match here. Two absolutely packed teams.
71 no,
The
72.
brain trust, as I think I heard either you or Nate Hayes refer to it earlier, Sonny Patel and Stephen Taylor. Last 9 overs coming up, Nate. Oh, you look exactly like him in my defense. Aman, last 9 overs coming up. Current scoring rate 6.65. That projects to a score of 133. But the outfield bathed in sunshine, this partnership now worth 61. Where do you think they end up?
I think they're going to end up somewhere around 150. I think that's where you're going to probably see them because, again, it's going to get slightly better to bat on. But I do think when Skolkvik's cutters and Samahadri's cutters late are going to prove to be in their own challenge. And I do also think one wicket can really shift that because it takes some time to get acclimatized, to get used to it. And it's not an easy surface to come into and just hit away. There seemingly is a hold-up in play here. And it looks like Kanata might just be getting some water in. Interesting that it's taken this long for this to happen.
In the meantime, maybe now would be a good time to think about what the bowling options would be toward the back end. I think you mentioned, you just mentioned Shadley Van Skolkvik and his cutters close toward the end of the innings. So he still has 3 left. Maybe he goes 16, 18, 20, or 15, 17, 19, something like that. Fanny Samadji still has 2 left, so you think that you go spin it the rest of the way. Azim Sharani still has 2. Sonny Patel has 1. Zishan Maksud still has 1. Or do you just go with pace the rest of the way?
I feel like it would be a misjudgment to not try to give Sonny Patel another over. You have 2 right-handers out there. You have a leg spinner who can turn the ball. I know he's not been at his very best today. Sonny Patel obviously going at 7 and over, but I think you would still have to give him another opportunity. I think Azim Chirani has been brilliant when he's been in the right areas. I would go back to him as well. Maybe not for their whole quota, but those 2 would have to get the ball after Maksud here, and then I think Van Skolkvik and Samadri can finish the job on the other end.
And to the point about Sonny Patel going at 7s, but bearing in mind that 14 of those came in his last over. So essentially much more frugal in his first 2 overs, and those 2 first overs for him were both inside the power play. So you like his options, or you like his ability to be able to take that ball, or take the ball in the stage of the innings where the batters are going for the shots. I think in that over, the 7th over that he bowled, there were 1 or 2 bad balls, but for the most part, I think you're exactly right. He gets the ball in the right areas, and then to the 2 right-handers is a tremendous asset to have at this stage of the innings. Do you give that man a bowl, Stephen Taylor? Or do you want to maybe wait until Shehan Jayasuriya comes in as a lefty?
I think that's when you'll probably see him come in. You're waiting for that left-hand option, especially given the fact that you would only want him bowling from this end where Maksud is bowling to a right-hander because you have the bigger boundary out to the leg side of a right-hander. Stephen Taylor is more than good enough to bowl to right-handers, no question, but with the spin options you have, there's no need to force him into action.
Well, Zishan Maksud it is who's bowling his last over, and that becomes the downfall for Arikanantha. He's tried that shot a number of times. He's missed it on all the attempts that he's made, and this time it finds the top of middle stump, 72 for 2.
Tremendous recognition from the fielding side as well. Let's think about Sonny Patel and Stephen Taylor setting that field up. They brought in the deep point fielder, so they have now dangled that carrot, said, all right, Aria, you want to play the shot? Go ahead. But Maksud also bowling to plan. Quicker onto middle stump, not looking to really turn the ball.
Exactly how to, I don't want to say maturity because he's a very young man, but he's a very mature cricketer. He's been playing for a long time. But that natural aggression and the need to score heavily off of every ball, sometimes if you curb that a little bit and just look and take what's offered to you, you go further as a batter.
Yeah, no question. And I think also there's that touch of that was predetermined. That's what led to his downfall. Had he reacted, he would have easily just flicked it away. But Jaisaria now on.
So absolutely stylish, Shan Jaisaria. Maybe it's my left-handed bias, Aman Patel. There's nothing to me better than a stylish left-handed batter. And I heard we were talking, what was it, a couple of days ago, about the fact that this young man has a tremendous amount of talent. And I would think you'd be able to see him at this level or at the higher levels in the U.S. Major League Cricket included for at least a few more years before he hangs up the boots. Quick single. That's an appeal for an obstruction. I don't think that there's any chance that they could be given out. Look at Stephen Taylor miming what he saw there from the action, but I don't think that's going to be given out, Nate. Why do I keep calling you Nate? Aman.
You know what? I'll take it. Nate Hayes is a great individual, so I'll take the compliments. But again, there's no obstruction here from Jaisaria. He's running straight through, and sometimes things just tend to happen, even though everyone will appeal. You have your right to appeal, but it doesn't mean it's going to come off. I think your point about Jaisaria is brilliant, though. The fact that he probably still has some higher level cricket in him in terms of getting back to Major League Cricket. I thought his 2023 year with the Seattle Orcas was underrated. He averaged 36 in that season. His strike rate just a touch low at 108, but I thought there were foundations. And then his spot just wasn't certain in 24, led to a little slip in his numbers. I think most people, when they saw that he was on the released list of players after the 24 season, would have sat there and said, A, that's a surprising thing to see, and B, okay, who's the lucky team with the #1 overall pick? Seattle, okay, they won't take him first, but then number 2 is going to take him. And to see him not on a draft board and not on a roster was, again, rather shocking.
Goes for the big swipe, misses, and finds the outside edge. Wicket number 3, 2 in the over. The final over being bowled here by Zishan Maksud.
Well, Jaisaria wanted to take on Maksud. Ball coming back in, smaller region to his leg side, but just went after the wide one. A little bit of an edge through, and Maksud, someone who has over 50 international wickets in both formats, ODI and T20. Well, he says, thank you very much, Jaisaria. I could take you here in the Atlanta Open as well, and there was really no debate. Everyone knew it. Jaisaria knew it. And Maksud, a wry smile as he gets a hug from Stephen Taylor in the end. Jaisaria goes quickly. It's 76 for 3.
Oh, Usman. Oh, hi. Yes, man. हाँ खब्बे ना इधर पास बोल रही चलेंगे
So the new batter, Usman Khan, 76 for 3. 72 for 1 looked very different from 76 for 3. Was it Jeff Boycott who says if you want to know who is on top in a match, think of the match with 2 wickets additionally taken by the bowling side? So that, to me, pulls things back even. I think you were very much on top, Stallions X, for the last several overs, but this pulls them back into, let's say, a neck-and-neck position.
And it's not easy to get in and get going here at Button Veers, and we saw that very quickly and apparently from Shine Jaisaria, who tried to go and hit that 6. So we talk about 150 being available, but if you continuously lose wickets, and now Sharad Lumba has so much pressure on him, if he gets out, 140 will be a challenge at this stage.
.30 from 32 for Sharad Lumba. Make that now 31 from 33. Earlier I said that he could have played or would have been playing the anchor role. I don't know that you have the option necessarily of being the anchor role now, because maybe slightly more positive approach is what's required from here if you want to get to that 130, 140 mark. Oh, the 150 is what you mentioned. So 9 and over from here gets you to 150. You probably need some aggression if not recklessness, at least a positive approach from Sher Lumba.
No question, but also this is how Sher Lumba plays his cricket. When you look at him in minor league, he'll take his time. He'll take 30, 35, and he'll read the situation. If he feels he needs to wait till the 15th over to go, he'll wait. And again, incredibly patient cricketer. And whilst he's not scoring boundaries,
Catchable. Shadlevens Cockfick will never drop that in the last 9 deliveries. Aman Patel, 3 wickets have fallen.
I'm going to get a sign for myself. All right, that's what I'm going to do. No, I actually enjoy being called Nate, so it's all good. But this is what Funny Samhadri does. Over 100 minor league wickets in his career. And this is a stage where you're reeling as a team. You need to get going. You don't pick out many bowlers that are better in these situations. You don't pick out many safer pairs of hands. Connects with his former Seattle Thunderbolts teammate. And another wicket goes down. Like you mentioned, the Stallions X from a commanding position have seemingly flustered and faulted. And Usman Khan goes without affecting the scores. The score moves to 77 for the loss of 4.
So a monster partnership for the second wicket of 61 runs. That wicket fell for the second wicket at 72, but then other wickets at 76 and 77. And that represents for me a struggle, Aman Patel. Tejinder Singh will stride to the crease. And for me, this now feels like a situation where you might have to curb the natural aggression to just get a single here, get a single there, and get some momentum going in these last 45 balls of the innings.
And again, I think if you were to just play your game out here and just get to the 17th over, you would have your eye in and the ability to go big, but you have to give yourself that luxury on these wickets.
Might look for 2 here, I believe. Oh, was not interested in the end. Tejinder Singh.
These two would have played together in Major League Cricket, Lumba and Singh, as a part of MI New York. It was a real breakout year for Tejinder, who has kind of been buried on a couple of different rosters. It was part of the Unicorns in seasons previous and was batting at number 6 in this MI New York season. Came in at 3 and 4 and really profited.
See activity again in the deep. Bit of a fumble. 2 runs probably a given under those circumstances, but what you saw there from Fani Samhadri was, again, the slower delivery, looping it almost like an off spinner.
He doesn't give you any pace to work with, and he's just so interesting and unique. Again, it's not going to blow you away because the seam's up. But the arm slots, the different cutters he has, all the variations make him such a vital T20 cricketer. Close of over 13, 81 for 4.
Azim Sharania has 2 overs left. He'll spend 1 of them here to start over number 14. And in this heavyweight boxing match, Aman Patel, without wearing out our analogy of boxing, the last few rounds have probably gone under the Atlanta Fire column.
Yeah, no question. And Chidani is a big part of that. While he hasn't had taken wickets, he's built so much pressure.
Well, he's done that a couple of times. The length in maybe one or so out of his 6 balls in every over has been a lot shorter than he would have wanted it to be.
And he was punished one time for it, but the thing is, it's tough to punish Sirani because you're so worried and you're so cognizant of the fact that it could really dart in any direction. And so you're waiting, but by the time it gets to you, you're in no position to take full advantage.
Really economical. 2 overs, make that 2 overs and 2 balls. 16 runs conceded, so you'll take that under most circumstances from a left-arm orthodox in the middle overs.
Middle, sir. Thank you.
A little shift in the field here. Fine leg gets maneuvered over to short third for Tejinder Singh. So curious as to if they're going to try to get him to just turn his wrists into the onside.
Oh, my goodness. He played a week too early, chopped on to his stumps. Good slower delivery. 5th wicket down, 84 for 5.
We alluded to this earlier. That shorter delivery, even though it should be punished, it's so difficult to do it because you're just never sure what this ball's doing off this surface. It just held up. It spun a long ways away, and Singh was all over it. And shock for everyone, including Lahidu Malanta. Yes, happy, but oh, can you believe it? Tejinder Singh has to go, and another Stallions ex-batter gonna be left longing for more runs. He goes for 184 for 5.
I have the ultimate question for you, Aman Patel.
Oh, boy.
If you are Lahiru Malanta, you mentioned, who's celebrating. If you are Stephen Taylor, who was standing close and saw the wicket up close. If you're Jamar Hamilton, who's observing things from the boundary. Are you happy at the fall of the wicket, or are you saying, oh, my goodness, in about another 45 minutes, we will be batting on this wicket, and it is playing tricks?
Well, you'd be happy that it's a wicket because it means you might not have to score as many runs on this surface. You want to say, all right, let's do it 5 more times, fellas. Let's get it out under 100.
Right.
Cut me some slack on the back end. I was actually talking to Lahidu at breakfast this morning at the hotel and just asking him about, playing at field 5 and the wicket and his dismissal. And he says, I still don't know where that hit on my bat coming off. And he came down the track. It kind of jumped up on him. And somehow, as he's looking to flick, the leading edge ended up at fine leg. It was just the most bizarre turn of events.
Oh, full and straight. Usman Khalid is your new batter. Lefty, which makes maybe some bit of a difference. It limits some of your potential bowling choices. But all in all, a really good fight back with the ball here in the last few overs for the Atlanta Fire.
Wouldn't be surprised to see this continuously pushed out wide, given the smaller boundary.
Played into the deep. Just a couple of bounces to deep point. Getting off the mark here, Usman Khalid, my apologies. So, Sherad Lumba, 37 from 37. Run a ball. Overall run rate, 6.22. So he's scoring at a slower run rate than the rest of the team. What role does he play the rest of the way, half the side back in the shed?
Bat 20 overs. I think that's the most important thing right now for Stallions X.
There you go.
Outside edge found. That is a single that closes out yet another brilliant over. 30 runs have come from the last 5 overs, but importantly, 4 wickets have fallen in the last 3. So good stuff here from the Atlanta Fire. End of over number 14, 86 for 5.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
One vibe, 846, show no right street.
Charlie Van Skalkvik back into the attack. 1 over in the books, 11 runs against his name. Now 12 after that single. To short final leg to start over number 15.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be easy for Charlie Van Skalkvik early, and he just went for the one boundary in that first over, and that was kind of the big killer. So for me, with Van Skalkvik, this situation feels like it's going to benefit him greatly. You think about his ascension into USA cricket and Major League Cricket, it's as a third seaming option. So, yes, it's batting, but it's also his ability with cutters and slower deliveries, bowling later in innings, and that's why he's so uniquely versatile and why he's been pushed into higher and higher positions. He's also just a great individual to be around. That always helps, but you think about what he did in 2022 with the Seattle Thunderbolts in minor league cricket, would open the bowling, come back to close it. Think about for the USA, he's that lone man that has those cutters, and even in Major League Cricket for the LA Knight Riders.
Look for 2 here. Nope, just concede a couple of singles. So you talk about what Charlie Van Skalkvik has done for the U.S. Obviously, the last time the U.S. played in a game of repute was the World Cup in 24. Correct me if I'm wrong. Why am I thinking? No, played earlier this year. You and I covered some of those games, Nate. You know what? How about we start, you know, you have like the equivalent of a swear jar. Every time I call you Nate, I drop a penny in the jar. Whipped away into the deep, but catchable, and straight down the throat of Steven Taylor. That is wicket number 6. Oh, my apologies. Well, they do look alike. Jamar Hamilton.
Again, we talk about the slower ones and the cutters. It's in the area, but it's just slightly pace off. Jamar typically has the gloves, so you're not considering him to be out there on the ring, but made that look ever so simple. Just stations underneath it, and the fall continues. This time, it's the important man. It's Sherad Lumba that falls. He goes for 39. It's 88 for 6.
Boy, this has gone pear-shaped in the last several overs for the Stallions. Remember, they were 72 for 1. 72 for 1. They've lost 5 wickets, having only scored 16 runs. For me, that is going to be something that really pulls you back. It's not too long ago we were talking about possibly getting up to 150. Well, that's essentially, you can say that that's a dream at this point. You talked also about needing to just bat through the overs. That becomes much more difficult now after you've dismissed the man who you were trusting or entrusting to bat all the way through. So you're now with Sherad Lumba. Well, Sherad Lumba has been dismissed, I believe. Yep, Usman Khan is at the crease. At the non-strikers end, the new batter is going to be Hassan Mohsin, who's known more. He can hit a long ball, but he's known more as a seam bowler. And you're in a little bit of trouble here, Stallions X.
I'm coming over. 3.
Yeah, and I think the bigger issue also, you looked at that second innings, yeah, the pitch is still going to be troublesome, but the spin bowling options just aren't quite as lucrative. Yes, Tajinder Singh, yes, Shayan Jaisaria, but those are 2 off-spinners that you're going to have to bowl to a lot of right-handers with. Yes, Lahira Malanta is going to open, but you're going to rely on your seamers, whilst the spinners for the Fire, they've been the most effective bowling options.
Well, you saw that in the Manly Cricket Final on Sunday, where the gulf between the 2 teams with their spin bowling options became, in my mind, the primary reason why the Atlanta Fire are the champions. Don't quite have the depth in spin bowling, as you mentioned, and you can do it with slow bowling, you can do it with cutters, with Fani Samhadri and now Shadley Van Skalkvik, but the spin attack for me is the biggest difference there.
Yeah, and Sherad Lumba gives them an option as well, but again, 3 off-spinners to their name. Will those offies be as effective to your right-handed Jamar Hamilton, to your right-handed Rishi Pandes and Viraj Ragelas? Now, luckily, there's plenty of left-handers in this Fire attack. Mentioned Ahad Malik, mentioned Zishan Maksud, Lahira Malanta, and then if Steven Taylor does come in with the bat. But that'll be a big question headed into the second innings.
21 runs from the last 5 overs, Aman Patel. Punched into the offside, but still constricting the innings for the Stallions X of the Atlanta Fire. Excellent bowling, good over from Shadla Van Skok for 3 runs and a wicket. End of over number 15, 89 for 6.
All right, better. Walk on the side, please.
Stephen Taylor takes the ball here. Bowling to the lower order. Hassan Mussin will be first on strike. The non-striker is the person who I believe they would have brought Stephen Taylor in for. The left-handed hitting Usman Khalid. As you're into the last 5 overs, Nate Hayes.
I seem to have an answer for every question this Atlanta Fire team in terms of their spin bowling attack, as they have all summer.
I mentioned that you'd have brought Stephen Taylor in ostensibly to turn the ball away from the left-handed hitting Usman Khalid. And I believe that was what is behind that strategy. Don't need Stephen Taylor much with the ball today. This is his first over. And I think you've seen evidence, though, that even though you don't need him to bowl a full 4 over spell, he can still be absolutely a handful. And that right there is the ball that they brought Stephen Taylor back on to bowl.
Yeah, so dangerous, so good for USA over the years with the ball.
Knocked him over. Look at the celebration from Stephen Taylor. That tells the story right there. 90 for 7.
And there's Bob. He is so animated with his celebrations. You never know what he's going to do, but you know it's going to be fun. You see a nice big hug there from Sunny Patel. Also a character in his own right. And look at this delivery, my goodness.
I want to see that again from the pitch cam because it almost appeared that he was bowled around his legs.
It does. It does. They turn back for sure.
Stephen Taylor is bowling around. Let's talk about this for a second. He's bowling around the wicket. So the angle is going down the leg side. Certainly would have pitched outside of leg to beat the batter behind his back, but then it turns back and hits leg stump. That ball is turning a lot.
Absolutely. Well, there's turn on off, and when you saw it drift the way it did, you knew it was gonna do something off the surface. Boy, did it ever.
Oh my goodness. Now, I'll ask you the same question that I asked Aman Patel earlier. If you're the batting side, make that the bowling side. Are you celebrating very heavily for the fact that you're taking all these wickets? Or are you thinking in the back of your mind, we need to bat on this pitch, and it is absolutely turning?
I think you're doing a little bit of both. You want to just keep the wickets coming.
Now, Aman pointed out that the qualifier to that is that the Stallions X do not have the spin bowling attack that the Atlanta Fire does. So that makes a huge difference. You have Shahanjai Surya. You certainly have Tajinder Singh. But I think you can comfortably refer to both of them as backup singers. Backup bowlers. I'm not sure where my mind is.
Oh, that's okay. You know, you see, you were
singers. What in the world?
Well, Stephen Taylor's putting on a performance right now.
Boom! There it is. Thank you. Thank you for pulling me out of that nosedive.
Well, you know, with each appeal and each celebration, he looks like the lead singer. So.
Lofted into the deep. That might land safely. It does. Get another couple of runs here. I believe that's Fanny Samadri after that ball. So you got a couple of runs from the bat of Kashif Bhatti, who is your batter. But boy, runs have dried up ultimately here. Nate Hayes, 92 for 7. The run rate is now under 6, 5.87 to be specific. That is the end of the over. Good over from Stephen Taylor. Takes a wicket in his first over. And again, the score is 92 for 7 after 16.
Bob.
You can see them sorting out who's going to be the next to take the ball. Sonny's put his hat back on. But he's got the ball in hand. He's going to be bowling.
And you like this option. His last over, of course, he's bowled already three overs. Just conceded one, conceded 21 runs and taken 1 wicket. 14 of those 21 runs came from his third over. So take that away, and he has 2 overs for 7, which is excellent. Those 2 overs are bowled during the power play, no less, when you and I were on earlier. Knocked him over. We talked earlier, and I know that you heard Aman Patel talk about the fact that he essentially in some ways considers himself as a medium pacer who moves the ball away. That is evidence of that. 92 for 8.
Just what an absolute gem of a delivery there at the fuller length. He just does tend to zip this through. We're going to take another look at it right here. Boom. Dead straight.
Dead straight, Nate, it has to be said. That is completely across the line of a ball that is pitching at driving length. If that ball is on the stumps, you're dead. And he's playing that ball to square leg. He's playing completely across the line. That is not a delivery that merited that type of shot. That's a shot that you play to a ball that does not have any chance of hitting the stumps. It's pretty terminal when you choose to go across the line to a ball that is that full and that is that straight.
Yeah, 100%. Very full, very straight. Well, we've had some incredible bowling performances today from this Atlanta Fire squad. Only one bowler at an economy of 7. Everybody else under that. Sonny's taken 2 for 21 runs. Zishan with 2 of his own, and every other bowler with 1.
Asif Mahmood is in your batter. Make that, yeah, the new batter. You'll see him with the ball later, but he's not in the side for his batting. He's in the side for his bowling. When you're having to rely on the bottom order to at least get you to a respectable total, that tells you that you're in a difficult position. Looks for the big hit down the ground, ends up inside edging it. They want 2. 2 is not what they get, and is that a run out? It is a run out at the non-striker's end. Wicket number 9 falls in farcical fashion, Nate Hayes.
Well, they wanted to get the full 20 overs in and see what they could do, how much they could pile up. But a good throw here, a bad decision.
I will tell you that is brilliant umpiring. You could see clearly on that replay, slow motion replay, that he was short by maybe 8 inches. In real time, that's difficult to give. And so full credit to umpire. I believe that's Ravi Balasubramaniam, who's at the striker's end, made a really good decision there. The excellent camera work is what we see here that catches the replay. Look at this, planting his bat at the non-strikers and then all of a sudden choosing to go back down the wicket, and that throw finds him short by, as we said, about 8 inches.
Well, there was no intent from Bhatti at all to come back. He went to the striker's end and started to get ready to bat. And you just mentioned Asif Mahmood is not in the team for his batting. He thought he was. He was ready to get back on strike. But Bhatti was agreeing with you.
Esan Adil, the new batter, somebody else who is also not in the team for his batting. But having said that, I have seen Esan Adil score 20 runs in 5 or 6 balls. He does it with regularity. He's very tall, has very long levers, can clear the ropes if you're not careful. So you're not out of the woods. It's going to be Kashif Bhatti who's on strike, Esan Adil at the non-strikers end, but you don't want to take your foot off of the gas here. A little bit more aggressive field with Zishan Maksud being brought inside the circle as Kashif Bhatti is on strike.
Yeah, now just the simple goal of batting 20 becomes excruciatingly difficult.
Huge hit. Long. Oh, what an attempt in the deep. That is Jamar Hamilton. They'll get 2 runs off the bat. I thought that was 6 for all money.
Jamar Hamilton made sure it wasn't 6. He knew that the catch was out of play. You see where he landed as he slid. He was well out of play. So that was just a rescue job. He was just saving the runs there the whole time. Absolutely incredible. I think the question is whether or not he was already past the boundary when he threw it back in. He's going to tell you he was. This is Jamar Hamilton 100% right here. And you see Steven.
This is going to be interesting to me, Esan Adil, who is not, he came in number 11s who can hit a 6 over extra cover. This ball is turning away from Esan Adil, but if you think you're just going to bowl, in fact, last 3 balls coming up, if you think you're just going to drop the ball on a length and having it turn away from Esan Adil and have it overpower him, he is the type of batter who's able to go big over the offside. By the way, the scorecard had been inaccurate because it appears as though that's the end of the over. So that happened very quickly. And the scorecard, give us some time for, at the bottom of your screen it says 16.2. But that, for me, is not exactly accurate. Unofficially, it appears as though that is the end of over number 17, and over number 18 is about to be bowled. Looks like Azim Charania is going to bowl his last over, turning the ball away from the 2 right-handed batters.
I believe the 100 is up, or we're close to it.
You see the bottom of your screen, the scoreboard is catching up.
It's catching up right now. But what an effort by Jamar Hamilton, and then he gets up and says, yeah, it went over.
Stunning.
I think he just did that for fun. 100.
So there you go. A paddle sweep being attempted here by Kashif Bhatti. So let's say we'll stipulate the 100 being up. In fact, the last over being bowled here by Azim Charania. Looking to paddle it around the corner, fine. I don't know that just acting like a number 10 and just throwing the bat at it would not be a better option here. I don't know that very many paddles around the corner will yield you much on this wicket. Great delivery. Fizzing past that outside edge. 3 straight dots.
So much turn, so much turn.
Wow.
Wow, so much bounce.
Getting some of the Arakanantha fever there, looking for the reverse sweep. Comes out not making any contact. So the last 2 balls in what has been a miserly last over for Azim Charania.
Well, this is one way to get to 20. Continue to miss the ball.
Well,
oof. I don't know how
do you want to get to 20? Absolutely. Do you want to get to 20 by conceding all these dot balls? You'd prefer not to, but ultimately you want to stretch the game as long as you can. And being bowled out inside 18 versus being bowled out or batting all the way through 20, for me, makes a big difference. If for no other reason than the fact that that helps you with net run rate. End of over number 18, last two coming up in theory, 100 for 9. This is an interesting matchup. Fani Samadri has 1 over left. He'll bowl it here in over number 19. Fani Samadri with all his wiles, all his tricks. What was your phrase, Nate?
Mystery medium?
Mystery medium captures his bowling exactly. And watch out for Ehsan Adil here, who has nothing to hold back for and has every license in the world to go big, or to attempt to go big against Fani Samadri. Well, it doesn't look like he wanted to go big on that one.
He's just a little shorter. Short enough for it to get that bounce and turn. You see from Fani. The trick here is this height. You mentioned the long levers, Ehsan Adil. Fani loves to bowl those full dipping deliveries. It might be a bad combination for Ehsan, but he gets off strike.
Gets off strike and gets off the mark, so you're clear of the 100-run mark. 101 for 9. You have a maximum of 10 balls left in the innings. Run a ball obviously gets you to 111. I don't think that's nearly enough runs, but we'll see the way it develops here. Bit of excitement. Wanted the single, not going to get it. Press half-hearted appeal for leg before. But halfway through his last over here, Fani Samadri has been very good. 15 runs conceded in his 3 overs and 3 balls. And he's taken a wicket, courtesy of a good catch on the boundary by Jamar Hamilton. Well, there's the big swipe I was looking for. They'll get at least a couple. Don't think it will have the legs to get to the boundary. Good solid throw in the deep. So now the 2 runs. Last 2 balls coming up here over number 19. Something just caught your eye, Nate.
Well, just Jamar. Like I said, it should be a camera that follows him everywhere.
Jamar Cam?
The Jamar Cam, and it just, you have a split screen, you have it showing in the bottom corner all the time. Because he's just so animated and entertaining, and I don't know if anybody loves cricket more than that guy does.
Single. You don't know if everyone loves cricket more than Jamar, or anyone loves cricket more than Jamar does. I don't know that very many people love life more than Jamar does. He is just an absolute thrill to be around. If he's meeting you for the first time, it's though he's known you for 10 years.
That's
He's
right.
just a great, great human.
You know, sometimes, they say you don't always want to meet your heroes. If Jamar Hamilton is your hero, then you're in great shape.
Good-looking strike down the ground. Ehsan Adil. He'll keep strike as you get to the end of over number 19. 5 runs coming from the last over bowled by Fani Samadri. 105 for 9.
Is when there's 3 of them, and then I'm
Okay.
okay,
Well, what's the
that's
significance?
There's something significant here. And with Fani, you can bet that's probably not his high score with the bat. So I am very curious
Maybe
what it is.
it's the total number of runs he scored in his entire cricket career.
Well, there you go. I mean, yeah, it could be that. You want to have the same number for your whole season.
Now, so somebody like Chris Gale, whose number is 333, that tells the story.
Tells the story. Big time.
Highest test score for the big man from Kingston, Jamaica. End of over number 19. This is interesting. It will be Shadley Van Skalkvik against Esan Adil. Opening strike bowler versus opening strike bowler. I think Esan Adil will prefer to face Shadley Van Skalkvik than Vanessa Madra. Let's see what happens here. Looks to work this one around the leg side. Should just be a single. In fact, it might be a leg by. We'll see the confirmation here from umpire Eshan Mole.
Yeah, it is a leg by. Yeah, good slower delivery there by Shadley. He's quite good in bowling in the death. If you remember back in minor league in 2022, he was an anchor for that Seattle team in the death.
Gone. Down the leg side. Don't always see those happen. And really unlucky from Kashif Bhatti. Looking to play it on the leg side. Just gets a thin inside edge. Those are always difficult for the umpires. But I think that Eshan Mule making the right decision. And it is the fact that they do not get to bat 20 overs. Last wicket taken here by Shadley Van Skalkvik.
Yeah, 4 balls left on the table. Let's see if that comes back to haunt Stallions X. Just enough off the bat. That ends their day.
Just tickled around the corner. That is the end of the inning. So, an excellent day with the ball for the Atlanta Fire. Look at that. That's a good replay right there. Just glancing it down the leg side. Shadley Van Skalkvik actually started celebrating before the wicket or the finger was raised by Eshan Mole. So it was that obvious of a dismissal. So I think you'll be very disappointed with that to have gone from 72 for 1 to 106 all out. That's 34 runs and 9 wickets in that period of time. The scorecard tells the story. Shine Jahangir, 10 from 7. You probably would have wanted more from the captain. Sherad Lumba, top scoring, 39 from 40. Only Ari Kanantha and Kashif Bhatti joining him in double figures, 26 and 12 respectively from those two. 9 extras, and you end up with 106 runs.
And it's all because of this Atlanta Fire bowling attack. Shadley, Zishan, Sonny each with 2 wickets. Everyone took wickets. Fani looked everybody looked really good today. Stevens 1 over, took a wicket for just 3 runs against the lefty. And man, they really shut the door on any chance to put up a good total.
Well, we're standing by to go to Aman Patel shortly. We'll get that interview in with one of the members from the bowling side. We'll get that sometime very soon.
Here with Funny Samadri. Funny, a wicket for you. A lot of conversation about that surface out there. Tell me what you thought of it.
So the wicket is really tricky, especially for the batsman. It's tough to bat on. We were thinking 120. If we can contain them until under that, we'll be good. So we were successful in that, restricting them to 106. Now it's our batsman's duty to take care of the game. First half is done, second half is on their hands. But yeah, it's not easy to bat on it.
Yeah, you talked about restricting them under 120. At one point, they were 72 for 1, and then there was a collapse from there. What was the conversation to start that collapse?
So the only thing we had in the mind in the middle overs is try to give use the wicket as much as possible, and hit the wicket and slow down the ball. And I think that worked. The middle overs contained the game. They were not able to get easy singles. I think that also made them go for shots in between, which they were not able to, get full-fledged of it. Yeah.
There you go. Good luck in the second innings, Funny. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Aman.
Good stuff from Fani Samadri. Absolutely brilliant bowling and the smile to go along with it. So excellent stuff from the Atlanta Fire. A few highlights coming up here, Nate. I think you saw a fast start from the Stallions X, but the Atlanta Fire essentially taking the bull by the horns in terms of the bowling and getting things back going in their direction.
Yeah, Shayan Jahangir had to be the biggest wicket there after what he did yesterday. We had a little bit of a partnership here from the youngster. and Sherrod Lumbaharian Kananta went quite good for some time, promising to possibly deliver some runs that were defendable, but the ball was turning quite a bit, bouncing a lot. Tell you what, that Kananta, he was so aggressive right from go. That was a big six, a no doubter. And I think we'll see a lot more from this youngster, Arya Kananta. He was finally taken out bold by Zishan Maksud. And then it was all about trying to get Sherrod Lumba out of the middle.
You saw that one catch there. That, to me, is the beginning of the end. Once you get Shanjai Surrey, removing him from the middle order, and then the wickets just started tumbling after that. That's the delivery we talked about where Stephen Taylor bowls a lefty behind his back. That ball would have done some turning. And then this quick and flat delivery, and not the best of shots played there in that moment. And ultimately a comical run out coming up. I think you'll find that not the best of efforts, and a good piece of umpiring. I highlighted that earlier. And Shadley Van Skalkvik coming back in to take the last wicket. So that is the end of what I think is going to be an innings that the Stallions X would be disappointed with. So we'll go in a minute to Abraz. He had a chat earlier with Stallions coach Zach. We'll hear what Abraz and Zach had to say coming up right up.
All right, we are here in the suburbs of Atlanta watching the Atlanta Open T20 cricket here. And I've got a very special person here next to me, the coach of the Stallions X. Zach, how are you doing today?
I'm pretty good, man. How's yourself?
Doing great, thanks. Obviously, it's great vibes over here watching the cricket out here. So talk to me about the team's dugout. How is the team feeling right now? What are the emotions like in there?
Oh, we're ready because we've been playing a lot. We've been playing a lot of cricket for months now. So seeing the competition, I mean, it's nothing that we haven't seen before. So I think we're ready to play anyone, So I think we got it. Oh, yeah.
Of course, you've started off with a great win in the tournament, but now you're playing against another team who's coming off of great success at the moment, the minor league champions here, Atlanta Fire. So what sort of changes within the dugout when you're playing teams of these high calibers out here?
So what are the changes?
Yeah, so what sort of things go through your mind when you're coming out playing against a team like Atlanta Fire?
Just another team. As long as we train a lot for it, we've been through a lot, so now it's time to show it under the lights. So, since we come to execute, we've trained for it, so I think we're ready to play. So, yeah.
What does it sort of take to win a tournament like this?
Let me see. There's a lot. Remember what we trained for. As long as we remember what we trained for and how hard it was and how much, time we put into it, and now it's time to show it, I think that will get us through.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. We've got Zach right here. Best of luck for the game.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Heard from Stallions coach Zach Martin. Abraz with the interview there. Zach Martin, excellent coach. Could stand to have some time at the gym, though. It looks kind of sloppy if you don't think. Anyway, that is the end of the first innings. A short break for us here in the commentary area. Groundskeepers are doing what they need to do. We'll be back for the chase in about 10 minutes. See you soon.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites. And indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball. We apply
annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
Welcome back to the Buttonviers Cricket Complex. We're here at field number 1 for the second innings of this matchup between the Atlanta Fire and the Stallions X. And the Stallions X batting innings, safe to say, went pear-shaped in a hurry. They were 72 for 1 and then bowled all out for 106 before they got to that 20th over. You see the two scores there at the top, Lumba and Kanata. They were the partnership, and once Kanata got out, seemingly everything fell around them thanks to the spin attack of the Atlanta Fire. So the Fire will be set with the task of chasing 107. Feels like a light ask, but on this surface that has played some tricks, it'll be tough to keep up with that worm. I'm Owen Patel, joined by Nate Hayes, as always. Nate, you reckon the Fire are in the driver's seat, but I don't know, it doesn't feel like it's going to be a real easy chase this.
It doesn't feel easy at all. Now, I'll tell you that partnership, that second wicket partnership, went a long way for Stallions X as they went into the second half of the innings at 67 with a loss of 1. Anything could have happened. At that point, you had 9 wickets in hand. They end up bowled out with 4 balls left on the table. So that goes to tell you it's tricky in the middle overs here.
Lahiru Malanta and Rishi Pandey are out there in the middle. This will be interesting because the spinners were the biggest part of the Fire bowling attack. Look at the spinners for the Stallions X. Well, it's Shayan Jayasuriya, an off spinner, Sharad Lumba, an off spinner, Tejinder Singh, an off spinner. Those are your 3 big spin options. So to Rishi Pandey, with the bigger leg side, they'll bowl from this end, but I'm just curious to see how they're able to rotate through their overs with their 3 spinners as 3 part-timers that bowl off spin. And Pandey gets the scoring started straight away.
Shehan taking the ball. And, you know, some people might say he's a part-time spinner, but when you're a finger spinner, when you're a right-arm finger spinner in T20, most of the time you're a batter who can bowl. And that is Shehan. But he's still pretty good with the ball, pretty useful. See him bowling with the hat on. And Lahiru on strike, the lefty. This is one of the reasons why you go with the finger spinners right away.
So that'll be your one matchup. With all the left-handers the Fire have, Lahiru Malanta, Ahad Malik, Zishan Maksud, your 3 offies become ever so useful.
Absolutely. We saw the lefty batters yesterday against Raiders Unlimited for this Atlanta Fire squad really played a big role in the win. They're almost a detriment today against this style of bowling attack.
Taken. Rishi Pandey goes, and the first wicket on the board.
Another early exit for Rishi Pandey in this tournament after a very good minor league end for him. He'll be disappointed there. We talked about all the lefties. Well, he was the righty in the middle there. Just didn't quite strike it right.
Couldn't quite believe he picked out the man. Bonde goes for one. It's 2 for 1.
Ange DeVay makes his way to the middle now.
Yeah, I didn't see a lot of Ange DeVay in minor league cricket. This is why we'll see him today. Great look at this. Again, just trying to work it. A little extra turn, maybe a touch of extra bounce, but Bonde, if we're disappointed, really a soft dismissal, you'd say.
Yeah, 100%.
We heard from Sunny Patel that they're going to continue to try new combinations given the fact that they have 2 games today, and Ange DeVay is part of that. Didn't play a game in minor league cricket this year, but he's a big, tall batter who likes to dominate down the ground. Nervy stuff for the Fire early.
Yes, indeed. You know, everybody has to bat on the same surface. But how much of the last innings came down to that, and how much of it came down to just the skill?
Well, there you go. Straight down the ground. A couple bounces over the rope.
You mentioned DeVay likes to be aggressive. He starts off here. Beautiful 4. Just over the bowler's head. Tremendous shot.
It's a real opportunity for DeVay to make a statement. Playing time has been off and on at best, and he's got the shots. And this tricky wicket, if he could put his hand up, it'd be a huge moment. And we'll retain strike, headed into over 2. It's 7 for 1. Nate's solid start here, but the Stallions X will sit there and say, okay, we've taken that initial wicket. We're in a decent position.
Absolutely, taking it with a 3rd ball of the innings. Good start, and not only did they take the wicket, they took the righty out. So that leaves all those finger spinners we talked about. Leaves some lefties for them. There's still a lefty in the middle. So they don't have to really change their plans too much yet. With all the bowling options that this Stallions X team has, I was wondering who would get the ball right here.
Yeah, Kashif Bhatti is going to have it here. Again, another one of these spinning options for Stallions X. Someone who's been a part of the PSL, Bhatti. Going to provide a left arm orthodox option. And for a team that's littered with pace bowlers, they're going to have to wait. No Ehsan Adil, no Ghulam Mudassir, no Hassan Mohsin.
Yeah, they do have a loaded fast bowling attack. We saw with the Chicago Kingsemen coming to Morrisville with all those fast bowlers and just not enough spin. Came back to haunt them a little bit. As you mentioned to Brian earlier, we have so many different wickets across the country because the country's so vast. So we have all these different climates, all these different soils and grasses around the USA. It makes things very interesting.
Straight through him. Yeah, Nate, you're absolutely right. Even your Button Veers, as this one's a wide, there feels like there's different wickets on each ground. Some of the wickets provide so much more bounce than others. It's a real statement to the folks who are maintaining and operating this wonderful facility It's an absolute privilege to have it on the East Coast as well. We've seen, likes of this out in Texas. We've seen some of them on the West Coast, but to have it on the East Coast here in Atlanta, right outside of it, is quite brilliant.
And this sport, it's just so interesting how much the conditions make a difference. They make such a huge difference. It's tough to put together a squad that's going to do good in every open around the country, in every event.
What an over from Bhatti early. Just the run off the wide. It's 8 for 1. Plenty of time for the Atlanta Fire, but you feel as if that required run rate starts to get to 7. It might be very tricky given just this wicket and the tricks it's playing.
Absolutely might be. And you did see in the first innings, Stallions X only lost to 1 wicket in the first 10 overs. A little bit of that was luck. They got lucky, a couple of lucky bounces, but they did do a good job to navigate, and you think they would have wanted to capitalize on that great start. They made the most of the start anyways.
Malanta and Jayasuriya, 2 good friends, have played together in minor league cricket for the Silicon Valley Strikers, and there'll be a little battle brewing on between the two. You see smiles all around.
Nice. Ready, anything, boys.
We've seen a lot of dot balls so far.
Malanta isn't someone who likes to be kept down. He's very aggressive and he gets after you as a bowler. And Jayasuriya knows that, so you can see him 3 deliveries and 3 very different deliveries. First one, flat and quick, fuller. Second one was wider, slower. And the last one pulled the length back. So he continuously is mixing it up for Malanta.
Another dot. We've seen now 11 dots and 1 wide across the last 11 balls.
Remarkable stuff here, and again, this is how you can manufacture scoreboard pressure. Fielder runs back and watches it sail. Does remarkably well to keep it from the rope and save 2 runs.
The suspense there as he flips it up behind himself and waiting for that ball to come down and wondering what would happen to it when it did.
Funny enough, look how high he throws this. It goes straight up, and you're like, oh, that might spin backwards. You have no idea where that's going to land. Just 2 runs from over number 3. The Fire 10 for 1.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
And indeed, when that one is smack. Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
Brilliant start for the Kingsemen, trying to mirror what happened in that first innings, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. Stallions X were at 12 with a loss of 1 after 3.
Oh, doesn't carry. Agonizingly in the air for so long. The base hit the 1 boundary, but since then, has really looked out of sorts.
Absolutely not going to be an easy task. 100's looking like a big number right now.
And that's a big shot in the end. DeVay releases some of that pressure.
Huge 6. We know that DeVay is looking to do this. He's going to take advantage of every chance that he gets to go at it.
That's it. That's the movement. You get your boundary, you get off strike with a single.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Don't keep yourself pinned there for the spinners to have a go at you over and over and over again.
Also, you have Lahito Malanta out there, who's one of the most expressive bats. He'll have the ball coming back into him with the left arm spinner.
Exactly. This is who you want on strike for this bowler.
And you can see Cheyenne Jahangir behind the stumps. He's maneuvering this field, deep mid-wicket and long on. So Bharti cannot afford to provide any bit of width to Malanta. All the spinners today have been so quick through the air. And seemingly that's been the way to bowl on the surface.
Yeah, you don't want to give the batters any time to adapt to what's coming their way. You want to give them time to adjust to any strange hop or turn.
Close of over 4, 17 for 1. Malata signaling from the crease. He is just struggling. You look at the Fire bowling. A lot of wickets for Van Skalkvik, Maksud, and Sunny Patel. And even Stephen Taylor was able to break through. And it was just confirmation of what we were talking about, how the change of pace worked, but also their ability to bowl in that good length spots. And so far, Stallions X have done something very similar and has kept DeVay and Malanta bogged down. DeVay, though, has gotten off to a good start in 8-12 from 13. You like the position he's in.
Yeah, I definitely do. He's playing a similar role here to Arya Kananta. And in that first innings, Arya survived for a long time, but he had that aggressive intent. Built that very good partnership with Sharad Lumba that accounted for most of the runs of the team.
Lahito Malanta's getting some work done just ahead of us. He was grabbing his neck at the close of the last over. And he's got it looks to be someone acting as a chiropractor. I'm not going to say he's a chiropractor, but someone with that kind of skill set, working out that neck and that upper back area.
Yeah, hopefully he'll make his way over to our tent soon.
Harsh, what do you have there? What do you have, Harsh? Ah, a little kava. He's been a busy bee, Harsh has, trying to get everybody some food and trying to set up this entire event. And again, this event has been absolutely brilliant, from the production quality to what we've seen happen on the field. The fact that there's 4 concurrent games happening right now, Nate, all of them are streamable. They're all there to watch on the MLC network.
Oh, it's brilliant. This facility this is my first time here at the Paramount Cricket Complex, and I'm impressed with it. It seems like it's buzzing. There's so much going on right now all around us. See the mowers going, you see golf carts zooming around.
Usman Khalid has the ball. Another one of the left arm spinners. Oh, well stopped. Good left hand, Ehsan Adil.
Very well stopped there by Ehsan. I wonder when we see him come in.
He likes this. He's a big fan. Not many people talk about his quality of fielding, but that left hand, that outstretched left hand, left a smile on his face. And he's still talking about it. And why not, Ihsan? You deserve to talk about it. Did you ever stop anything one-handed?
Oh yeah, all the time.
All the time. That's a regular day in the office for you.
All the time.
So you've been showing Ihsan Adil how it's done?
No, I'm not showing him anything. He's got it. He's got it locked down over there.
You might need to see a clip of you saving something one-handed, or just during the break.
Nah, we don't have to do that.
Oh no! I want to compare. I want to compare the two videos.
I don't have to. No, we're not going to do that. I don't have the right shoes.
Excellently well placed from Malanta. Great recognition of the smaller boundary.
Too short there. We talked about Malanta's aggression, or his ability to be aggressive, pick out his shot. Does a good job there of getting low. So quick. He's got such quick hands.
So dangerous having the ball coming back in to Malanta with the smaller boundary to his leg side. It really just keeps your options as a bowler to a minimum. And you see the field now has to be set there. Long on, deep backwards square.
We've seen Lahiru Malanta in MLC. We've seen him in the BPL, I believe. And also in the NPL, playing all over the place.
Yeah, it's a very hot commodity.
Quick change, boys, quick change.
Maybe one of the more underrated batters in the country, you would think, if not for just the sheer depth of wicketkeeper batters up top of the order in the USA, he would be clamoring around into that USA team. There's one of your options right there. He's got the USA helmet on, Sayan Jahangir. And the reason he's in the team is because of his versatility. Able to come and bat at number 5, 6, and 7.
He is up to the task for just about any role that he's been given. He's done a tremendous job for USA Cricket. Just a fun guy to be around as well.
Mammoth 6. Anj Dave, welcome to the Atlanta Open.
What a shot right there. You're going to have to go through the gate to get that one around that fence. But Anj Dave, his second 6 of the innings. This one, the most impressive for sure.
Just a hair wide. That's all it was from Usman Khan, just fractionally. And Dave needed no second invitation. Small side, big side, he says, I can clear any rope.
He absolutely walloped that right now with 19 runs.
Giving the selector something to think about. Remember, it wasn't someone who was consistently being picked. And Noviraj Vagela today. Looks like this could be an option. And a real option for the Atlanta Fire going forward. Oh, can't do that. Fortunate it didn't cost any runs, but with only 78 left to go get, you can't afford the missed fields. Close of 5, 29 for 1.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarik Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
It's been all spin for the Stallions X, but making a change now. First signs of seam. And because there's a fast bowler starting to warm up, we said, all right, let's bring a fast bowler into the combo box. Brian Walters, Welcome to second innings.
I saw that one coming all the way up Highway 411.
Look.
Good afternoon, Aman Patel.
Well, we had the off spinner, Nate Hayes. Their bowling spin. It only felt right. There's Ahad Malik warming up. The second wicket were to fall. Remember, for Stallions X, Brian, me and you were on call for this. They lost their second wicket with 72 runs on the board. And from there, all out for 106.
They will not in any way be happy with that. That's a huge collapse of epic proportions and essentially turned what was warming up to be a mouth-watering contest into a bit of a one-sided match halfway through. But both teams need to bat. And you've seen some evidence that the two teams are still neck to neck. End of over number 5, the Stallions X had 25 runs, 29 for the Atlanta Fire. So you're still neck and neck, and you're wanting to make sure that you continue going through your disciplines here.
Adil, highly skillful major leaguer in his own right. Fielder, over him. Curious the signal. It's 6 and just enough.
I'll tell you what, as to the big side of the field, about 71 yards, Aman, my initial impression was that the fielder was in about 4 yards. Had he been back on the rope, he probably catches this chest height, or chest high.
Huge swing that. Chance to see the back of Malanta. Goes a begging.
Essa Nadil is the type of seam bowler who would be able to take advantage of a wicket like this. You see evidence of a lot of lateral movement. He typically cuts the ball both directions, moves it off the seam. So it would seem, as we see here, ooh, that is a no ball. Signaled as a no ball, and I don't see in fact, there's a signal from the umpire is going to be a free hit. You can't afford anything remotely close to that, Aman, when you're defending, almost did it again, when you're defending a score of only 107.
The turn to pace hasn't worked as of yet. And Ansh Dave, who's climbed into a couple monster sixes, has a free hit. For good measure, Ansh Dave.
Well, it's a free hit, so he can throw the kitchen sink at it. You know that he's going to do just that. For me, just maybe not quite as full as Esanadil wanted it to be. Went with a slower delivery and left it in the slot and drilled down the ground. That is a sweet strike. Just not a slug. It's right through the line and hitting it cleanly down the ground for 6.
14 runs from the over.
So what I'd started saying, Aman, is that he's the kind of bowler, Sanadil, who moves it off the seam in both directions. And the pitch, at least for the spinners, appears to be offering movement, lateral movement. But you saw Shadley Van Skogvik with some lateral movement. You saw Fani Simhadri. So imagine those two bowlers, but at 6'5" and much quicker. That's the kind of bowling that you'd think you'd be able to get from Esanadil. So despite the heavy scoring in this over 14 with 2 balls remaining, it would seem to be the type of pace bowler who would get benefit from bowling on this wicket.
There's your benefit. Not given. Not given. Convinced is everyone a part of the Stallions X group.
Umpire Ravi Balasubramaniam disagrees with 11 men in blue. And there are a ton of double teapots all the way around, not the least of which is Esanadil himself. Esanadil did not even bother turning around to appeal. He was already celebrating. And I think, obviously, we don't have the technology to say whether or not it was an edge, but it was. We can say this. It was at least close to the bat.
No question. It didn't seem to be a noise from our vantage point, but I thought on the replay maybe a seam got scrambled, but that, again, is so minute, and we can do that because we have such a great crew that gives us a production that can slow it down to 25%, but to see that in real time, can't argue. If there's any doubts, you've got to tie, you got to go to the batter.
So that would have been a big wicket, but certainly not dismissed. Last ball coming up here in the power play.
Probably a bit high.
No question that that's highest on the dill. Letting Ansh Dave know a little bit about what his thoughts are of that penultimate delivery of that over. End of the power play. It's an interesting one, an expensive one. 14 runs coming from it as we see this replay again. Yeah, that's bouncing over the top. Missed the front pad, hit the back leg, but that's above the pad entirely. I think that might have hit him on the thigh pad. So, again, an interesting over. End of over number 6, 43 for 1.
Needed that wicket, Isanadil, especially after the way that over started. You get Ansh Dave, it just might turn the game on its head a bit. You bring in a new batter, tough place, and you make it look very different as conditions are seemingly changing. Brian, wind has started to pick up. It's starting to get much cooler. It's very different than it was maybe just 15 minutes ago.
That's exactly right. Earlier we had chatted off air about the weather, and it looked as though somewhere around 1 o'clock local time is when you might see a change in the weather, with possibly some rain showers entering and a little bit more wind and a little bit more, let's call it overcast conditions. Looking to take advantage of that here as Tajinder Singh comes into the attack.
And we talked about the 3 off spinners available for the left-handers. Tajinder Singh, he rates his bowling, and why not? He's taken major league wickets, taken minor league wickets, and he's here in the Atlanta Open with the ball in hand. Now, with all that being said, Brian, it's not that he can't be taken advantage of. We saw that on first hand.
We did. He will want to forget the last over that he bowled in the minor league season. 15 runs came from the one over that he bowled, so he certainly can score off of him.
A brilliant start for the Tajinder. He's one of these crafty part-time spinners who, again, might not have the wide array of skills out of the hand, but just reads the wicket and conditions very well.
That's certainly the observation, and sometimes we tend to overcomplicate the sport. If you're bowling on a tricky wicket, get the ball just short of driving length and let the wicket do the work for you, and I think that that would be the lesson here for Tajinder.
Short third is just taking a couple steps up. That's the beautiful part about the Atlanta Open. Everyone is friends, and they all see this gamesmanship. Jayasuriya does well.
Jayasuriya did that very casually, but that was not an easy piece of fielding. First of all, the outfield in that area is a little bit rough. Talked about that earlier. And he got that on the short hop. That easily could have gotten by him moving to his left. He's a right-handed thrower. That could have gotten by him for 4.
What's been so impressive about this partnership for me, Brian, is that Ansh Dave has almost carried it. He's allowed Malanta to settle in.
What's next, sir?
Could be danger. Could be real danger. Put down. Never easy running back. Did all the hard work and can't cash in Asif Mahmood.
You nailed it. Running backward from his position at mid-on, the ball is swirling. Talked about the fact that the wind is picking up now. You can see the tent above us flapping in the wind, so that would not have been an easy catch. But here you see on that replay, just not quite able to judge it. He called for it, which is what you want. You want somebody to take charge, but having taken charge, he might have wished that he would have taken that catch. So they end up with a single off of that last ball of the over. Over number 7 is in the books. Score is 47 for 1.
Hunch 27 of 23, and again, he's not someone who's a regular member of this Fire 11, but he's making a case that it should change. Mahmoud puts one down and gets the ball in his hand. What do you make of the change of seamer here, Brian?
Well, you don't have, at least in my mind, the off-spin resources to bowl as many overs of spin as the Atlanta Fire did. So eventually you have to go to the Pacers. Asif Mahmoud is more of a hit-the-deck type of bowler. Brings the heat, brings with pace. This is not necessarily a Pacers wicket today, so maybe won't be as effective on the type of wicket that we saw yesterday, where there's a lot more on offer pace and bounce-wise.
The one part of that would be, you look at Azim Chirania, yes, a spinner, but how quickly was he bowling and the amount of cuts and bounce he was receiving. Maybe Mahmoud, as he looks to bang it in, is able to extract something. Maybe not extra bounce, but maybe that variable bounce, maybe an extra bit of cut and sideways movement.
Well, the job is to bowl out the Atlanta Fire. I don't think you win this game any other way. They're 46% of the way toward the target, just out of the power play, needing to score at the rate of 4.52 and over from here. And so 4.52 and over, to me, translates to you needing to bowl out a strong batting side. And yes, you've seen the adventurous Ansh Dave so far, 28 from 24. He was put down and possibly could have been adjudged caught behind. But it's going to be up to the strong batting side to take charge and go forth and take this victory. And the opposite side of that coin is that you have to bowl them out if you're the Stallions X.
And the opportunities given to Ansh Dave, again, are so important, not just because of Dave's wicket, but the time he's allowed Malanta to have in the middle. He's played 19 deliveries, he's played maybe one big shot, and that wasn't off the middle of the bat, which is so just not like Malanta. Delicate. Good work at third.
It's delicate on another day that goes off the on the edge back onto the stumps. Little bit of inconsistent bounce, and that was played with the angled bat away from his body. So easily that could potentially have gone back onto the stumps. So he might consider himself lucky there, Lahir Malanta. And I'm thinking if he had that shot to play again, he wanted to play it a little bit more of an aggressive shot, or get his front foot across to the pitch a little bit more.
Shine Jahangir maneuvering the field for Ansh Dave. Down leg. And the brilliant part, again, of having Malanta out there is that even on that, where Dave would be having his heart in his mouth, oh, I got to hit my pad, Malanta said, yeah, just come through. Look, right here, look at this thing. Yeah, come. You're good. And again, that's the beautiful part about this partnership. Malanta's maturity, but then Dave's aggressiveness has allowed this to flourish.
Very much so. And I think you've seen evidence of that here. You're at the point where you've gotten past the 50, by the way, 50 on the board. 2 deliveries remaining in over number 8. So you only have another 56 to score off of all of 74 balls.
Oh, wow. Malanta just plays that pickup beautifully well.
Lovely shot to bring up the 50 partnership. Maybe a little bit too close and too straight to Lahir Malanta. You bowl at his body at your peril. He's very strong on the leg side and just pivoting. Not a full-blooded pull shot, just helping it over the leg side. That angle from around the wicket assists in him playing that shot, and you can pick that off all day if you're Lahir Malanta.
He's got so much time on his hands. He plays the ball so late. That if you're slightly and fractionally off on your line, pounces. Picks out backward point. Can you believe it?
Tell you what, well, the previous shot was a bad line and it resulted in 4. This for me is a much better line outside the line of off stump. Catcher in position and a straightforward catch just to his right at backward point. Traveling probably not nearly as fast or as hard as Lahir Malanta can play those shots. And I think he'll want to have that one back. That's one that you either elevate over the top of that player or you keep it down. Did neither, just finding backward point with a pretty simple, a soft dismissal. Disappointing for Lahir Malanta. That's the second wicket. 55 for 2 at the end of the over. We'll see the replay here again.
Like you said, just wasn't really committed either way. And now it means that new man comes out. Ahad Malik, the hero of yesterday's game for the Atlanta Fire, 55 for 2 at the close of 8. Had an unbeaten half century yesterday. Really teed off in chasing a total down. He'll have to do it yet again today.
The advantage for him, Ahad Malik, is that much of the hard work has already been done. The top 2 wickets, not absolutely thrilled that those wickets have fallen, but you're more than halfway toward the target, and you're only needing to score a little more than 4 runs and over. You can score 4 runs and over in your sleep in modern day cricket. And so you just have to tell yourself, look, we pick up 4 singles and over, we win this game inside the 19th over. You know, throw in a couple of wides, maybe a bad ball here or there that gets hit for 4. But the job is to simply just be positive without being reckless. Singles alone can win you this game.
And how important now is Unstave's wicket? You've put him down. You got unlucky once, you would say. You take his wicket, 2 new bats, a whole new ball game.
You've gotten, as you said, a life. Difficult catch, but definitely one that at this level you expect to be taken. And then, what do you do with that life is the question. And how do you go on and push on from your good fast start, 29 from 26? Do you maintain that level of aggression that you have now? Or do you maybe downshift a little bit and just make sure that, again, with only 4 runs and over to get, that you can just go ahead and just keep picking up singles and winning this game?
Well, Ahad Malik is very much an individual who likes to run. He'll get himself into some real funky scenarios trying to push for 2s. So expect more running to come. And that should steady that pressure after the fall of wicket of Malanta.
You like seeing that huge stride forward, getting to the pitch, making sure that the footwork is all in tune, and making sure that whatever you do, you don't allow that delivery to get past you. Ball turning away from you, so it's to your advantage to get all the way to the pitch. And you saw evidence of it being done there by Ahad Malik.
Given. They can't believe it, but Tajinder Singh is brought through the breakthrough.
I want to see on the replay here to see what umpire Isan Moulay saw, but from our angle here, man, that height-wise, it appears to me to be hitting the top of the stumps. Let's see what we can pick up on this angle. So the only question would be whether or not it was going down. Tajinder Singh didn't think so. Neither did umpire Isan Moulay. So that is wicket number 3. As they say, man, 1 brings 2. And another wicket here maybe brings a slight wobble to the batting order of the Atlanta Fire.
57 for 3. Yeah, that wobble you mentioned brings out Sunny Patel. So interesting that they've elected to go to the captain. Here's another look. Here's why he's in. It's definitely hit him in the back of that leg. Again, our angle slightly off center, but if he's making that stride across to off stump, then there's definitely a case that that's going to hit middle and leg.
No question. And the other thing to do is watch for the keeper. If the keeper is going all the way down the leg side, then you know that that ball is probably slipping down. He was not going in that direction, Shine Jahangir. So all of that to me adds up at minimum to the idea or to the eventuality of that ball hitting the leg stump.
There's Jamar Hamilton just getting back to the dugout. He would have been getting some treatment. And now he'll have to go and put the pads on. So maybe that's the reason that Sunny Patel's out there. Maybe not by plan, but by circumstance.
Now, the situation that you would like, if you're Jamar Hamilton, is to come in with about, I don't know, 30, 40 runs to get, and then you go crazy and hit a few sixes and be done with this game in a couple of overs. Don't think it's quite good to go like that, though.
Little misfield there. Sunny Patel, though, he's a very capable bat in Major League Cricket. MI New York actually really rate him with the bat. They bat him right there in the middle as a leg spinner. And here in minor league cricket, he's very proficient. Remember, for a season, was the captain of the Atlanta Lightning and actually come and bat at number 4, number 5 pretty consistently. So not an unusual place to see Sunny Patel.
Well, as captain, he has to grab the bull by the horns, lead from the front, all of the cliches that you want to throw at the captain, but he knows that this partnership is important. You also know that you have a very big cushion. Again, a very fast start from the opener, not both openers, but you certainly had a good partnership for the second wicket of 53. And currently, you just have to maintain that aggression without being reckless. Make sure that you just keep pushing on toward that target. That is the end of over number 9, 58 for 3.
More seam from the south end of the ground. All that's required from Patel and Malik here is this against Asif Mahmood. There's no pressure to put boundaries on the board.
None whatsoever. Going into over number 10 now. And again, you've had your primary spin bowlers, Shanjai Suri and Kashif Bhatti, open the bowling. They've each had 2 overs remaining. Usman Khan bowled 1. He still has 3, but you know that you have to get through a few overs of spin. I'm sorry, of pace. And so you can do worse than having Ehsan Adil and Asif Mahmood to bowl. But in the circumstances where you are now, you absolutely need one of them to stand up and be counted here.
And this is a situation that suits both of these batters. They're not at least in Sonny Patel's case, he's not the most explosive individual, but he'll go at 100 strike rate and then can operate the odd boundary. Malik likes to take his time to get in. His first 10 to 15 deliveries are usually singles, and then he'll start to bring out the sweeps and the reverse sweeps and the wide repertoire he has. No ball. Oversteps, and Sonny Patel have a free swing.
Oh, if all the things that you do not need, this is the one you do not need the most. He's protesting, but I don't think you're going to get umpire Ravi Balasubramaniam to overrule his own call. And this should tell the story. What is the version of the protest? I'm exactly not sure what the complaint would be. And he's still out there protesting. The replay there shows clearly that he was overstepping by, from me, probably an inch and a half. Not a whole lot. But something has to come down behind that line, and certainly not the case here for Asif Mahmood.
Free hit now for Sonny Patel. Nearly. The odd bounce probably saved Sonny Patel the thought. I think he made it home, but good effort and long off.
Certainly good efforts. Free hit doesn't necessarily hurt you, but the extra run and the extra ball does. And so when you're defending a really small total, and again, you only need another 45 runs with 7 wickets in hand, 63 balls in which to get them. That, to me, is a situation that requires absolute discipline from your bowlers. You cannot give up any extras, particularly not no balls.
Shift in the field here. There's left-hander on strike, so they've asked him to go big through mid-wicket and cow corner to the bigger end of the ground. Beautifully timed, you have to say, Brian. Haven't seen too many times better than that today.
That's a good-looking shot. That is the prettiest shot that you'll see for no run. Good high front arm punched into the offside from Ahad Malik. Wanting to make sure that he keeps doing that, though. Maybe you open the face just a little bit to get it wide of that fielder short extra cover.
No fielder there. Fielder in the deep had been pushed so far up. That's what I was confused by. Because Mahmood likes to bang it in, that fielder just feels well too straight, Jayasuriya.
Not only is he too straight, I wouldn't mind seeing Jayasuriya about half, and I think they may have they may have heard us here because Jayasuriya is now dropping back. I would suspect that he dropped back to about 3/4 of the way. Now, that does leave a huge gap. There's a straightish mid-wicket, almost like a wideish mid-on, but there's a big gap of about maybe a 40-degree slice on the leg side where you can get runs if you'd like, if you are Ahad Malik.
They've brought in the third and sent back long on as well. Close of 10. It's 64 for 3.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
Welcome back. We got a game on our hands right now. It's getting very interesting here. Atlanta Fire 64 with a loss of 3 after 10. Stallions X trying to pull themselves back into this.
And they're going to try first with Tajinder Singh. Right arm off spinner. My apologies. It's not going to be Tajinder Singh. It is going to be Kashif Bhatti. He's bowled 2 overs so far. Now bowling over number 11, his third left arm orthodox.
You'll remember Bhatti earlier on conceded just 8 runs in his 2 overs. It's been a tough day for batters. Malik, as you saw earlier with the beautiful dot ball shot that he played, he looks like he's in good form. He came out of yesterday. He was absolutely tremendous yesterday, the player of the match.
So what Ahad Malik needs to understand, and it is clear that he does, is that you do not need to be a superhero today. There will be other opportunities, maybe yesterday being one, where you need to be a superhero, need to put that cape on. Here, you need a pedestrian 4.24 and over.
Definitely going down the leg a little bit there.
And so there, the moral of the story is you work it into the gaps. You pick the 1s up and you pick the 2s up when they present themselves. Punish the bad balls if you get them. But my goodness, this is relatively straightforward. And you will know that under these circumstances, just normal, proper, aggressive, when I say aggressive, I mean positive cricket wins you this game.
Talked about all the finger spin options the Stallions X team has from pretty much from both sides. You got the lefty-righty batting partnership up there. I think that's working very well in Atlanta Fire's favor right now. This is the thing, just rotate strike. There's no pressure right here. You don't want to give yourself pressure by staying pinned. And that's the end of the over. The Fire 68 from 3. Hey, there we are. Just a beautiful day here at the Paramveers Cricket Complex. Brian, we've had some wonderful weather when the game's been on.
When the game's been on, as I said earlier, a fair amount of rain last night. And I think that you will have seen that the ground staff did an amazing job to be able to get this game underway. A little bit of trickiness in the pitch, but makes for, I think, a really exciting close to this match. Maybe a little premature to be talking about close to the match. Tajinder Singh coming in now to bowl his 3rd over.
He's taking the 1 wicket for 7 runs in his 2 overs so far. So he's been very effective. And this is who he's in there for, the lefty, Ahad Malik. We talked about rotating strike and the importance of that. Malik likes to run. He will get off to a start immediately. And if he doesn't, he's there you go. He stands his ground.
Scoring at the rate of just over a run a ball throughout the innings. 68 runs on the board, so you have, after that dot ball, another 52 balls to face, but just 39 runs needed to get. So you've already exceeded the scoring rate that you need, based mostly on that 2nd wicket partnership for 53.
Straight. Shehan can't get to it. It's 4 runs.
It's an interesting shot. He went onto the back foot to play that shot, Ahad Malik, so his weight was definitely going back when he played it, but he just muscles it down the ground. He gets it straight enough that Shehan Jayasuriya over at Long On could not get to it. So good piece of work. Maybe a little bit of, I don't know whether or not pressure was building, but you certainly want to be able to see that happen
Still to come, Atlanta have plenty of firepower on the bench. I want to take this partnership as deep as they possibly can. Yesterday, we saw Zishan Maksud batting in this position that Sonny's in. And it with a dot, only 4 on the over, but not very far to go, only 35 needed. 72 were a loss of 3 after 12.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
So looking back to the first innings after 11, Stallions X were 72 with a loss of 1. They lost 9 wickets from that point until the second ball of the 20th over. So anything can happen here.
You're exactly right. And as long as we're looking back to the first innings when the Stallions X were batting at the end of over number 12, they had 76 runs. 72 here, so slightly behind in terms of the pace that was set by the Stallions X, but my goodness, what a big collapse that you just referenced. And so you can't really use that as a guideline to state where exactly the team should be. Going around the leg side here, should be a couple of runs down the line.
You can see Malik runs so well, gets back for 3 on that.
Wow.
He was halfway to the third run before Sonny had all the way turned around.
You certainly get that 3 runs. That's not easy under these circumstances. Boy, it's a gift from God too, because again, you just need ones and you get 3 in one delivery. A little bit of a loose delivery going down the leg side from Usman Khan.
Once again, this one will just be 2.
So this time, the left-handed Ahad Malik playing the reverse sweep, going down the legs, or what would have been his offside, but play the reverse sweep. So essentially, he's playing it as a right-handed sweeping on the leg side. So 5 runs from the first 2 balls here. A good positive start to the over.
Usman went for 11 in his first over. This one 5 so far off of 3. So a bit expensive in this context. This one will be hit safely. It's going to roll away for 4 runs. A big over.
Once again, the reverse sweep. And it got off the previous shot, went for a couple. This time he hits it a little bit finer and gets it a little bit further away from the fielder, running back from short third for another boundary. So you've gotten to the point now where there's just 26 runs needed. Feels like the pressure that had been building in the last 2 or 3 overs, for the most part, has been alleviated with this fast start to over number 13.
Only 26 needed right now. You just need to keep it ticking over. 2 balls left in the over that's already going for 9. Straight. And well struck. It'll just be 2.
So a couple more runs, 11 from the over so far. My goodness, if you're looking at 4s to win the match and you concede 11 from 5 balls, that certainly puts you in the driver's seat. Just another 24 needed now.
Over the fielder. They're going to get 2 again. Big over here for Atlanta Fire. Takes all the pressure off. 13 from it. 85 for 3. Anything busier than this facility might be the road next to us.
Well, yesterday when we were playing on the westernmost pitch, pitch number 1, a lot more conducive to pace bowling, and as they say, the harder it came, the harder it went. A lot of balls ending up across the street, going across Highway 411. Rashawn Primus and a couple of other big names, Daniel Lamb being another, who put the ball out there a few times.
I was very happy to see Rashawn Primus's name in this tournament. He is so much fun to watch. He hits the ball miles. He bowls fast and aggressively.
Yes. Well, he's built like a middle linebacker. That's the first thing.
He's built like a middle linebacker back when there was a lot of running.
Just over 3 and over needed now, so we alluded to it a couple of times. The pressure pretty much has all been taken off. This partnership just now building. It's up to 29. And it's Kashif Bhatti who's bowling his last over number 14. Starting to run out of options here, Stallions X.
This will be the second time where the Fire have gone through kind of a tricky batting situation. And with Malik leading the way, he's really factored in today. You see Sonny with the helmet off right there, both of them with the helmets off. This is how you build a brand. You gotta let everyone see your face. Caught. What a great catch. But is it too late?
Well, it's a great catch. Some of the most difficult catches to take are flat toward you in the outfield. And this probably never got more than 20 feet in the air. Sinking as it got to Tajinder Singh in the deep, but he took it around maybe knee height, going to the ground to complete the catch. And for me, that is a great catch. Well judged. And wicket number 4, partnership broken. Partnership worth 30 for the 4th wicket. As you said, is this a little bit too late?
Well, he was very well taken and very well cushioned after the catch with a nice roll, nice controlled roll. And here comes Pup, Jamar Hamilton. And we are used to seeing him coming out to the middle at this type of phase and just blasting it.
I said earlier that right after Jamar Hamilton got off of the trainer's table, that the perfect scenario for him would be to come in with about 30 runs remaining and then just throw his bat. I was off by about 20 runs, 10 runs rather. It's just 20 runs needed. But Jamar Hamilton is the type of batter who can finish this game in about 5 or 6 balls. And you don't necessarily have to do that here, but I don't know that he's going to curb his natural aggression for the moment.
You do have 6 wickets in hand, but we saw a bunch of them fall quickly in the first innings. Maybe he'll give himself a couple of balls before he gives it a go. Always fun to watch. Saw him in the field today, usually with the gloves, but throwing himself all around the ground. And that was some authoritative cut shot there. Get 2 from that.
Well played. So you don't have to be ultra aggressive, and maybe you don't want to do it to the left-handed finger spinner Kashif Bhatti. This is going to be his last ball, so there's no reason to take him on in the deep on the leg side, because then you'll be hitting against the turn. But that cut shot, exactly what you need under these circumstances.
Well, this is gone for sure. You might not want to take him on, but maybe you do.
Wow. Huge hit down the ground. Absolutely straight as an arrow. That brings up the 95th run. Just another 2 of those, and this game is finished. Nate Hayes, end of over number 14, 95 for 4.
Look at where that one landed. A good 12 yards over the line. And Malik is pleased, as are we. to see Jamar Hamilton in good form. Well, this is what he did in the minor league cricket final on Sunday. Came in and just scored a nice little cameo. He did it all through the Super 8. See our cameraman over there. We have such a great crew here today, Oman.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. The pictures and the entire coverage. On a bright sunny day like today, he's got to put something over the display monitor. Got to follow that ball at all costs.
Now, Tajinder will take a go at the left-handed Malik. Malik 21 from 21 right now. Yesterday was the player of the match. Helping the Fire on the difficult surface over there on field 5 yesterday. Chased down what looked like a pretty big target of 151, considering the conditions. He just did what he's done today.
Yeah, when you look at the Atlanta Fire and you look at the individuals that they play, so many different guys can stand up and be stars. And so far, Ahad Malik has been the star with the bat in hand for the Atlanta Fire through their first 2 games.
And he absolutely has been. And he'll turn this one around the corner and he'll race away for 4 runs as well. As this game's getting shorter and shorter. 99 right now.
And it's just his ability to, again, find gaps in relatively easy fashion. Doesn't have to take too much risk. And on that shot there, again, it's just a swivel. Slightly short, slightly the wrong line, knowing a deep backward square, and uses the pace of Tajinder Singh to his advantage.
Just played so smart the last couple of days. Been a real team effort here for the Atlanta Fire. Everybody taking a wicket in the first innings. They've gotten the partnerships when they've needed them in the second.
Especially after the shaky start that they got off to. Remember, you lose Rishi Pandey early. You thought, oh boy, this is a game. This is a game. You know, the Kingsmen have plenty of bowlers. Excuse me, the Stallions have plenty of bowlers up their sleeve. And the recovery attempt from Ansh Dave, from Sunny Patel, from Ahad Malik have been quite brilliant.
This one gets through as Jamar takes a whale of a whack at it. And 100 is up there after 15 overs. 100 for 4, only 7 needed. See a healthy attempt at that one from Jamar Hamilton. He comes up with air. Getting some turn and bounce.
Shirad Lumba gonna try his arm and try his exploits. Surprised to not have seen him bowl at this point yet.
Yeah, it is a bit surprising. He's been quite good with the ball in minor league. It's well placed, straight. Just gonna go for 2 as Jamar hustles back hard. And Malik has found a willing running partner for sure in Jamar Hamilton.
Yeah, when you play with Ahad Malik, you're going to have to run. And you're going to have to run hard. There's no question. You sign up knowing that. But luckily, Jamar Hamilton is so quick between the stumps in his own right. Again, I thought Lumba would have had the ball by now. You got a lot of lefties on play. You have a pitch that is aiding the spinners. And you have someone who's very smart. Now you have just 5 runs left to get. It just feels too little too late.
you're right. We've seen so many times Sherrod Lumba call his own number as the captain of that Baltimore Royals team in minor league. And he's bowling with some tremendous spinners in that bowling attack. He gives them so many options with his ability to bowl, as many as 4 overs in innings. That's the quality that he brings.
And yes, obviously there's so many bowling options on the Stallions X squad. You mentioned the ones that have bowled. Your Jai Sarias, your Kashyap Bardis, Osman Khalid, Ehsan Adil, Asif Mahmood, and Tajinder Singh. But you would have thought that you could have just snuck in 1 over of Lumba early. Just give yourself more spinners, create more pressure. He's terrific with the new ball as well. The amount of drift that he can get, and really it's just seam up, swing. It just feels like a missed opportunity for the Stallions. X.
Tomorrow, watch this. It's a wide. We're inching closer and closer to the finish line.
Catch it!
And Jamar wants to cross that finish line on this ball, and they will. 4 runs. Atlanta Fire chased it down in 15.4.
Done.
And these two were terrific, but Malik, what a job he did there for the team, guiding them through these difficult overs.
Yeah, run a ball 29, quite brilliant. And again, I don't think that his contributions can go understated, especially just given the fact that he, again, played with so much maturity in a situation that just got a bit more pressuresome.
And what about the youngster, Dave? How good was he with the bat, too? Pouncing on anything loose. The bowling side here did quite good for Atlanta Fire as well. Everybody taking a wicket.
And the Fire, again, get to cruise to victory here. And this will be a huge game because it would almost guarantee them that bye in this weekend's matchup in these weekend tournaments. So you look at the Atlanta Fire with the bat. Again, Ahad Malik, 29 off 29, coupled with Ansh Devez, 29. The big keys there in chasing this total down and keeping things in the right direction. Shout out Lehido Malanta for just being able to steady the ship at one end as well. But with the ball, Nate, it just never felt that the Stallions X were quite in the game.
Just never really felt like they had the right combination out there. Shihan looked pretty good, took a wicket. Bhatti with a wicket, Tajinder Singh, Asif Mahmood, but not the right combinations. A lot of that had to do with the lefty-righty batting partnerships that we had. It really made it difficult to know who to attack. And Atlanta Fire did just such a great job navigating those difficult innings.
And it means also there's some less pressure now going into their second game of the day. They'll have another game to play, and they'll be able to just breathe a sigh of relief knowing that they've claimed a win early and, again, almost guaranteed that bye. Brian Walters, he's somewhere around. He's got Cheyenne Jaisaria with him, and we'll have a listen to him.
Here with the captain of Stallions X, Cheyenne Jahangir. A little bit less pleasant conversation today versus yesterday because your team finished second today. Where in your mind did you fall short?
I think we lacked a few runs. I think having a few wickets, more than 8 wickets in hand in the last 10 overs. I think if we played proper cricket, I think we would have finished at 140, 145, and that's always a very good total on this kind of wicket when it's ripping and spinning through the 20 overs. So I think our batters need to assess and play to the situation and get some runs to make it easy for the bowlers as well.
Talk about that, because in our mind the wicket looked to be very tricky, but you got off to a fast start. You had what was adjudged to have been a 4 but was actually a 6. doesn't matter. In the big context of this game, it doesn't matter. But you got to a fast start, and again, you were 72 for 1 with, I think, maybe 9.5 overs left. So that collapse probably hurt you a little bit.
Yes, for sure. The collapse hurt us a little bit. The guys who were in the middle, they are big game players. They capture their moments whenever they get the opportunity. But today wasn't their day for them. But hopefully they can rock back in the second game of the day and deliver.
Now, you did build yourself a pretty nice platform yesterday because you won inside 12 overs, so you had a massive, or you have a massive net run rate advantage. How much does that matter the rest of the tournament?
We're gonna assess in the end. It's still two more games left for us. We're gonna go one game first and then see what happens tomorrow, what the situation is on the table. But right now, we're just trying to play good cricket and win the game of cricket.
Best of luck to you the rest of the way.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Back to you in the studio.
Great to hear from Cheyenne Jahangir and Brian Walters. Nate, this was a game that, again, you felt that the Fire were ahead of straight away.
Yeah, everybody kind of did a little bit here for the Fire. None of the numbers are going to stick out to you, but yeah, the Fire had control of it right away.
Except for this kind of one moment. The Rishi Pandey wicket early was huge, but Ansh Dave came in and absolutely dominated. A couple big sixes, a couple boundaries. It allowed Lahiru Malanta to settle into the game, and I think his 29 runs were so crucial because, again, he's a young kid who could have easily faulted, but instead he's able to build a partnership with the stylish left-hander.
Anytime you have a U21 who can come in and make a difference like Dave did, it's definitely a huge plus for your team. It gives you a really good chance to win. We saw him wallop a couple, just absolutely smashed anything that he could get his bat on. And obviously, Lahiru, what a great partnership that was.
Yeah, again, Lahiru was brilliant, started to find his way into some gears and took advantage of some of the sloppiness from the seamers of Stallions X. This was the for sure shout from Ehsan Adil that was given not out. That would have been the big question, but then get some back-to-back deliveries with a shout. Again, they were challenging. They were into an area, but it was all about what the Fire were doing with the bat. And Lahiru Malanta looked absolutely brilliant again just as he settled in. But as he got going, picked up backward point, and then Ansh Dave goes right after. And it was off to Captain Sunny Patel and Ahad Malik to ease the tension. And again, those mistakes just kept piling on top of the Stallions X.
Yeah, when you're trying to defend a low total, you can't really have extras. Malik, once again, he was brilliant yesterday, and today he really did the job, did everything that they needed him to do to get him over the line. See this wonderful catch here.
And then Jamar Hamilton comes in and does what he does best. A couple of boundaries to close things out alongside the Ahad Malik, and that partnership carried the Fire over the line, and seemingly they will feel very comfortable in their positioning now. Brian Walters, he's got the entire committee stationed with him. Let's go over to him and see what he's got.
Don't know if it's the entire committee, but we have a 2-for-1 special. We have the player of the match, Zishan Maksood, and Coach Monte Desai. Zishan Maksood, congratulations being player of the match. So, Mr. Maksood, you said no hard questions. I'll give you any hard ones. I'll ask you this. Tell me about the pitch and how much it suited your type of bowling.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank management, the Atlanta Fire. They gave me the opportunity to showcase my skills. Definitely, this my hometown. I play here whole season, so I know that wickets kind of suits my bowling. So I just bowl a little tight. I don't want to give air, so that is helping me right now.
I'll ask you one more question. You look like you don't want to answer anymore. But let me ask you this. Because you said this is your home ground, the Stallions X, when they were batting, they were 72 for 1. But your spinners essentially took the game away from them.
Yeah, because we are strict to our plans. We don't want to bowl, loose ones. With the fielding, with the plan we got from the coach, and the captain, we just want to apply that. So we just bowl tight, and they just give us the wickets. Simple.
Nice and easy. Yeah. Good talking to you, Zishan. Back to you. Oh, in fact, wait, before we do that, we're going to call over somebody who has a pretty big smile on his face. You are the winning captain, sir. Tell me about how you feel, particularly as it relates to the fact that you were able to chase down a total that was not necessarily difficult, but tricky.
Yeah, morning games over here are a bit tricky. Wicket was still on the softer side, but our batsmen applied. As we bowled in the first inning, so we knew that we should be able to chase it down, wait for the ball a little bit more, and then we can score runs more squarer.
Now, having said that, your spin attack, saw it in Morrisville this past weekend, your spin attack is dominant. How important is it for you all to be able to have that attack on this wicket?
Yeah, this wicket is actually on the slower side, and it's a good wicket for spinners throughout the day. So, and credit goes to all the players because they're coming off from a long season. They didn't get any break, but still pulling up this performance in this continuous games. It's heads off to them.
Last question for you. By the way, I didn't think I said his name. Sunny Patel, captain of Atlanta Fire. You are now in a good position as far as the group stages are concerned. What are your objectives going into the next couple of matches?
Now we'll just play the game the way it is played. We'll just try and win all the games and go through the playoffs with the winning combinations.
Best of luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
That is Sunny Patel, the captain of the team, the Atlanta Fire, taking victory here in pretty straightforward fashion. Join us for the second match later on this afternoon. In the meantime, there are several matches going on around at the Atlanta Open. Join us on the YouTube channel. In fact, if you're watching this now, you probably have access to that channel. Just find the other matches that are going on. Lots of cricket the rest of the way. For the moment, signing off here from field number 1 in the, where am I? Paramvira Sports Complex. See you shortly. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Atlanta Open 2025 presented by Tariq Real Estate. Another high-stakes match here, this one featuring Khulle Sher against the Kingsemen. Under relatively cloudy conditions, but for now the rain that was here overnight has been holding off, and I think we're in for a good long day's worth of cricket. We go to the middle where Nate Hayes was with the captains.
Time for the pitch report here at the Buttermills Cricket Complex on field number 1. And you'll take a look at this wicket, and it's rather intriguing. Had some matches on it yesterday, but you come down here, and the thing that I noticed straight away are just these couple of splashes. And these dark spots, they're just a little wet. So it makes you think, okay, there could be a little bit of uneven bounce. This grass also, if I put my finger down, it starts to come up. And that's something that's also concerning. So expect the grass to start to dissipate. I reckon if you win the toss, you want to bowl first, take advantage of these wet spots as the sun starts to come out and conditions start to clear. Have a slightly bigger boundary there, but I don't imagine too many runs are scored on this wicket given the tricky conditions in the morning.
Well, it's probably appropriate since I've been calling Aman Patel Nate Hayes all day, but excellent work from Aman Patel describing the pitch and the conditions. Let's now go to Nate Hayes in the middle with the captains.
We've got our captains, Saad Ali and Prince Singh, and we're about to do the toss.
Let's shoot the call. What do you
Well, Prince, you chose the bowl. What's the thinking there?
It's just we've seen the previous match and what happened, and then we're just looking around, and we want to take a different approach today and do bowling first.
Great. Well, how do you feel like your team matches up?
I feel like we're pretty good. You know, we didn't get a good start yesterday, but we're here to win today, so let's do that. Yep.
Great. Thank you. Saad? So, Saad, you're coming off of a really good minor league season. How are you feeling right now?
I'm just feeling good. This condition is totally different as compared to minor league. So we just try to build the innings. That's the reason.
And if you would have won the toss, what would you have decided?
If we win the toss, so we bat first.
All right, well, you got your wish. All right, well, that's it. The Khulle Sher won the toss, and they elected to bowl first.
So there you have it. Thank you, Nate Hayes. Khulle Sher winning the toss and deciding under very cloudy skies to have a bowl. Aman Patel, what do you think about that decision?
Yeah, it's interesting because clearly in the first match you wanted to bowl first given that there were a couple of wet spots and that there was that grass covering that was going to start to maneuver away. Here in the second match, it's a touch drier and you've had maybe a more used wicket. So your thought then, with the sun still out, thinking why not have a bat first as the wickets maybe just start to ease and open up. But that'll be something to look at. You look at the standings so far. The Atlanta Fire, they stake their claim into that second position. They'll have one more game today and could basically seal off that bye. The Kingsemen and Khulle Sher, however, they are in real trouble. 4th and 5th in Group B, and they got to get their way into 3rd place. So this game becomes a must-win for both sides.
Absolutely a must-win, and I think you highlighted that perfectly. No wins and 2 losses for Khulle Sher. It's going to be interesting to see how they maneuver with the conditions being what they are. I don't necessarily think, and I think you touched on this, that it's going to be as difficult batting first in this match as compared to this morning.
Yeah, no question. I do wonder if this was a miscalculation on the part of Khulle Sher. Again, we saw that there was plenty of turn and rip and bounce and variable bounce throughout both innings. I'm just curious, as you continue to play on this, with the sun still out, for a side that doesn't bat awfully deep, you might just find yourself on the wrong side of this.
Well, there on your screen is the Khulle Sher team taking the field. Touched on it earlier. A lot of rain overnight here in the Atlanta area. I say Atlanta, obviously we're about maybe 60 or so miles away from downtown Atlanta. But some rain overnight. Very wet conditions this morning. The ground staff, I think, doing a really good job keeping the conditions at least appropriate for cricket. Maybe not optimal, but certainly appropriate. And you got through a very exciting match this morning as well.
Yeah, we haven't lost any overs, and that's kind of a big win. When you talk about a lot of cricket tournaments here in the States, you tend to lose days, you tend to lose overs and games, and the fact that you've had a result is a win. Sure, I'm sure there's sides that would have loved to seen a little bit of a flatter deck and maybe it's less demons in there. But we've seen some 150s chase down over on field 5. Even yesterday on this field, you saw the 125 chase down in 12 overs.
Yes. It was an amazing display of batting. Captain Shan Jahangir of Stallions X along with Sherad Lumba making short work of that. Stallions X this morning having a bit more of a difficult time, losing in their match this morning to the Atlanta Fire. Now, those two men on your screen, and I'm not referring to the two umpires, Ravis Balasubramanian and Ehsan Mulay. I'm referring to the two openers, Sharjeel Khan and Ramiz Raja. I'm going to highlight Sharjeel Khan. Lefty, powerful stroke maker. After all this build-up, I hope he doesn't get out early, but he's a powerful stroke maker. He can hit the ball a mile. If it is pitched up, if it is on his legs, he is murderous. So watch for him, particularly watch the length that they bowl to him, because if it is too full, or again, the line, if it's too straight, he can absolutely make you pay.
Yeah, no question. I also look at what we'll see with the ball from Khulle Sher, and I think about that seam attack that features Abdullah Ghazi, who is a length bowler. I think about the left arm pace that they'll be able to bring in, or the Zaid Alams of the world, Abdul Amir, who will probably be opening the bowling. They are typically a little bit pulled back in their length, so that could just be a good matchup to watch there.
It is going to be interesting. The man with the gloves on, bottom right of your screen, is Ryan Scott. Ryan Scott, aggressive, attacking, top order batter, left-handed batter, and he has the gloves on today. This is going to be interesting to see exactly what you do here. How are you going to maneuver the conditions in such a way that you get this batting pair off to a more sedate start? It's not often that Ramiz Raja will bat with somebody and he is the less aggressive of the two.
And doing it to Abdullah Ghazi early is going to be tricky. He's someone who gets movement off the wicket in particular. And so while it might not be regulation seam with this surface, there are going to be opportunities to move the ball sideways. We've seen the ball cut dramatically. And I think both Raja and Sharjeel are just going to be a touch more cautious than you've described, at least early in their innings.
I will say I'll believe that when I see it. Maybe Ramiz Raja. You remember in the finals on Saturday, make that on Sunday in Morrisville, he was out first ball to Shakib Al Hassan. If you ask him to play that shot again, I think he plays a more aggressive shot. And for me, the lesson there for him is probably that I need to not be tentative. That, to me, in that instance, looked like a very tentative shot. I would suspect that you'd see Ramiz Raja to be a little bit more attacking today.
Again, it's a must-win game for both of these two teams. They need to get off to a good start. Didn't find it in this tournament, but they need to find a win. Otherwise, it is over. If you go 0-3, you fall to 1-2, and 1-3, you're in a bad place.
So you highlighted it. Abdullah Ghazi is the man with the new ball in hand. The first ball coming up here to Ramiz Raja. Well, they asked the question, immediately turned down by umpire, I believe that is umpire Balasubramanian. I will say the appeal from Ryan Scott was delayed.
We talked about dramatic movements. You just see it keeps leaving Raja and might have just evaded that outside edge, but this was the length you were talking about and the sideways movement we described.
That is absolutely the length. Anything fuller, and both of these batters are looking to drive. Now, that was the length that was drivable, but the line, luckily for Abdullah Ghazi, was a little too wide for Ramiz Raja.
And this isn't a wicket you can just get started on. Lahiru Malanta, who's one of the more free-flowing bats, who seemingly is always at a 120, 150 effortlessly in terms of strike rate, took his time to get going on this surface. You have to spend time in the middle. And that'll be, again, a real change of approach from both Raja and Sergio, and a real test of their patience.
Talking about Sergio, 2 matches, aggregate of 80 runs. High score of 80, so we can all do the math and see what he did in that second innings. But what stands out for me is his strike rate, 157. And candidly, I was walking back from field number 5 yesterday, and there was a ball rolling in my direction from about 100 yards, and it was a 6 hit by Sharjeel Khan. So it's the first time in a number of years I fielded a ball, man, and it was off the bat of this man. Soft. Oh, my goodness. It will go for the first run of the day. It was almost the first wicket.
How similar was that to the way he was dismissed in the minor league cricket final? Just looking to chip to cover early through the shot, and it just evaded that. Man, that's the captain, Prince Singh, who would have loved to have just gotten a piece of it.
You said early in the shot, and that is so true. When he made contact, the bat was probably 1.5 feet in front of his body. So certainly, if you're going to play that far in front of you, then you need to go through and elevate it over the top. He did neither and almost paid for it. I will tell you, hide the computer equipment here because this ball could end up in this direction. False advertising, apparently.
Again, the length from Ghazi is so crucial and critical. Thanks for the wave, fellas. Fantoll over there. But he's also so experienced. While he is an aggressive swinging bowler, he knows exactly where he wants to end up, and you can see the plan already coming together.
It's such a good point because the margin for error for Sharjeel Khan is very tall, maybe not very tall, but at least about 6 feet, has a really long reach. So see that shot that he just rehearsed there, that flick, if it is anywhere on the stumps, on a good length, he's coming this direction with it. So you have to keep that ball outside the line of off stump to him.
And that's why Ghazi's coming over the wicket, just continuing to slant it across, change that angle.
Oh, catchable. Oh, what a stunner of a catch. Oh, my goodness. First wicket down. Kunwarjeet Singh, I believe, is the one who takes that catch. Sharjeel Khan goes without troubling the scorers. 1 for 1.
It's a great ploy from Abdullah Ghazi. Slants across, bigger side to the ground for the left-hander. He took it from wide outside the off stump, and Kunwarjeet Singh has some of the best pair of hands in the country. Misjudged it early, but made up the ground late, and the hands stay under the ball. So crucial. And the first wicket goes, and those big hits, they don't come out the bat of Sharjeel Khan. We'll have to wait another day to see it. It's 1 for 1 at the close of 1.
Stunning catch. Absolutely brilliant. And that is what you want. The commitment in the field is one thing, but then to be able to pull off such a stunner of a catch, to get rid of such a dangerous batter is tremendous and exactly what you want from a fielding side.
No question. It's not just about commitment and efforts. Your execution has to be there. It has to match it. It's all good to give your 100%, but you've got to be able to make those grabs. And Kunwarjeet Singh not only makes those grabs more often than not, he makes them look really easy in the end. And again, that's one that he's misjudged. He stayed a little bit too far back. He's tried to make up the ground late, but because, again, he has such a great foundation, he's able to make that look so effortless.
Looking back at that replay again, to me, man, it looked like that ball hit on the toe end of the bat. Didn't quite get it near the middle of the bat. Had that been toward the middle of the bat, then that might have had a different result. But such a big wicket in the context of this game. Last ball of over number 1, getting rid of arguably their most dangerous bat. Ramiz Raja over extra cover to start the second over, and I believe that went all the way for 6. It did.
Welcome to the attack, Adi Patel. The young under 21. I thought, okay, a wicket, momentum. And 2 full, 2 wide, and Ramiz Raja never going to miss out. The last time he played a shot like that, he didn't commit. This time, full commitment.
It's a similar delivery to the one that he almost served in the hand of the captain at extra cover. But this time it goes through with the full-blooded shot, going all the way for 6. So he certainly absorbed a pretty big body blow there. But on balance, maybe with the length or the depth of this batting lineup, you might just feel that, okay, we didn't necessarily want to lose Sharjeel Khan there, but we have enough to still put together that 150, 160 on the board. And here he goes again toward that deep extra cover area for 4 more.
I'm not quite sure why we don't see Abdul Amir opening the bowling here. Adi Patel is a good young talent, but he's too full and just doesn't possess enough tricks to really upset the rhythm of Ramiz Raja, who again, is such a fluid batter. You get him into flow, it doesn't matter what bowler you have at him. Once he sets in, he's almost impossible to get out.
Well, 11 runs on the board. 2 make that 10 already of those 11 have come in this over. And you want, from the first 2 balls of this over, no less. In that same direction, 3 to the fence on the trot. Ramiz Raja is on fire.
I just can't understand the plan here from Adi Patel. You've got long off, and you've got deep backward square, and you go full, and you go wide. If you're going to be that full and that wide, you've got to have a deep cover and a long off fielder. There's no question. But right now, you're serving it up to be hit, and Ramiz Raja has to take no unnecessary risk to cash in with 4s.
So this is where the captain would walk over and say, hey, if that's the line you're going to bowl, the protection needs to be on the offside. You need a sweeper on the offside and maybe a long off. There is a long off, but there's a deep backward square leg, and he is a passenger. He's just watching because all of these deliveries are outside the line of off, and Ramiz Raja is cashing in out there. That's a much better line.
And that's the big key for any young cricketer. When you get pummeled, you don't sit there and just think, okay, it's the batter's doing something extraordinary. Maybe they are, but what is the plan? Are you executing your plan? Is it a flawed plan? Are the pieces in place for you to execute your plan? And clearly, you weren't on the same page as your captain on what the plan was going to be.
Well, we'll see whether his luck, his fortunes change to the left-hander. See exactly whether or not he can find the right line. Got the line too wide in my mind to the right-handed batter. Now the lefty on strike. Bang on target here. I believe this is Raghav Satish who's at the crease. Confirm that as soon as we can, but in the meantime, a good comeback delivery. Oh, my apologies. That's going to be Akhtar Shah. Akhtar Shah, lefty, and absorbed 1 dot delivery. Doesn't sound like a lot, but after you've gone for 14 in the first 3 balls, a dot is like manna from heaven. Bang on target again. So he closes out well. Starts expensively, but finishes up with just 1 run from the last 3 balls he bowled. Expensive first over, though, for him. 3 overs in, make that 2 overs in the books. 16 for 1.
Atlanta Fire. Star-studded Atlanta Fire. One of the favorites.
Man, indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
big wicket to start the game. One wicket that you'll always want to take, Sharjeel Khan. Second over went for 15, so you'll want to adjust that if you're Adi Patel. And it is now going to be Abdullah Ghazi to bowl his second over. The third of the innings, bowling to the right-handed Ramiz Raja. Ramiz Raja, of course, this has not been a very long tournament, but statistically he is the third best batter in the side. Strike rate of 177. Ooh, just for a split second, he thought about pulling the trigger on a wide delivery, but lets it go through. Another wide. In fact, that's the first wide of the day, bowled here by the Khulle Sher.
Yeah, but you don't mind Ghazi messing with that and trying to push the ball away.
What happened here? Edged and taken.
Yeah, great work by Ghazi. Again, his length is so spot on, and that's what makes him so effective. We talked about anytime he's full, Raja's wanting to pounce, but just look at the length, a little movement away, outside edge, and really sharp take at first slip by Saib Malhotra. Ghazi does so well. Again, his length, and you can see how much it means to him. Second wicket falls down at 16 for 2.
Two top-order wickets is never a bad thing. That's what you've had here, despite a bit of an ordinary start in over number 2. Here in over number 3, second wicket is down.
So, Brian, it's all happening out there in the middle. Milind Kumar is now moving his way on to strike. The non-striker is Awais Zia.
So we went through about 4 names before we came up with the right one.
They threw us a couple of pump fakes. And they just, to be fair, to our credit, it has a different number on than what it says on the sheet. That's why we didn't consider Awais Zia. But makes sense. And this man, Milind Kumar, he really needs no introduction, does he, Brian?
I've said it every time that you and I have been on the air together since it happened, Aman. I will remember forever him taking about 30 runs off of Dylan Haliger in Florida against Canada. He is a man who is built for the moment. He can rise to the occasion. If he needs to be aggressive, he can be aggressive. If he needs to buckle down and go at about a run a ball in this tricky phase of the innings, he's more than capable of doing that. So this is a really high-quality matchup, Abdullah Ghazi against Milind Kumar. So 2 wickets have fallen inside the power play. We'll get a single here. But how important is it to still look for the opportunities to pick up those singles?
It's so vital. Again, on this ground, I don't reckon you've got to be at 160 to compete. You can't be at 100. But I think if you're at 140, right, you're in a really good position with a strong bowling attack, which the Kingsemen possess, against a batting lineup that features some good names, but lacks the depth of some of the other sides here against Khulle Sher. I would sit there and think, okay, if I can get to 140 to 150, I'm in this ball games. But I have to get these singles early to then take advantage of when the field opens up, when there's some loose balls later.
It's such an important point because there's not a big gap between 6th and over and 7 and over. 7 and over just means you pick up that extra single. 7 and over from here after that dot ball gets you exactly to 141. If you want to think, all right, this pair is experienced, they can put together a partnership and then start going for shots later on, 8 and over gets you to 158, that same 160 that you're talking about. I don't know that much higher than that is realistic given the conditions, but certainly that could be something that you're aiming toward.
And again, you have to pick your spots and pick your bowlers that you're going to go after. Even considering the slow start you got off to against Ghazi, you took Adi Patel for runs. Now, don't expect Patel maybe back in the next over, but you've got to continuously decide who you're going to hit because you do have Sarbjit Ladda, the leggy, to come into bowl. Abdul Amir presented great challenges yesterday from the left side, and then Sahib Malhotra, another leg spinner to deal with.
That's good cricket. On the body, just helping it into the leg side for a single. You talk about leggy. You do have a right-hander and a lefty at the crease. Let's talk about what that means at the end of over number 3. Score is 19 for 2.
Brian, there's no surprise here that there's been a change in bowling. Abdul Amir is not in the team. He's listed as an impact sub. So again, surprised to not see him in this position. But Zaid Alam, he's the man who's got the ball in hand. He's represented the Baltimore Royals in minor league cricket. I was actually a big fan of his, watching him operate both here at Putnam Veers, but also up the road in Church Street Park. And again, has great pace and gets some decent bounce off even services that don't tend to provide it.
So the question I had asked you is Ryan Scott fails to collect that one. I don't know that that came off the edge, but you mentioned two leggies, Sarbjit Ladda and Saib Malhotra. I think it's fair to say there are different types of leg spinners. One tosses the ball up, that'd be Sarbjit Ladda, and Saib Malhotra is more quick through the air, almost more like Sunny Patel for the Fire. When do you deploy both of those bowlers? Sloppy, bit of an overthrow. You'll get a couple of runs. Ryan Scott whipped that glove off and threw that ball like a shortstop with Ricky Henderson going down the first base line.
Ooh, all right, Oakland Coliseum. I see you. I do think you'll see the leg spinners probably operate right after the power play. So give it 2 more overs, and I think that's when you're going to start to see Ladda and Malhotra.
Well, candidly, this is the first time I've laid eyes on Zaid Alam. That second delivery was rapid.
And he's someone who really excites me because he's only 25 years old. So he's one of these guys who's been a part of some high-level stuff up in Pakistan. He's been a part of the PSL. He's part of the Pakistan under-19 team. And if he's willing to stay in and become a domestic, which it seems like he is, second year that he's here, I would think a major league franchise. You're looking at a seam bowler. And possibly if you can continue to develop maybe a national team call-up. Again, it can never be short of fast bowling in this country.
Doesn't necessarily run to the wicket. It's more of a trundle, but delivers at such a high pace, at least just from the visual observation. Coming back for the second, took off relatively late, but not a clean pickup in the deep.
This is a situation that Milind Kumar and Awazia would have found themselves in times before. Playing in different minor league franchises, they would have been in places where they're up top the order, they've lost a couple wickets, and they just have to redevelop the innings. And here at the Putnam Veer Sports Complex, it really matters, right? Who is out there, and you have to be able to redevelop. And I don't think you have two better guys in the middle that can provide that ask.
Driven down the ground. He's not going to run very much here, Milind Kumar, because he knows that that's gone to the fence for 4.
Touch too full, but mid-on was very wide for my liking. It didn't feel like Milind Kumar hit that awfully straight. Maybe too straight for a regular mid-on fielder. That mid-on fielder felt incredibly wide and maybe out of position. And just happened to look. I don't think a normal would have got there, but he's not even in frame.
To your point, that ball that is hit straight between the mid-on and mid-off usually goes toward the side screen. That was nowhere near. It's the second ball that's zipped through and not collected cleanly by Ryan Scott. Don't think that the bowler will be very happy with it. 9 runs coming from the over. End of over number 3. Make that over number 4. 28 for 2.
And zip through. Maybe not quite bouncing as much as Milind Kumar expected, but some serious pace coming behind Zaid.
Well, there's the evidence of serious pace because Ryan Scott now seems to have some repair work done to his, probably one of his fingers after that ball thudded into it. Quick look here at the batting card so far. Ramiz Raja 16 from 8 dismissed. Sharjil Khan only faced 3 delivers, did not trouble the scorers. And it is now going to be Milind Kumar and Awazia to go on.
Lara, you play in the pick down here.
So you're 4 delivers into the power play here. Aman Patel, 28 runs on the board, 2 wickets down. This may be the last time ever that I ask you the boxing question.
I wouldn't bet on
it. Solid point. So, 4 rounds in the books. How do you score each round?
Yeah, I would say it's been all Khulle Sher at the moment. 28 runs and 4 overs. You're in a pretty decent spot. You're moving just under 8 and over. You're moving to 7 and over. But those 2 wickets, we've seen how important wickets are.
Skied on the infield. Who wants it? What an easy, simple catch taken here by Simranjit Singh, the U21 player. Easy as you like. The 3rd wicket inside the power play. 28 for 3.
And like we said, wickets just seemingly find a way to fall apart. Awazia thought he got one full, but it just bounced a little bit more on him. And nicely done by Simranjit. Always dangerous. When it goes that high, you're standing underneath, he calls his captain off. Puts his hands nice and high and simple in the end. The 3rd wicket goes down, and in this must-win Khulle Sher, they are playing out of their skin at the moment.
So talk about the confidence required to call your captain off of a catch as a U21 player.
It's not easy. I tell you that 28 for 3 as the captain Saad Ali will walk in. You're taking on that responsibility, and then again, your captain holds some power, right? There's 100% he holds some power, and so now you got to tell him, no, I've got it. If you put it down, you might never be in the 11 again, Simranjit.
At minimum, you'd be at fine leg the rest of the match. But my goodness, that is a well-judged catch. Very well judged. It's skied. You're absolutely right. Those are never easy. It's in the air. The wind has maybe died down a little bit from about an hour ago, but it's still swirling a little bit. So that ball would have been in the air, moving around, and the extent to which he judged it cleanly and took it so casually, then flipped it to the umpires to say, yeah, that was just, like bending down and picking a rose from my garden. If your garden has roses. Saad Ali, the captain, is in. Immediately off the mark.
He's in such a fluid state of rhythm, Saad Ali. He's the exact guy you want in these situations because he can turn it on in a hurry. But his more natural game, or historically more natural game, is to take his time, get set, and he doesn't play rash shots. All of his scoring regions are seemingly off conventional, traditional cricketing strokes that minimize risk and maximize reward.
Sadly, one of the more recent innings that he played was that last match in the Super 8s in Grand Prairie, 75 from 44, going by memory. So that is evidence that he can turn it on if need be. Can bat relatively normally, but to the extent that when you have the opportunity to push on if you need to, he does have that gear also.
And again, batting with Millen, another individual who can churn through both gears. And when you talk about pressure, you want folks who have been in those moments to be in that situation. Well, the Kingsemen are under immense pressure.
Millen Kumar. Something about his technique that just makes it appear that he has so much time to play his shots. That ball bounced relatively awkwardly on him, just still angling the bat, getting on top of the bounce, and then still getting a single out of the deal. Just a really, and I said this a couple of yesterday when Unmuk Chand was batting, and I think I jinxed him. But he's very easy on the eyes. Absolutely love to see them both bat.
Millen Kumar led the Ranji Trophy in runs back in 2018. So he's got plenty of confidence and plenty of scoring options. And then not to mention that 155 against Canada that he hit. Just, again, bludgeoned the ball all over the park.
There is that. And Dylan Hilliger will not in any way remember or forget that game anytime soon, probably to his detriment, because the better he would like. Oh, no ball. Did I miss that? A no ball and no free hit. My apologies. Missed that live, Aman Patel.
Late signal as well. And not ideal for Khulle. I should mention that they're probably at the well ahead. You take 3 in the power play and you're thinking, okay, we're in a good spot. But when you have a Kingsemen batting order that's as deep as it is, that you still haven't seen Hassan Khan out of. Muhammad Ilyas provides you a lot with the bat as well. Ziel Huck's been in insane form along with Aryan Satish.
Yep.
Well, you've got to contend now. And you give away pressure like this, well, you'll be in trouble.
Skied. He'll probably let this land. He does take the catch, but obviously with it being a free hit, just a single. And the one name that you did not call in that middle order actually has scored test centuries, Nkrumah Bonner, who is going to be part of the middle order, and is somebody who, while not currently in the West Indies setup, has that pedigree.
And that's why for Khulle Sher, you cannot take your foot off the neck. You can't take your foot off the gas either, because there's so much depth. And with the Khulle Sher, they just lack the same kind of batting depth. So you don't want to be chasing out anywhere upwards of 150.
Fluid, languid, absolutely brilliant. But they're in a bit of trouble here. Long batting lineup, as you talked about, Aman, but currently advantage, I would think, goes to Khulle Sher. End of over number 5, 34 for 3. So, 5 overs in the books. Aman Patel, after his first spell, is taking a bit of a break, and it is going to be Nate Hayes joining me here in the commentary area. Saad Ali helps one off his hip to start the final over of the power play. 35 runs on the board. Nate Hayes, do you agree or disagree with Aman and me that things have gone the way of Khulle Sher so far?
Oh, absolutely. But I think this is the pair that you want of anybody to recover the innings. Millen and Saad they're so classed. They have so many gears. Right now, they know exactly what to do, and they're capable of getting it done.
It also helps from your standpoint, if you are the Kingsemen, that you have a lefty and a righty at the same time. You have a trio of young bowlers. You saw Amandeep Singh earlier, who went for Aditya Patel rather, who went for a few runs. And you would think that he may have trouble finding the right line if you have a lefty and a righty at the crease at the same time. A single down the ground, but on balance, you think, and I think you're exactly right, you have the pair at the wicket that you want to be able to steady the ship.
Yeah, 100%. How good has Saad Ali been the last couple of years? He just wrapped up a really good minor league after last season. He had a phenomenal minor league. You gotta think we'll see him in a major league team this year.
Well, I don't know. There's room in Major League Cricket for a classy stroke maker, left-hander, and can also give you some off-spin sometimes. In my mind, he's the type of batter who has a class or has a home in any side, whether it be T20 or a longer version, maybe a 50-over match. Just really solid batter. Full toss, played into the offside, no run.
Yeah, it's tricky at that major league level. You know, the teams are going to pick the players that they need to fill roles. There's only 6 squads. And sometimes you look around and you say, wow, how's this guy not on the team? How's that guy not on the team? And a lot of times it's just the luck of the draw.
Luck of the draw certainly has something to do with it, as Zaid Alam will be into his second over here. Relatively expensive first over. First over going for 9 runs, but doing a little bit better here. Full outside the line of off. Saad Ali coming up empty on the drive.
It's interesting to see Ryan Scott with the gloves when you got Christopher Van Tol on the team. But that's nice to see that variety. We're seeing a little bit of everything here in the Atlanta Open. We've seen Jamar Hamilton throwing himself all around the outfield.
Down the leg side, fumbled, not cleanly picked up, but it's going to be a wide anyway. Tell you what, the effort by Ryan Scott there saved a few more runs. That may well have gone to the boundary had he not stopped that.
Yeah, very well stopped.
So you mentioned Christopher Van Tol. For those of us who are not familiar with him, and that would include me, maybe after the over you let me know a little bit more about him as a keeper. That's driven through the covers. Will that have the legs to go to the rope? It will not, but they jog through for a second run. You see Saad Ali. Maybe it's just time for him to start warming up. 9, make that 8 from 9 for Saad Ali. End of over number 7, make that over number 6, 39 for 3. So end of the power play, 39 for 3. I think you might have some leg spin in your near future. Pay attention to that as we get through the next couple of phases of this match. Christopher Van Tol, tell us about him.
Well, he's not in the 11 today. He's listed as a sub, but very tall wicketkeeper. Played a lot in the East in minor league until this year. Had previously played for the Philadelphians. Opening batter. He loves to use his length when the spinners come in. And I'll tell you what, he's gotten, I can't tell you how many games I watched in minor league where he got off to a good start in the 20s, and you're thinking this guy's going to score huge, and then bad luck occurs. Well, this past season he converted a couple innings in the 50s, but with the gloves he's a lot of fun to watch because of the fact that he's not built like your typical wicketkeeper. He's tall, his legs are long, but he's very good. He's got great reach, great ability to move. And, you know, we saw a game this season where he fields a ball from the deep and bounced past it through his legs onto the stumps. It was like watching the Harlem Globetrotters. So he's very exciting. I got to tell you what, though. I think Ryan Scott's done quite well with the gloves back there.
He has. You saw that save that, in my mind, at least saved 4 runs. I have a couple others that he didn't collect cleanly, but for the most part, he's been creditable behind the stumps. Now, changing strategy here for the captain. For a split second, he thought about going to the leggy Sarabjit Ladder. We were talking about him earlier, but they've made a change and now gone to Simranjit Singh, the U21 player who took that spectacular catch earlier on. Now coming in to bowl from the southern end of the ground. Bowling to Milind Kumar. He's a single in the end. Let's see whether or not this is a leg bite. It is, in fact, a leg bite. So 1 extra to start over number 7.
And how good Milind has been for USA. He's just been absolutely phenomenal, both with the bat and the ball. And I got to tell you what, one of the best fielders in the country too.
Not only one of the best fielders, and you're including throwing the ball, I'm assuming, in when your categorization of the word fielder.
Yes.
He is not physically very big. He throws the ball as though he were a 6'5", 200-pound fast bowler.
He throws it very, very quickly and very far and very straight and very accurate. I can't tell you how many times I've seen him make a throw while he's on the move at the boundary, collecting the ball and just zip it in all the way to the other end from a position like long off or long on, and it's just crazy.
They look for 2 here. They took off. The coaches will say run the first one hard. Oh, absolutely tragic. You'd not think that 2 batters of this repute would get caught up in such a horrible mix-up, but that is the end of Saad Ali.
Oh, what a job this was. We had, as we said, the 2 batsmen you would want for the situation out there, and now one of them is going to have to go back. This was the time to recollect the innings and keep your wickets, and that's not what happened.
You like the fact that they ran the first one hard. What you like less is the lack of communication between them in deciding whether or not to go for that second run. Milind Kumar was happy with 1. Saad Ali was pushing for the second, found himself halfway down the pitch when that throw came in from the offside, and that is absolutely tragic. Don't ever want to lose your wicket by way of a run out, but this one, boy, you'd have to think this was avoidable.
It was 100% avoidable. Just a mismatch of intent between the 2.
So you're just 8 deliveries out of the power play. You've already lost 4 wickets. Yes, you bat deep. Yes, you bat long. Yes, you just have a former West Indian Test player now coming to the wicket, Nkrumah Bonner. But my goodness, you don't want to have had him come to the crease on the back of such, I think, a farcical run out.
Absolutely. Bonner coming in. Now he inherits the difficult job, and it's a little bit harder.
Things just got marginally, and just marginally, easier for the bowling side because they're now 2 right-handers at the crease. You had the lefty-righty combination before. That could have contributed to a couple of the wides that you saw. And on the leg side, I believe that may have just flicked the pad on the way through to the wicket-keeper. Mr. Bonner is appealing in the other direction. He wants a wide, but I think umpire Bala Subramanian thinks that this would have clipped against the thigh pad. So a lot happening in the last several overs, Nate, and some ebbs and flows, but for the most part, it feels like Khulle has had the upper hand in this match so far. Yes, anything can happen. Let's have that as a qualifier, but they're certainly doing the right things here.
I think if there was any question of whether or not they had the upper hand, they definitely answered that question by getting Saad Ali out. What a humongous wicket that is anytime.
Nate, I hate to disagree with you. Saad Ali got Saad Ali out.
Oh.
That had very little to do with Khulle, and that was just miscommunication and a horrific run out that in all likelihood should not have happened, and you don't like to see that happen at any level, and particularly not at this level.
So what you're saying, Brian, is Khulle is not so much ahead as the Kingsemen are behind.
I am willing to stipulate to that. If you're under pressure, the last thing you want to do is help the opposition get you wickets. End of over number 7, the score is 43 for 4.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
Three runs on the board. 7 to 8 balls remaining in the first innings here in this matchup between the Kingsemen and Khulle. As a reminder, if we look at the standings of where we are, Khulle is at the bottom of Group B. They played 2, not yet won 1. The Kingsemen are just above Khulle in Group B. They've played 2, they've won 1 and lost 1. So the winner of this match, if you ignore net run rate for just a second, will move into a tie for that last spot. But as you heard Aman Patel say earlier, this is not going to be enough. You need, first of all, the loser of this match probably does not have a chance to advance in the tournament. Sarabjit Lada is the man on strike, the man with the ball in hand to bowl over number 8. And at first delivery here, Nate Hayes could easily have resulted in another run out.
Absolutely, what a disaster that would have been.
Yeah.
But you can see Khulle.
Oh, my apologies. That is Amandeep Singh, who is bowling from the northern end of the ground. I'm sorry, I interrupted your thought. Finish, please.
I can't remember what I was saying. No, I'm just kidding.
I have no idea what I was saying.
No. I think, yeah, looking back, this Khulle team lost their first game of the tournament against Atlanta Lightning. Lightning looked absolutely unstoppable.
Tell you what, that's a single down the ground. He's not very far away from almost having yorked himself there. Milind Kumar looking to attack the youngster. Amandeep Singh is a U21 player, so relatively inexperienced as compared to Milind Kumar. Almost got the better of him there. Up and over cover, and that goes for 4.
Just a classy, effortless shot by Bonner. Looked like he was just taking practice right there, didn't it?
It did. It's a shot that has been played a couple of times in this match already from Ramiz Raja. Scored a 4 and in fact 2 4s and a 6 in that very same area. Bonner this time just making sure that it clears the fielder at short cover. Always going to be 4. They might look for 2 here. They do come back for the second run, and they put pressure on the fielder coming around from long on, and that makes it easy to get 2 runs.
The hands there from Bonner. just nudging that along at just enough power to get two. Just fully under control, isn't he?
Not to be unexpected from a former Test player. Nkrumah Bonner, still a relatively young man. Good piece of work at short third. Got a single to close out over number 8. 9 runs come from the over. 50 up, by the way. We did not acknowledge that in that over. 52 for 4 after 9. After 8. My apologies.
Well, you see Ryan Scott there. He didn't play in that first game. Khulle played against the Lightning. It is something else when you got Ryan Scott in your squad and he's on the bench. But that is how deep this tournament is. This tournament is just like a who's who of cricket here in USA in Atlanta. And I'll tell you what, you can't underestimate, after you watch this, after you come here and you see all this talent all together in one place, and you follow minor league and you follow the Atlanta Open, you can't underestimate how good our cricketers are here in the USA.
You can't. Probably some measure of the depth of cricket in this country that somebody like Ryan Scott does not yet have a space on a major league team. Ryan Scott, left-handed power hitter, not very tall, but hits the ball really, really hard, strikes it a mile. And I'll tell you, you've seen the effort from him. I saw in Prairie View 2 or 3 seasons ago now. He scored 100 in maybe 65 or so balls. Absolutely clean ball striking then.
Well, for a period of time, he had the minor league record for the fastest 100.
That may be the one I'm referring to.
Yeah, he was speedy. I think it has been since matched or broken. I know it's been since matched at least by Obis Pinar. Since then, I'm not sure who now is the current record holder, but it just goes to show you what he's capable of.
So it's time to rebuild. Lost a lot of wickets. Yes, you wanted Milind Kumar and Saad Ali to bat together for a long time. That opportunity has gone away, but you do still have Milind 12 from 14 and Bonner now 10 from 9. And they have the opportunity to put together. You'd want for them ideally to bat through maybe the 13th, 14th innings, over rather. And you want to see whether or not they can accelerate past that stage. Another dot ball fizzes into the gloves of Ryan Scott.
Well, Brian, as a big baseball fan, as someone with a baseball background, when you said 13, 14, you know how many times I have to keep myself from saying innings when I'm talking about overs?
Yeah.
I feel you there. Maybe I'm rubbing off on you.
That may well be the case. Short delivery. That is not one that you can bowl to Milind Kumar very often and get away with it.
He didn't get away with it there as it went all the way for 6 runs. And Milind right now on top of a run-a-ball rate.
Boy, that ball was there to be hit. It sat up and begged. Not a lot of pace in the wickets, and that ball bounced no higher than maybe waist height. And a batter of Milind Kumar's capabilities is not going to in any way be threatened by that type of ball. Worked it into the leg side. They take off running immediately for 2. I'll give credit to Bonner on that. Absolutely creating the opportunity for that second run. Excellent work from the former West Indian middle order batter. End of over number 9, 61 for 4.
You just saw a lot on your screen there. I've said it a couple of times now. It's a who's who of American cricket right now. Everywhere you look, you can think of memorable innings or games.
By the way, that last shot that we just saw before this current shot was a shot of Peter Nero, international ICC certified. I say certified. He has probably officiated dozens, if not hundreds, of high-level, top-level ICC-oriented matches, and is here working with the umpires of this tournament, providing some guidance, providing some feedback, and generally working to help lift the standard of umpiring in this country and in this tournament, which I think is an absolutely brilliant objective. Going back here to Amandeep Singh to bowl over number 10. In that area again. Oh, that is about the most sloppy piece of fielding that you will see. You do not blame Amandeep Singh one bit for being as irritated as he appears to be.
Oh, this was one run the whole way until it wasn't.
Yeah, that I don't know necessarily that it's the misfield that irritated Amandeep Singh. It is essentially the not appearing to have any sense of urgency to try to get the misfield and having it trickle over the ropes for a boundary. And then we'll make that a wide bowled here by Amandeep Singh.
Yeah, you know, every run is valuable right now. And that's 3 more they could have had to not have to chase down.
Dragged it into the gap. Oh, what an absolutely brilliant save in the outfield. Well, 2 different times in this over, you've seen the 2 different spectrums of what fielding looks like. That is Agni Chopra in the outfield, who dove and prevented a certain 4 runs.
Actually, it's Sahib Malhotra.
Ah, okay.
And he has some big mitts, let me tell you. He's got some big hands, and he stopped that one with one of them.
Driven down the ground. This may get close to the rope. Won't get there. And I just realized in my defense that there are 2 number 3s on the roster, which is unfair.
There are 2 number 3s, and Brian, you are the one guy I know who really pays attention to whose number is what. So this is why you can't have 2 the same numbers in the same team. That's exactly why.
What is Virat Kohli's number? 45. I cannot tell you the number of youth tournaments that I commentate on where there's like 5 number 45s on the roster. It is so annoying. Let me get off my soapbox. That's a single down the ground. Oh, my goodness. Anyway, so back to where we are now. 70 runs on the board with 2 balls remaining in over number 10. Maybe a little bit of stabilizing of the innings by this pair. Nkrumah Bonner and Milind Kumar looking to see whether or not they can set themselves up for a launch later on. Overall scoring rate is actually not very bad, Nate Hayes. 7.22. The projection there would be 144.
Yeah, and that 4 to start the over. Really didn't need that. Didn't need that at all.
This is now the last ball of over number 10. Down the track and straight down the ground for yet another boundary. Umpire waiting to confirm, and in fact, there is the confirmation. It goes for 4, so it ends up being a very expensive over. 14 came from it. Halfway through the innings, 75 for 4.
And we've got quite a game on our hands. There's been a bit of everything, Nate. We've seen early wickets. We've seen some late flourishes. And now we'll get to see Sarabjit Ladda come in with ball in hand, the leg spinner, for the very first time today.
I've been waiting for it. I've been waiting for them to hand the ball over to Ladda. Let's see if he can get a breakthrough here. As Bonner and Milan Kumar have done a great job here the last few overs.
Milland is so quick out of the blocks there. Milland would have seen a lot of Ladda when they both were in the East for minor league cricket. Of course, Kumar as a member of the Philadelphians, Sarabjit Ladda as a member of the former DC Hawks franchise.
Yeah, now Ladda in the South and Milland himself in the Central. So there's movement all the time in minor league.
And Milland is such a tremendous player of spin. As you see him miss field, he would really fancy this matchup.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think this is really good for the Kingsemen to have Milan Kumar in right now, just to navigate these innings. In the meantime, he gets his eye in, and then if you can get past that 15th over or so and Milan's still in the middle, you could expect some serious damage.
Yeah, we've all seen Milan Kumar work through gears, so that's why it's so important now for Sarabjit Ladda to strike. Very first over. Surprised to see him bowling this late, though, Nate.
Absolutely. Very surprised. The 11th over, taking the ball for the first time. I don't know if we'll see the entire quota of Ladda. We're not used to seeing that. We're used to seeing him bowl. He should be on his third over by now in most games.
Tremendous use of the feet and gets rewarded for it.
As you mentioned, Milan so good against spin, showing you exactly why right there. He's decisive, moves his feet well. And he will have seen some phenomenal spin with Team USA.
Oh, nearly. Nearly.
Ghazi. He ran back to try to get, well, he backpedaled to try to get to this ball, and it just went right through his hands. It looked like, or just over the top of his outreached hands. Let's take a look here. Well, the question for me is, he was off the boundary line by, looked like a good distance.
It's a great manipulation from Milan Kumar. Use his feet, meet the ball in the full, knowing Ladda will have to pull the length back. Sat deep in the crease, rewarded with back-to-back boundaries. And maybe this is why we haven't seen a lot of Sarabjit Singh. First over expensive, just 14 he's conceded. Don't see that too often. It's 89 for 4.
It's back-to-back 14-run overs for the Kingsemen. As they really put it into the next gear here. You can take a look there at the towers. 9-9, 14-14.
Not too often you've seen at this ground multiple, or at least consecutive, 14-plus run overs, Nate.
We haven't seen it in the game that we did earlier today, that's for sure. A little bit of a delay in the middle as everybody's getting their gear sorted out.
Yeah, they called for some water, the Kingsmen batters, and the sub had initially run halfway on the field without the water in hand. So here's your other leg spinner. Malhotra's got the ball. Again, it just feels so late to be bringing on your two premier leg spinners for the very first time.
Yeah, 100%. Especially, you know, you do have the two righties out there in the middle right now. I can understand maybe waiting while Saad Ali was in the middle, but it's been a few overs since then.
God, Milan Kumar is just a rocket.
He runs so well. He really does the little things very well. You have no real pressure right now on the Kings, but they haven't faced a dot ball since the 9th over.
Again, you look at Milan Kumar's success, it's because of this part of his game where in the middle overs, there might not be a better batter in the middle. Play that, says Sahib Malhotra.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is, you know, one of the reasons why he's been just about an automatic selection for USA in recent tours. Whew.
Excellently placed.
Just on cue right there after I talk about how he's been so reliable for USA.
You look at that shot, he's got to go up and over fine leg, and then he's got to place it around enough and straight enough to keep it away from backwards square. Right over to Brian Walters and company. This time through cover, one bounce over the rope. And a 50 comes up for Milind Kumar. Sensational work from the American national.
50 for Milind Kumar moves him to 99, and this has been a great job by this pair. Look at that ball follow, very good. Just such a pretty shot.
Just frustrating. These Khulle Sher, they don't know what to do with Milind. 51 off of 30.
It's the ease that he's gotten it to me. These aren't the greatest conditions, but Milind has just looked so in control, and we bring up the 100 there.
Milind Kumar pushes for the second run. Exceptional running. Another expensive over from a leg spinner. 13 this time. It's 102 for 4.
The Kingsemen really over this game. After falling behind there with that, when that fourth wicket fell, things were looking really hairy.
Yeah, Khulle Sher would have felt really ahead of the game. 3 wickets in the power play. You run out Saad Ali, who is the most in-form player. And now Milind Kumar. Again, this is why you didn't panic if you're a Kingsemen fan, because he has so much experience, but he also just seemingly is a big match player. And when the moment gets bigger, or when there's a bigger collapse, he seemingly is always able to put his hand up.
Just a complete cricketer. We'll see him probably with the ball in the second innings, or we're likely to see him with the ball. We'll definitely see him make an impact in the field. He always seems to.
Yeah, talk about his impact in the field. Directly think about USA-Pakistan and what he did in that super over.
Yeah, he's something special, that's for sure.
Simranjit Singh. Starts off with an extra. What is the formula here for Khulle Sher? What do they want to keep the Kingsemen to?
Well, you've got a long way to go. I think they're on their way to a score bigger than they would have wanted them to keep them to.
Cheeky, innovative, and productive for Milind Kumar.
Just a crafty shot. by Millen, and this partnership just does not look bothered. They just do not look bothered at all. You know, this is our 4th game that we've done, Juan. This is probably the most composed partnership I've seen so far.
That's right up there with the Hazmalik and Zisha Maksud partnership from yesterday out in Field 5. Beats the infield. Just will plug up. I also think about the Shan Jahan Girsharad Lumba partnership that was here yesterday. Seen some brilliant cricket over just 2 days now, Nate.
Oh, yeah. It's all happening here at the Bar Veers Cricket Complex from the Atlanta Open. If you're in the area, definitely come by. If you're in the Atlanta area. Simmerjeet's first over went, I think, around 4 runs. Since then, he went for 9, and now this one he's at 8. Yeah. So everybody's expensive right now. You got 9, 9, 14, 14, and 13 for your last 5 overs.
Exactly what the Kingsmen want at this stage. Again, you can see Milan Kumar just, I see him on the scoreboard. They're always keeping that in mind. 110. You get upwards of 160. Don't reckon it's going to get much better for Khulle Sher in terms of that win column.
There you go, only your 2nd dot ball since the 9th over there. You need to build that pressure with dots. If you're Khulle Sher, it's just not happening.
Wrong end. Needed to go to the non-strikers end. That's where the confusion was.
So make that 9 on the over now. Just how effortlessly this partnership has scored these big runs in these overs, just while rotating strike as well.
It's just so odd to just see the 1 over of Sarbjeet Ladda as well. I know he went for 14, but you just reckon someone of his caliber, even if he has 1 bad over, he warrants another look.
Well, you need wickets right now to slow down this partnership, to break this partnership. You need wickets. It's the only way I think you're going to get the run rate down a bit, as these two just show signs of heating up more and more. And I don't know if there's anybody that takes wickets better than Sarbjeet Ladda.
Close with 13, 113 for 4. So change of ends for Sarbjeet Ladda. Why do you reckon they've changed the end, Nate?
Probably, well, it's quite possible that Sarbjeet Ladda asked him to.
Well,
he is particular about his ends, but I think they just want the bigger ground, the bigger side of the ground for the righties to have to attack.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Again, you look at that field there. They've packed that big region at mid-wicket and square leg and long on.
Ooh.
Oh. Sarabjit Ladda.
Man, that could have been bad. That came back like a rocket right at him. I think he's saying he lost it in the white tent.
This was an absolute rocket. And just had to try to get out the way. Luckily, no serious injuries were involved. Short. Run out.
Well, there's your first sniff of danger in a long, long time. And it's Lara that gets it. It's just the one run, but that's the closest they've come to striking for a while.
Fielder. He just comes around, cuts it to one. Great adjustment here from Sarabjit Ladda in this over.
Yeah, we said it. He's the first minor leaguer to 100 wickets. Just takes them with such great regularity.
Bonner seemingly struggling last couple of overs. We saw him had to drench his face, maybe just fatigued with the heat. Fortunate to get any bit of bat on that. Did not pick it at all.
Well, Lamont, that's the number one way to get out to Sarabjit Ladda is to try to come down the pitch. How often do we see the ball turn away from the batter and into the hands of the keeper? When people try that, that's danger. You're into dangerous territory when you're doing that.
Yeah, that's why Milind Kumar will just go have a word with Bonner now. Just tell him not to leave his crease. That's what Ladda wants. He's trying to promote that movement, that shuffle down the track. Deeper in the crease, deeper in the field, and just the one run available. Probably a bit slow, both members there. 14 overs gone, 117 for 4.
Well, there you go. That's how you bring some pressure back. These two were going along easily, just gliding through the innings and scoring heaps of runs in the process. You see Milind right there at 61 from 36. Well, you got to put pressure on, and you do that with dot balls. You had 2 that last over, 4 total runs off of it. But is it a little bit too late with Milind's eye in the way that it is?
It's not too late until this over is bowled. And the reason I say that is you now have built some pressure, but you need someone to maintain it or at least capitalize on it. So who is that option? Do you go to one of your seamers? Do you look at Zaid Alam? Do you go to Sahib Malhotra? Are you willing to bowl Abdullah Ghazi's last here? You need to be able to break this partnership, and you need this over to be well executed.
Yeah, and I think you want to keep Kingsemen under 150 if you can. I think that even that's a high score. But at this phase, I think if you go from 117 for 4 at 14th, at the end of the 14th over, and you can limit them to under 150 at the end, I think you'll have done something special, or you'll have done pretty good at least.
Just a change of end for each leg spinner. Intriguing decision. Why is Malhotra going to be more successful this end compared to where it was last over?
Well, maybe we'll find out. I think Sahib is going to put a little more zip on it. And because of that, I think you're more likely to play him to the offside. That's the bigger side of the ground here from this end.
Maybe even implore batters to try to get across and be late or let that ball bounce over the top, given his extra zip, extra height. If you're the Kingsmen, what's the minimum score you'd be happy with from this point?
I think if you're the Kingsmen, I think you want to get to a 160. But I also think you have to be telling yourself we can get a lot more than that, too.
And this is what we're talking about, the way Malhotra's touch shorter but quicker. It's not going to really allow Milind Kumar to rock back and take a big whack rather than just play it along the carpet. Really solid partnership that's just continuously churned through the runs. Haven't allowed there to be much buildup of pressure. And this partnership's already worth in the 90s. I mean, this is sensational stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely sensational partnership here. Just recovering from that 41 for 4 position, piling on 80 runs together.
Bonner wanted a wide. Bonner's unhappy. It was close. I give you that. Misfield. Misfield. Can't afford those. You might not get Milind Kumar run out, but you've just got to make it a question.
Yeah, with Millen coming from the other end, that has to be absolutely perfect for you to even have a chance, and it was anything but. You gotta love those soft hands from Bonner to play that there and know that he had enough time.
And just maneuvering, just working their way through. 6 runs from over number 15, 123 for 4. Final phase of this first innings, and now I'm joined by Brian Walters. Brian, 123 on the board for the Kingsmen. What's the minimum you're looking at?
The current run rate is 8.2. That translates to a score of 164. But you remember about an hour ago, you and I were talking about 164 as though it was the upper end of what they could get. This pair has put on 81 runs in a brilliant partnership. Yes, you did not like the fact that you lost Saad Ali in comical fashion, but this pair has put you in the position now that if you score 9 and over from here, you're close to 170. 10 and over gets you to 173, 174. To me, 170 would be the minimum that you'd be looking for from here.
Return of Adi Patel. Remember, his first over was taken apart by Ramiz Raja. Gave up 15 thanks to 3 boundaries.
Well, Bonner and particularly Milind Kumar will need or want to remind him of that first over. And I would not be surprised if they were to look ultra aggressive here. Good running between the wickets for these two.
Yeah, tremendous stuff from Milind Kumar and Bonner. Their communication has been absolutely sensational.
It has been, and I hate to keep picking on Sadali. The running between the wickets between these two has been crisp. It has been assured as compared to that run out that you had with Sadali. And they have judged these runs to perfection. So you see the opportunity for two. You see them sprint the first one hard and then put the pressure on the fielding side. That's part of what makes, in my mind, almost a match-winning type of partnership, which is what this one looks like to me.
Incredibly intelligent from Milind Kumar. Fine leg was pushed very wide and into the deep, and just helps himself.
Helps himself to 4 runs. It is a shot that you and I have both seen Milind Kumar play with regularity. So easy for him to step inside the line, that length, and by definition, it's a premeditated shot. So you're banking on the fact that Adi Patel is going to bowl a short of length delivery. But once you get inside the line and you get that length, it's pretty easy for him to put it away for 4. Interestingly now, moving a fine leg much finer. Short fine leg is almost like a deep leg slip to essentially prevent that type of shot.
In action straight away is Zedalam. To your point about running, I also think it's Bonner's ability to say no that might be the biggest difference. It felt like Sadali was just running because Milind Kumar had said, okay, we're coming, and was a victim of Kumar's indecision, versus Bonner has basically said on multiple occasions, no, we're settling for 1 here.
Such an important part of it, and you can tell the experience that these two have is showing.
Oh, here we go. Trouble, trouble. Oh, needed a direct hit. Needed that to be a direct hit to be a commentator's curse.
That would have been the ultimate in commentators. It's been a while since I've taken somebody's wicket. That would have been under my column, no question. Because as we spoke so eloquently about how they run between the wickets, that was a mix-up that found them both in the center of the pitch.
Excellently carved. Brilliant from Milind Kumar.
How easy on the eyes is that? Saw that there's nobody in the deep on the offside and opening the face, getting it over the side, over point. See right there on that replay, opens the face, elevates the ball over backward point for one of the easiest boundaries that he's had all day. Moving well into the 70s. 74 from 42, 8 4s and 2 6s, Milind Kumar.
This time more authoritative. And this time it's 6.
Planting that front foot and going big down the ground. Look at this strike. Clean as a whistle. Maybe one little shimmy to get closer to the pitch. But that goes right over the top. Had there been a long on, very, very straight, he might have been with a chance. But this is a clean strike from Milind Kumar. And that goes for 6, number 3 for him.
Close of over 16, it's 141 for 4.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
Simranjit Singh to bowl over 17. Fielder in place, fielder in place. Excellently well judged. On the brink of 100 partnership, Bonner loses his wicket.
Not often that you put on 99 runs for a wicket and then feel disappointed. But I think Nkrumah Bonner will be upset with the fact that he holed out deep to the man who's probably not going to drop that in that position, that is Zaid Alam. It was sinking as it got to him. It was struck firmly, but straight to Zaid Alam. All he had to do was just go down and take that. And so monster partnership comes to an end. The wicket falls with the score on 141 for 5. A brilliant 99-run partnership. It was worthy of the 100, but I think it did its job in pulling the Kingsemen out of trouble.
Yeah, no question. You can't be upset with Bonner's performance there. Now, the one thing the Kingsemen have that they're so luxurious for, you replace your former Test cricketer in Bonner, and you bring in Hassan Khan, maybe the best cricketer in all the United States, strides out into a situation that suits his batting style to a T. Hassan Khan, of course, has really come into his own and needs no introduction anymore. When he first came to the States in minor league cricket, it was his ridiculous average above 50 at a strike rate of 180, lower down the order, coupled with his ability to bowl left arm orthodox. That said, man, this guy might be something special. And then fast forward a couple of months, gets taken with the second overall pick in the 24 Major League Cricket draft by the San Francisco Unicorns, and a Bart King Award or two later, he's in his position now as a name that everyone knows and everyone holds in high regard.
About the only thing that could save the Khulle Sher team here is that old phrase, one brings two. Because if this pair is allowed to bat to the end of the innings, you can see some fireworks. You see the ball striking ability that he has, Hassan Khan. As a righty looking to take on what is the shorter boundary on the leg side, he can clear any one of these fences. You just have to be very careful to not overpitch and not get it too straight to him.
He scores in a multitude of areas, which is also the biggest trick. Short, full, wide, or straight. This could be a chance. Just away. Just enough. And they'll come back for two.
It was in the air for a while. You would get the sense that it almost was just out of reach of the fielder running back from short cover, but it just cleared him. Maybe another yard and he might have been able to take it.
That'll be so disappointing for Simranjit Singh, who was pumped around by Milind Kumar in his previous over. Gets out of the way nicely, Hassan Khan.
Taking evasive action there, Hassan Khan. The ball is traveling back at him at the rate of knots. Just want to make sure now that you attempt to recreate, obviously not the length partnership that Bonner and Milind Kumar did, but get something in the 8, 9, 10 runs and over range.
See you later.
Wow. Well, as I mentioned, as you see there, we'll see on this replay again. As I mentioned, you cannot be too straight to Hassan Khan. If it's in his pads, he will absolutely slaughter you. And again, that is the shorter side of the field. That is 65 yards out there. Look at this line. In fairness, it was not as bad a ball. He stepped over to the offside and essentially made it a ball on his pads. Maybe it was on the stumps. Maybe just you could marginally criticize and say it should have been outside off stump. But that was more about Hassan Khan.
Like you mentioned, smaller region of the ground. He needs no small boundaries, Hassan. Decent comeback, but it's excellently placed. Able to come back for two.
Excellent running. That is the end of over number 7. Last 3 coming up. 1, 5, 3 for 5.
.153 already on the board, Brian. We were again talking that 140, 150 would have been that upper echelon, and it's unbelievable how quickly things can change.
Well, you take a former top-scoring Ranji Trophy batter, pair him with a former West Indies middle-order batter, both still very young men, Milind Kumar being younger than Nkrumah Bonner, I would guess. But I don't think either of them has, in fact, I know for sure neither of them has gotten to 35, 36 years old yet. So still relatively fit, and they have the experience that allows them to bat long, bat to the situation, mix caution and aggression, and do what they needed to do to put that big partnership together.
Zaid Alam bowled a couple overs early, but hasn't been back. When he was last on to bowl, it was a very different game. 3 wickets in the power play. Now, 5 wickets in hand, 3 overs to go, and Milind Kumar and Hassan Khan just starting to flex their muscles. Telegraph.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say this. First of all, if you need the lotto numbers tonight, ask Aman Patel. Aman can give you his Twitter feed and you can let him. He called that off air. He called it right before it happened. Getting inside the line and scooping that one, in fairness, that is always on the cards with fine leg inside the circle.
Again, Milind Kumar is just such a cognizant cricketer. He's so aware of where your fielders are. Third inside, fine leg inside, seam up from Zaid Alam. He's so quick. He's using that to his advantage. And now he's manipulated the field. So fine leg is dropped. Square leg has come back in. And expect Milind Kumar to take advantage of this now.
He is such an intelligent cricketer. As I used this phrase the other day, the baseball phrase, hit him where they ain't. That is essentially what this game is about for Milind Kumar. And he does it with perfection.
Excellent Yorker. Tremendous execution. And will just be the one.
Boy, the wheels are turning. You are on the verge of 175 without much difficulty. In fact, with this pair, the acceleration that they can get toward the back end of the innings, you don't know that 185 or 190 is out of the equation at this stage.
Hassan Khan just got his guard on leg and middle stump, so expect him to continuously maneuver around the crease. And fine leg is back up inside the ring. And he's got a shot or two that can go over fine leg. Tremendous comeback from Zaid Alam. You get a hit for 4 first up. It's not easy to come back.
It's not. You're able to find the right length. Length is so important with these two batters. If it is at a length that will allow them to get underneath the ball, then those are the ones that can travel. But at that length, very full, almost Yorker length, not much to do other than just hit it down the ground for a single.
That'll have to be rebowled. Yep, signaled there. Leg umpire says no ball. You missed the Yorker. And this is what happens.
Well, there are a number of different flavors of no balls. This one is the full toss above waist height. You see the reaction there from Hassan Khan. And then really also from Milind Kumar, who seems to be maybe stretching out his right wrist. Not exactly sure whether or not he injured it. But I think the bigger picture here is that this next delivery is a free hit. Get one for the no ball. This will give us a good look here from the three. Oh, no question. That was above waist height. Here's a free hit. Oh.
That's how you execute. That is absolutely how you execute. The wide Yorker doesn't get much better than that.
That is precision. Another 4 inches outside, and that is a wide that he would have to re-bowl and still have it be a free hit. But that's exactly what you do in that situation.
Just 25 years of age, Zaid Alam. I think he's one for the future. Work for sweeper. Won't be able to work today. 4 runs.
Lovely. Absolutely lovely. Just opening the face and running it behind point. It is a shot that he plays with precision. Milind Kumar now moving into the 90s, ladies and gentlemen. 92 from 50, 10 fours and 3 sixes. An absolutely brilliant innings from the USA middle order batter.
And it's just effortless, like you mentioned. He's not looking to overhit the ball. He times it beautifully, and his placement is something to behold. Doesn't get punished for the low full toss that time. Close of 18, a very much an eventful over, 165 for 5. Two overs to go. Still Milind Kumar, still Hassan Khan, and 165 on the board as Abdullah Ghazi has his last.
Abdullah Ghazi bowling in a completely different environment here. Bowled over number 1, took the big wicket of Sharjeel Khan. Over number 3, saw him with another tight, miserly over where he did take another wicket. But into his last over here, completely different game at this stage. He also took a 3rd wicket in his 3rd over. So 1 wicket in each of his 3 overs, but he's absolutely in a different environment here.
You talk about the last time we saw Ghazi bowl, it was in the power play. He would have taken his 3rd for just 10 runs. It was 20-odd for 3. And you sat here now 166 for 5. And he sat there wondering, where's this all going wrong? I had a great start to the day.
There's certainly an argument to be made that you could have possibly wanted to have brought him back earlier, maybe around the 12th or the 13th over. And by the way, let me highlight what he's doing here. Going around the wicket and slanting the ball across the 2 right-handed hitters. That one, Hassan Khan, not quite able to reach it. Now, you said that earlier Hassan Khan was batting on the middle leg. Given this length and given this line, I would expect him to move across the stumps to in front of off stump.
Execution at its very best from Ghazi.
Brilliant bowling. There you saw just a little bit of a shimmy, not an exaggerated movement across like I was expecting. And I would suspect that if he's able to continue finding that ball just inside the wide line, outside the line of off stump, from around the wicket, those are very difficult to hit unless you step all the way across. So you might consider Hassan Khan whether or not he's able to step all the way across. But in doing that, if the bowler sees that you're doing that and then delivers one on the stumps, then you're bowled behind your back. So you have to be very careful here. It's kind of a tricky game.
Fielder. Oh, shot short. But get your lottery tickets from Brian Walters now, too. Find him on socials. He's absolutely nailed that.
Well, I mean, it's clear what the plan is. From around the wicket, get it all the way outside off stump, just inside the blue line, the wide line. And if you're not able to come across, then there's no way you're going to reach it. So I think Hassan Khan doing the right thing there.
Well stopped, Ghazi.
You know what? All things considered, this is a brilliant 19th over. My goodness.
Just giving up 2 runs so far.
Incredible to this pair. One on 94, the other on 11, both knowing that they only have 7 balls left in the over, and they're absolutely looking to hit him. This is really brilliant stuff from Abdullah Ghazi.
Kumar could look to be innovative here. Not more conventional, but Ghazi, 3 runs from his final over. His day, 3 for 13. It's 168 for 5. Well, Milind Kumar is holding on to strike here for the final over on 95. Again, I don't think he's too worried about the 100 in and of itself, but has a chance to do that and tack on another 12 runs to get to 180.
180 is definitely on the cards. Easily the bowler of the day has been Abdullah Ghazi, who is going to bowl over number 20 is the question. And that is going to be Zaid Alam. Zaid Alam, 3 overs so far, none for 26, so going at just short of 9 and over. But he's bowling to a man who, number 1, can play shots 360 degrees. Number 2 has evil intentions on his mind. And number 3 only has 6 overs, make that 6 balls remaining in the day with the bat. So he'll be looking to fire on all cylinders here.
The wide Yorker was something that was so well executed by Alam in his previous over. I wouldn't expect him to maneuver off of that plan much.
It's interesting because right before the over started, you saw Abdullah Ghazi walk over and have a chat with Zaid Alam. And I think it would be something like, you know what, it doesn't necessarily matter the length that you bowl, the line is important. And also the length, you cannot let him get underneath you.
This should fall safely. Fine leg third inside the ring. So always on the cards, that shot. And that's why the length, like you mentioned, is so important.
And by the way, I just misspoke. I meant to say he would have said it doesn't matter what line you bowl as long as you bowl the proper length. That length is a length that you can get underneath, and I don't know that you want to bowl that length to either one of these batters.
Again, that's still fine leg and third inside the ring. Ball wins the race, and Milind Kumar, raise your bat, 100. An unbelievable innings. It's come up in just 56 deliveries.
42 for 4 seems like a different match. Believe it or not, 174 is on the board, most of it due to that man in the center of your screen, Milind Kumar. The brilliant innings that he scored 100 off of 56 balls, 11 fours and 3 sixes, and he's not done yet. But boy, has he lit the stadium alight today.
Not done yet is so key. It's been an innings of patience and then of supreme power. He still has third and fine leg inside the ring. It was about time. Sooner rather than later.
I mean, Aman, instead of commentating, you and I need to be on the field captaining. And if we were captaining, we would tell third or fine leg or both, you need to be back. That shot is always on the cards with Milind Kumar.
As long as they're okay with their captain not batting or bowling, I think then I can captain. You might get away with it, but as long as they can as long as the captain doesn't have to bat or bowl, then they'll be okay. But it's just the Milind Kumar show, and we're all just witnessing it live and up close. Alam gets the last laugh. What an innings it's been for Milind Kumar. He's done nothing wrong. He salvaged this game, and he's got his side into a commanding position.
Absolutely commanding position. The damage has been done. 104 is what he has against his name, Milind Kumar. And I will tell you, that smile on his face tells you that he does not care one bit that he has just been clean bowled. 104 from 58, 12 fours, 3 sixes. What an innings, Milind Kumar.
Yeah, and you can see there the recognition of his 100, and he's getting recognition on his way back to the dugout. Mohamed Ilyas, you've got one ball. Just get bat on it. Hassan Khan will run with you.
Exactly.
Powerful bat in his own right. Ilyas plays most of his cricket with the St. Louis Americans. out there in minor league cricket. Prominent with the ball. And here you go, 1 ball, open stance. Does he look to be innovative? I don't reckon that's in his repertoire.
Call corner. He's aiming for call corner. That is the name of the game for the big fast bowler. No innovation, nothing but swinging for the fences at call corner. And there's a gigantic gap out there, too. Not that it makes a difference. They'll be running on anything, but that's a good area of the field for him to aim at here.
More towards mid-wicket, and just a single. Will fall short of 180, but 179. Unbelievable, considering where the Kingsemen were, and rescue mission that's turned out into a triumphant day.
Oh, my goodness. What an absolutely brilliant fight back. 99-run partnership for the 5th wicket, and a bonus 37 runs added for the 6th wicket. Excellent batting from the lower middle order, 179 runs.
No question. And again, you would feel disappointed if you're Khulle because you're in such a dominant position. 3 wickets in the power play, 50 runs on the board, 4 wickets down, and you still end up needing 180 in your 20 overs.
Absolutely incredible batting. The last 5 overs, Aman Patel went for 56 runs, and absolutely brilliant stuff. As you see on the batting card, Ramiz Raja started off quickly, disappeared. Sherjeel Khan, they did this with no contribution from Sherjeel Khan. Raghav Satish make that Zaida Awazia, thank you, 4 runs. But Milind Kumar, the big 100, ably assisted by Nkrumah Bonner, 27 from 26. Hassan Khan, and I'll tell you what an absolutely brilliant effort from the man we're just talking about right now, Milind Kumar himself.
Yeah, absolutely sensational. You look at what happened with the ball. Abdullah Ghazi is the name that you want to highlight. 4 overs, 13 runs and 3 wickets. So in 16 overs, they have somehow found a way to score 160 runs. Sensational, sensational work there. You look at the economies, they represent that the rest of the way through. Well, all the action happening. Nate Hayes is around, and he's got the man of the moment. Nate, tell us what you got.
Milind, first of all, congrats on that century. It's one of the finest innings this summer. How do you feel going into the chase?
Nothing. Feels good to score for the team. Chase is wicket is a little tricky if you bowl in the right areas, but definitely have to bowl. Looking forward to it.
Now, you got 179 for 6 in the innings. Was that more or less what you were targeting going in?
To be honest, it's way more than what we targeted. We were looking around 150, and then we got the bonus in between a couple of overs.
You had the tricky run out there with Saad Ali at 41 for 4. You were in a tough spot. Your communication, though, with Bonner seemed to be absolutely exceptional, running between the wickets, rotating strike. You went several overs at one point without a dot ball. How key was that communication?
Yeah, me and Bonner, what we planned was, take along till the 15th over. Whatever we get, we get. Try to be around 6-7 over. If we get the, a loose ball, we'll try to score runs, and that's what we talked about.
We got the second innings coming up, and your opponent will have to chase 180 thanks to your century. Stay tuned.
Thank you. Brilliant to hear from Milind Kumar and Nate Hayes, and what an innings we just saw. Unbelievable from a man where we almost come to expect that from him, don't we, Brian?
Oh, my goodness, yeah. Look at these highlights. Just brilliant stuff. I think you just saw a couple of streaky shots to start with. Ramiz Raja got going with a couple of big ones over the offside. Loved that extra cover region for 3 straight shots from Aditya Patel. And then that's the third of them. But after he fell, there was a bit of a lull and a number of tight overs where they had trouble getting the ball off the square.
Yeah, and Abdullah Ghazi was a big part of that. There's your 1 wicket of Ramiz Raja, and from there, you just said, things aren't quite moving the way we need it to. Uzaid Alam got into the attack, maybe a couple of boundaries, but again, Abdullah Ghazi was so sensational.
This was a brilliant catch there, just taken so easily by Simranjit Singh, U21 player. This is comical. This is one that you'll not want to see again if you are Saad Ali. Finds him halfway down the track. About the most farcical run out that you can see. But the big partnership put together in Nkrumah Bonner and Milind Kumar.
And this was where the game absolutely turned. It was 54 for 4. You felt, okay, the Kingsemen might struggle to get to 140. These two kept going. Sloppiness from Khulle Sher, and then the destructive nature of Milind Kumar just went through and through. Even with the tricks on this wicket, it was not enough to slow these two down.
Looking at Milind Kumar just playing these shots, that you saw a number of times. You and I called it a couple of times with fine leg and third inside the circle. That would have always been on the cards. And you saw how they accelerated beautifully as they got through that partnership. And there's another scoop shot from Milind Kumar.
They batted so well, they took Sarbjit Ladda and Saib Malhotra out of the attack. And then Hassan Khan got in and said, I might hit the biggest 6 of the day. Just into the other ground whilst they're running between the wickets. And a couple of phenomenal, innovative strokes. Milind Kumar brings up his 100 in the final over. And what a day it's been. No ball. And like we said, Milind Kumar just carried his way through this innings.
Oh, my goodness. So brilliant stuff. The fact that he got clean bowled in the last over, I don't think matters very much to him. That's the dismissal there. But Aman Patel, it is an absolutely brilliant innings that you saw here from Milind Kumar. They restart to see whether or not Khulle Sher can overcome a target of 180. Nice and round. That restarts happens in exactly 5 minutes. Join us at 4:15 local time to see that chase. See
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
Well, here we are, ready for the second innings here. Kingsemen put up 179 for 6 in the first innings, and the star of that was Milind Kumar. What an incredible sight.
Just stunning. We sang his praises throughout. There you see a quick summary. Kingsemen scoring all of 179 runs. Dominated by Milind Kumar, 104 from 58. The next highest score, 27, Nate. That was pretty much a one-man show from Milind Kumar.
It was a one-man show, but there was a time, you see the space in between those two dots represents 99 runs. That partnership that he had with Bonner was just beautiful to watch. The way that Bonner facilitated, the way they communicated between the wickets, the way they ran. I could have watched that all day.
It's textbook how to run between the wickets, how to build an innings, how to play to the situation, how to maneuver the bowlers and the fielders such that they bend to your will. It is essentially exactly what you want from a batting side. And again, we talked about the fact that both of these batters are very accomplished. Milind Kumar plays for the U.S. team, scored hundreds of runs in the Ranji Trophy back in India, and then all Nkrumah Bonner did was bat in the middle order for the West Indies for several years. And for some reason, Nkrumah Bonner is on the field driving a four-wheeler. I'm not sure why that's the case, but I think that you've seen evidence that all the hard work is done, and then they just had fun the last 8 or 9 overs.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to wonder, with a total that big, Abdullah Ghazi, if he doesn't allow only 13 runs and take 3 wickets, what that innings could have looked like.
I'm glad you highlighted that because Abdullah Ghazi goes at 3s. Everybody else combined goes at over 10s. So take Abdullah Ghazi's out and then add it to, or you replace his overs with overs that essentially equate to the overall scoring rate of the innings. You're over 200 runs.
Yeah, you're on your way to 210. Just ridiculous stuff from Abdullah Ghazi. And, you know, if we get a really great innings here, if somebody from Khulle Sher steps up, and they step up from the start, because you're almost going to have to go the whole distance, you know, that innings could come back to be very valuable.
Now, and look, there's a reason why you don't just assume who's going to win and then assign points. You have to play the game. If you were to look at both teams and look at the position in which each team is right now and gauge as to whether or not there is a chance that the chasing side, Khulle Sher, can go ahead and win this game, there is certainly a chance. If you ask me for a win predictor, starting out the gate, I would say 60-40 for the Kingsemen. But I don't know whether or not you're getting to the point where you're expecting something big from this batting pair at the top of the order. Now, if you lose 5 quick wickets inside the power play, then the objective might be different for the Kingsemen. You might be thinking, we can go ahead and get a victory similar to what Stallions X did yesterday and win inside a really short period of time and then end up helping yourself a net run rate. All of that is very premature, obviously, but I think the job right now for Khulle Sher is to get off to a fast start, chasing 9 runs and over.
Well, it's going to come down to start it off with Prince Singh, the captain of the side, and Kunwarjeet. Kunwarjeet has been absolutely sensational this summer in minor league cricket, batting from the left-hand side. So we got a lefty-righty partnership to start off this massive chase here. Khulle Sher needs 180 from 20 overs here at the Parliament Sports Complex at the Atlanta Open 2025.
So it'll be Mohamed Ilyas to open the bowling from the southern end of the ground. Right arm quick. You saw him for all of one delivery when he batted earlier. Absolutely no pressure situation. Go in. You have one ball to face. Whatever happens, happens. but his main job is with the ball, and he's looking to strike quickly, take wickets. Interesting matchup here.
Interesting for sure. I think the pressure is on immediately for Khulle Sher to get going quickly. Got a very good bowling attack here with the Kingsemen, many of whom played in that minor league final on Sunday. There's a peel right away, but definitely not an LBW.
Yeah, that one is bouncing, excuse me, bouncing comfortably over the top. Mohamed Elias is a prolific appealer. And if the ball is anywhere in the zip code of the pads, he's going to go up vociferously, whether or not the ball would have actually hit the stumps. So you can't be swayed in any way by how vociferously he appeals.
Well, he didn't vociferously appeal that one, as Brian uses a lot of big words to say that he's fussy.
Nate Hayes, if you are the first son of two school teachers, one of whom was the principal of the school that you went to, the other of whom taught English, you learn words like vociferous when you're 4 years old.
Here you go. I'm 44.
We talked about that.
There's always something to learn in cricket, especially when you're sitting next to Brian Walters. And I can promise you I won't make any predictions that come true today, unlike Oman, so you'll have to wait 10 overs for that.
You want to make me choke on myself, Nate Hayes. 3 straight dots, by the way, to start this innings. Excellent bowling from Mohamed Elias.
Right back over his head. Does it have enough to get to the boundary? And the answer is no, and that's just going to be 2.
2 runs down the board. You don't score 180 without first scoring 2. So from that standpoint, it's a positive development, and you want to be able to take advantage of these power play overs. Struck down the ground here by number 58. That would be, I'm sorry, fielded down the ground by number 50. In fact, that's, I believe, Awazia. Going past the outside edge.
Yeah, shorter past the edge there, as Prince Singh losing a little bit of patience there, wanting to pile up some more runs on top of that too.
Excellent over on the way, though.
See how he comes down that wicket there, and the length is pulled back beautifully by Ilias.
Boy, when you're chasing 180, to have the first over, only go for 2 with 1 ball to go is a really good start with the ball. I jinxed them with the best of them, Nate Hayes.
Good job by the keeper there to stop that from being worse.
Yeah, so a couple of wides for the 6th ball of the over. Still have 1 legal ball to go here in over number 1. Khulle Sher is definitely up against it. Lefty now going to be on strike, Kunwarjit Singh.
Yeah, thanks to that wonderful century in the first innings, Kingsemen are going to feel pretty comfortable right now. Won't mind giving up 2 wides right now. And Kunwarjit defends it to end the first over. 4 without loss. You can see the Khulle Sher bench there. Patiently waiting to see how things develop. Ready to cheer, I think. And these two need to give them something to cheer for.
Well, all they have to do now is face off against a former Pakistan left-arm opening fast bowler.
Zia Hawk
Wasim Akram was not available, but Ziaul Haq is. And needless to say, it will be exceptionally difficult to score off of Ziaul Haq.
He's been so good since being involved here in this U.S. cricket scene. He's been absolutely excellent.
He's an in-swing bowler to the righty, Prince Singh. He is an outswing bowler to Kunwarjeet Singh, the left-handed batter. So not surprising that there is just one wide slip in the form of Nkrumah Bonner at second slip to the right-hander.
Once again, Prince Singh wants to get down the pitch a little bit, anticipating maybe a good length delivery, but Zia pulls it back.
Such a good bowler, Ziaul Haq. And, by the way, was not needed today with the bat. He's more than capable of helping himself with the bat.
We saw him end that first innings in the minor league final with a 4 and a 6.
Well, I also saw him in Grand Prairie, coming in with a very tight chase, needing, I think it was about 19 from the last 2 overs. First 3 balls that he faced, 4-4-4.
That'll help.
It will help. It helped tremendously. So I mentioned to him I'm going to start a petition to get him up the order. Don't know if he'd like that very much, though.
You know, some guys just don't care. Some guys just don't want to bat.
So 4 straight dots, my goodness. Under these circumstances, this is how you build pressure.
100%. Only 4 runs from the first 10 balls. Pressure was there before the first ball was even bowled. It's building up now.
Of course, half of those 4 runs were wides down the leg side, so just 2 runs off the bat so far.
And another dot. That's 5 in a row. As you see the class of Ziaul Haq. There's Millen shining the ball.
Bigger issue here is umpire Ravi Balasubramaniam, I think, telling Ziaul Haq he's encroaching on the danger area. You're not allowed to, on your follow-through steps after delivering, run down the center of the pitch. And I think that's what Ziaul Haq was guilty of there.
Straight. Gets over everyone. Very well struck. 4. And the 4 wraps up this over, doubling their score. Singh finally gets a hold of one.
Yeah, skied it. It was on the legs and just good driving length. So Ziaul Haq can either bowl that ball fuller where the batter cannot get underneath it, or he can bowl it shorter of a length that it can't be hit down the ground. But they have a lot of runs to play with. End of over number 2, 8 without loss.
Elias will stay on here for the 3rd over, and he'll start off against the lefty Kunwarjeet Singh, who has not been able to get on strike. Only faced 1 ball so far. Fine enough to beat the fielder. Not firm enough to get to the rope, but that's 2.
Yep. Mohamed Elias just a little bit too straight to the left-handed Kunwarjeet Singh. Looking at this replay, you'll see this on his hips. So from that line, that is easy for a left-hander to put those away. And he's bowling in swing to the left-hander also. So that helps exacerbate the movement down the leg side. All you have to do is just get inside the line and help it to the rope. Didn't quite go to the ropes, but certainly went in that direction.
Very, very full there. Kunwarjeet effectively just defends it.
Well, we've talked all week about the fact that The angle that is created. Nate Hayes. Mohamed Elias is listening to me and I haven't even said it yet. I was about to say the angle that's created when he goes over the wicket is the better one, and he immediately makes that change. First two delivers around the wicket. This one for me is a better angle, over the wicket.
This
in
one's
the air.
coming towards us, but just over the circle. Unbelievable catch. Unreal. Milind Kumar's wonderful day continues. That was crazy.
Is there anything Milind Kumar cannot do? Don't know yet if he can splice the atom. He may be able to. That is the most ridiculous catch that I have seen in a really long time. The ball skied a mile in the air, running dead sprint away from the ball, and somehow pulls it off. A ridiculous catch over his shoulder.
This is just crazy, this catch. He was on full sprint for this. Caught it
one-handed, no less.
At the full extent of his right arm. He pulls that back in, and Milind Kumar is trying to find new ways to win the game.
Well, what he's thinking is, I don't quite have the player of the match trophy sealed just yet, so I need to do a couple more things to do that. And by the way, when I bowl, I should probably take about 5 wickets just to make sure.
Well, I was saying that his innings in the first innings, his batting was the most impressive batting I think I've seen this year. I think that might have been the most impressive catch I've seen this year, all in the same game. I'm so happy to be on ground number 1 right now.
Oh, my goodness. I could watch this on replay a number of times, and it would never get old. Watch the very end of this. One-handed. Stupid. And by the way, excellent camera work by the guys at 360 Production. Really good work all the way around.
And this one's well struck, dead straight, and it has enough wheels to go for 4.
Wow. So the new batter is going to be Zaid Alam. That is the one ball that he's faced. Really good shot, by the way. Timed perfectly. Very little flourish. Just an elevated straight drive right down the ground for 4.
We saw a great catch. We see a nice shot here from Zaid. Just a wonderful day for cricket here. Flicked. It's going to go over by quite some distance. 6 runs.
So the lesson, do not bowl at a batter's pads. Look where this ball is, on his legs. You cannot bowl that line. That ball has to be outside the line of off stump. It is essentially a free hit. Not a free hit in the sense that you can't be dismissed, but a free hit that you can swing for the fences. Worst case scenario, you get knocked on the pad and you don't get dismissed. This is the type of shot that any batter under these circumstances wants to play.
Well, you can't get dismissed when it's 15 meters beyond the boundary.
This is true. Much better line. That is the line that you want outside the line of off stump. Single closes things out in over number 3, 21 for 1.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, deep in that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
Looks like we're going with Hassan Khan for the 4th over, but back to that catch. That was just something remarkable from Milind Kumar. I love that we get to bring this back up again. This is so cool. Look at that. Oh, my gosh. At full sprint, too.
The thing about that catch, and I hate to keep dragging this out. Yes, it was 10 minutes ago, but we have to keep talking about it. To even get into position to take that catch, you'll see many fielders backpedal like an NFL defensive back, and you'll never catch that ball backpedaling like this. He turned around completely, sprinted forward, proper sprinting motion while looking over his shoulder. That's what gave him the chance to even get close to catching that.
This one off the back foot, racing towards the boundary, but it's just going to be the one. You're absolutely right. You have to get those hips around and go after it and find it again sometimes. In order to do that, you've got to be light on your feet. You've got to be on the balls of your feet or even the toes. Any heel strike is going to make the horizon bounce in your eyes. Whew. This one gets through.
Things do not get any easier whatsoever. Look at this. Look at the bounce. Extra bounce. Ramiz Raja doing well to keep it in front of him behind the stumps. Hassan Khan right now is bowling medium pace. He's not in any way attempting to spin it. He's firing it in at pace and beating the batter. 3 consecutive deliveries.
Flights this one. It's directly to the fielder. And Prince Singh has to go sit down. Only 6 from 12.
Easy as you like. I said the first few deliveries of that over, he fired them in at pace. Well, this one he tossed up and put the carrot out there. Prince Singh looking for the big drive. Left arm turning the ball. Look at the turn on this. Pitching and turning away. Just a marginal amount of turn, but that's all that it took to find the outside edge. A pretty simple catch to backward point.
We've seen Prince moving his feet a bit to the pace bowlers, kind of walking himself into trouble, and they pulled the length back, and that time he kind of walked himself just into almost a Yorker length, and the ball was turning, came off the bat, right into the hands of the point fielder.
Well, 4 deliveries make that 3 deliveries remaining in over number 4. So you're falling behind dramatically. Going into the innings, the required scoring rate was 9. It has now gone up to 9.47. So you're almost at the point where you need 10s and over the rest of the way, 9.58 to be specific. And you're almost at the point where you're looking for 10 runs every over. And you don't win very many matches from this position, losing regular wickets.
Very true. You've got Agni Chopra out there in the middle now. And he has had a great summer here in minor league, his first season in minor league. We know he plays first-class cricket out over in India in the Ranji Trophy. He's put up incredible numbers there. Ooh. Well stopped there by Bonner.
Smashed right to Nkrumah Bonner at short mid wicket. And it just keeps getting more and more difficult for Khulle Sher. Who can stand up and be counted? Is Zaid Alam, 12 from 4, 1-4-1-6. Agnetrapa just arriving at the crease, but it's going to be a really stiff ask against a tremendous bowling unit.
This one gets through. Just going to be one by, it looks like.
Interesting. No indication from the umpire. So let's see exactly what the discussion is between Hassan Khan and the umpire. I believe Hassan Khan would have been asking for a leg before, not given. Oh, there's the sign. So it's now wide. It took a while for him to make his decision, umpire. But I think Hassan Khan complaining that that one's going down the leg side. And with that new ICC regulation, somebody smarter than me can tell me what it all means. But umpire believes that it is a wide. And so it is the second, I believe, wide of the innings.
The second wide of the innings, both of them going for an extra run on top of it, and that'll end the 4th over. Khulle Sher in a lot of trouble. 26 for the loss of 2. It's an appeal here. Very first ball of the 5th over from Zia Ul Haq.
Zia Ul Haq bowling in swingers to the right-hander. A little bit of byplay between Zia Ul Haq and the batter, Zaid Alam. I'll take a look at this replay and see what the umpire saw. Off or from the naked eye at an angle, to me that looks like it's going down. Just that in swinger, I think it's taking it down the leg side. So in the absence of a more accurate or more straight on replay, I think that that's an accurate depiction of what happened.
Zia bowling over the stumps to the righty here. So you're going to get that in swing.
Exactly what he's trying to do, Zia Ul Haq, from over the wicket. In swingers, so it will be pitching on. He's relatively close to the stumps, so that ball will be pitching on leg stump, maybe pitching on middle and leg, and then straightening to be able to hit the stumps. Or LBW, in which case the umpire would have a decision to make, but that's the idea.
Just run to third. The first run of the over. You've only got a few balls left here in this power play. You've got a long way to go and a lot of runs to get. It's not easy, but you got to think you have to capitalize here a little bit on this power play, on the chance to get some boundaries, the chance to take some risks putting the ball in the air.
Question becomes, who do you take the chances off of? Zia Ul Haq is not an easy man to attack. Maybe Agni Chopra has a scoop shot in his repertoire that he might want to try. But it's not going to be easy to attack these bowlers. Zia Ul Haq, Hassan Khan, who is a left-handed off spinner, meaning a finger spinner, turning the ball away from the right-handers. That usually spells trouble on a turning pitch if you're looking to attack. So essentially you're needing to pick your poison, and you're wanting to find a bowler who maybe not quite as accomplished as the others, but as of right now, that would be very difficult.
Well stopped there at the boundary. Good, we're seeing great work here from this Kingsemen team in the field right now.
Excellent work in the deep. One more ball remaining here in over number 5. Look at this replay again. Cut away. In fact, he tried to cut it. It was a thick top edge, but that is excellent work in the deep to cut off really one run. They only they cut off 3 runs because they only ran 1 on that. So last ball of over number 5. Let's re-bowl that one though. Some pace on that delivery from Zia Ul Haq. Might have been the paciest of all the deliveries that he's bowled so far.
Yeah, we've seen him a couple of times really put it back into it, I guess. Straight. This will be 4 runs for Zaid Alam, who ends a 7-run over. You're going to need a lot more than this. But 7 against Zia Ul Haq, you'll take it right now.
You'll absolutely take it. In the slot, driven down the ground, powerful strike, and you'll take all of those that you can. Zaid Alam now up to 18 from 9. Strike rate of 200 is what you need the rest of the way. Score after 5, 32 for 2.
So one more over here left in the power play. I only have 32 runs on the board. Take a look at the camera crew here. The entire crew here has just been so impressive as Aman Patel joins me in the commentary.
Yeah, Nate, it's been an absolute privilege to be down here in Rydell, Georgia, and experience this Atlanta Open for the very first time. It just year 5, and so it tells you how much it's grown, but also it's just the very beginning of this tournament. There's been 4 different winners, which is really exciting.
Yeah, last year's winner looks like they're doing quite well. Very deep-looking team.
Yeah, you think about what they did to the Kingsemen. They won by 63 runs against the Kingsemen this morning over on the other field here as Milind Kumar comes in with the ball.
I was coming with some heat there.
Yeah, don't envy Short Car. You could see him waving his arms around immediately.
Had to sting a bit. Agni Chopra struck that cleanly. And he's out. He's bowled. Milind Kumar's incredible day continues as he takes a wicket on just his second ball.
Says 100 wasn't enough. A spectacular catch wasn't enough. I need a wicket to my name. And you just take a look at this. It's quick, and it's gone straight through Agni Chopra. Not trying to turn it. It's gone on to hit leg stump. It's the arm ball, and it's what's made him so effective in international cricket. Chopra goes for 1. It's 32 for 3.
Just ridiculous, Milind Kumar. He just can't stop. He doesn't want to stop right now. He's having too good of a day. Cricket's not supposed to be this easy.
And he's become an all-rounder in international cricket. This isn't just something he does part-time anymore. The U.S. team relies on his off-spin.
Yeah, when you've got an arm ball like that, you can see why. That was a beautiful delivery. Not a fluke in any way. My goodness, does he continue to affect the game here? He's got the Khulle Sher on the ropes at 32 with a loss of 3.
And again, Milind Kumar is so impressive. You talk about his international success. Back in October of 24, so a year ago, he picked up his first fifer in T20 international cricket. And then earlier this year, back in May, he became the first American cricketer in ODI cricket to score a 50 and take a fifer in the same game. Did that against Oman.
Ridiculous. Well, he's only 2 balls into his spell here. He's already got 1 wicket. He's got the century. He has the highlight reel catch. Just having a kind of day where you'd set the video game on easy, just
Sliders are all the way down. And what's remarkable is that Milind Kumar there were times for the Texas Super Kings where he was struggling to get into the 11. That tells you how deep and packed that Super Kings roster and 11 is.
That's absolutely true. Very deep roster. And also, even though he's not played a whole lot of major league games, they keep him.
Mm-hmm.
That Super Kings team keeps him. I mean, you can see why.
And again, in 3 phases is going to affect the game. If he gets to bat or bowl, that's a plus. If he doesn't do either of those 2 things, we've seen him in the World Cup take a ridiculous catch here in the Atlanta Open. It's just a real consistent thing. He's an absolute gun, Milind Kumar. Close of 6 in the power play. It's 33 for 3.
Atlanta Fire. Star-studded Atlanta Fire. One of the favorites.
Man, indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
to the Milind Kumar show here at the Paramveers Cricket Complex at the 2025 Atlanta Open. As we just saw Milind Kumar bowl, and you can see just one run and take a wicket on top of his century, on top of the great catch. And we'll have to wait at least 6 balls before we see him again with the ball in hand. With the ball in hand, delivering it to a batter, I should say. I don't want to count him out.
He's absolute lightning rod in the field as well. Akhtar Shah, first over for this man.
So wide to start off for Mario King. We've got 2 righties in now with the bat.
Yeah, Mario King, very capable bat in his own right. So addition into today's team for Khulle Sher compared to what they had yesterday on the board in their morning match. He's represented a couple different minor league franchises. And with an opportunity here, need a monstrous innings if they want to win this game.
And another wide. Akhtar played for the Metroplex Tracers in minor league cricket this season. They were on the verge of the Super 8 themselves. So many good teams in the Central, especially in Texas.
Yeah, ridiculous. Again, Milind Kumar, member of a team down there as well. They didn't make the playoffs. And again, there's just so many great cricketers. Shayan Jahangir, Harmeet Singh, they weren't a part of that.
Get a wide again. So we're starting off with 3 wides as Akhtar struggles to find his line.
Yeah, this is where run-ups become so important. If you watch Akhtar Shah and the way he bowls, genuine pace, it comes out, but a bit stiff and robotic on the way up and doesn't move with tremendous rhythm. So it's all about what he finishes at the crease. So it makes his mechanics have to be even more dramatically perfect. Any slight movement almost dramatizes and forces those extras.
And we got 4 wides to start. This one will slip away from the keeper enough for them to scamper for a second run.
And you can see Akhtar Shah so disappointed. He's just frustrated with himself right now. But this is the one blemish on the Kingsemen day at the moment.
Yeah, as his teammates just take the time to stretch out, stay loose. See Osama Razak there. And finds his line. It's actually a really good delivery.
He's got genuine pace, and he gets it to just tail back in. He just got to start it in the right area. And oftentimes, you see this a lot in maybe youth cricket. You bowl 3 or 4 wides, and you end up taking a wicket right after because you've almost lulled the batter to sleep.
Amon, how many times have we seen that in our own cricket, TCL? I think we're thinking of the same people.
I'm just thankful you didn't say how many times have you done that, because then I would have had to answer honestly.
Well, usually it's the wicket doesn't follow if I do a bunch of wides in a row. That's so 0 times. We're only 2 balls into this over after 5 wides so far. 1, 4. And that'll be another wide, so 6 on the over.
Yeah, at some points you're going to have to consider trying something new, whether that's taking some pace off, cross seam, if it's just slightly shaping too much for him. Because you got to find a way out of this over. The worst feeling as a bowler, especially as a fast bowler, is that you have no idea what you're going to run in, what you're going to bowl, how it's going to go, and you're almost just releasing and hoping.
Yeah, it's tough when you lose your feel. This one full. Just going to be the one run.
And what would be disappointing is that off the bat, through 3 deliveries, he's only given up 1 run. It's just the extras you got to control, and that's something for all young cricketers, right? If you look at your overs and, okay, I gave up 3 wides, but I only gave up 3 runs. Phenomenal. Now you got to limit those extras, and that's how you take the next step into, youth cricket to minor league cricket, from minor league to major league, and getting into these opens as well.
And yeah, it's a reminder to anybody watching who's young, who plays a lot of cricket, that even at this level, best of the best across the USA, every once in a while you have a situation where you just bowl a whole bunch of wides in a row.
Yeah, cricket's and sport in general is about how you adapt and adjust and overcome when things go wrong, because at some point it'll go wrong, whether it's you're bowling extras, whether it's you're getting pumped around the ground. How do you get yourself back into a confident state of mind?
That'll be just one more. He's just conceding singles when he gives up runs off the bat. He has the chance to really recover here. All these wides on the board here, 6 of them. He's still 1 ball to go this over and 9 runs to your name, so he can still escape this in a relatively normal looking way. It's going to go through for a dot, and he does that. He ends the over, 9 runs conceded. 42 for a loss of 3 after 7.
Zaid Alam's protesting. He wants there to be a no ball. And Hassan Khan's now just having a word with him. It's all right, buddy. No worries. It wasn't no ball. You'll find some runs off your bat. And still talking to the umpire about the last delivery.
It's a little bit tough there for Akhtar Shah. You give up 9 runs and an over. If you just look at it that way, okay, well, it's kind of a regular over, right? 9 runs. If you give that up off the bat at this phase of the innings, in this context, kind of no big deal. You just brush it off. But you have to look at it that way, I think. You can't beat yourself up about all the wides.
Again, it's all learning opportunities right now, especially with the dominant position the Kingsemen are in, with the options available. Yeah, it'll be disappointing, but again, cricket is all about how you overcome the adversity, how you come back. And Akhtar Shah will have another chance before the tournament's done.
Just fended back to Zaid Alam. This will be placed in 2-run territory and easily accomplished.
Again, Zaid Alam considers himself an all-rounder. He thinks of himself very highly with the bat. Here's your time to prove it. Either bat 20, score some big runs, make this a game.
Flat bat this one with just 1 run. Now he's starting to slow down a little bit, Zaid Alam. He started off 18 from 9. He's down to 23 from 19 right now.
Well, it's intelligent bowling from Hassan Khan. He notices the bigger boundary out to the onside, so he's dared Zaid Alam on 2 short deliveries to pull him into that deep mid-wicket region. Sensational work to Mario King there. Hassan Khan, he's such a weapon.
Yeah, he's incredible all-round cricketer. Bowled Hassan Khan takes his second. Romario King has to go sit down.
Well, the weapon is firing. We talked about the change in approach to Alam versus King. Much fuller, and really just Yorks himself. A slight bit of turn back. But Hassan Khan, no big celebration needed. This is just what he does on a day-to-day basis.
So dangerous. Ball turning so well right now for him. As you said, it is just kind of York's the batter. Now we got Ryan Scott making his way out into the middle. Ryan Scott is absolutely destructive. He's played in the Central, he's played in the East. He keeps up that strike rate no matter where he goes, it seems.
Yeah, it's almost shocking to me that he come out in this late at this number 6 position. When you think of Ryan Scott, think about when he debuted for the USA or when he plays for Philadelphia and the Michigan Cricket Stars. He's opened the batting. He's batting at 1 down. He's not batting at 4. So this is or batting at 6, rather. This is a very different position. But you like the matchup of the left arm spinner coming back into the left-hander with the smaller left side.
Absolutely true. And it makes you wonder if we're going to see Milind Kumar here shortly. Yeah, you like this matchup if you're Ryan Scott. We know he loves to throw his hands at the ball. He loves to hit big. The original record holder for the minor league cricket fastest century.
Yeah, was disappointed with his performances yesterday. Didn't get a chance to bat in their first game, but batted in their second game. Didn't find the runs, and here's his chance.
He pulls this miles away off the fence. What a shot.
Yeah, Hassan Khan's going to want to have that ball back. For all the good he's done, that is a real drag down. Small leg side, and Ryan Scott needs no second invitation. Opens up his day with a mammoth 6.
What a way to get off the mark. But this is what Ryan Scott does so well. Just mash it to the moon. And that's the end of the 8th over. We've got our 50 up for Khulle Sher, 51 for 4. Usman Kadir with the ball now.
The first introduction of leg spin for the Chicago Kingsemen. One of my favorite things about leg spinners are just the variety of run-ups that you'll see for different starting points, different lengths, and drastically different lengths and starting points.
Oh yeah, we saw a lot of earlier today. And you know, he has a long run up for a leggy. He runs in from basically mid off. And it's interesting, like you said, the variety of approaches and actions and run-ups from leg spin bowlers. Also the variety of time it takes them to get through the overs. Mohamed Mohsin goes through his overs like He just rips through him so quickly. Lada, on the other hand, takes his time. Usman Kadir here has a pretty long run of himself for a spinner. He would have had to been right on. Scott turned around thinking, man, he might go back for two, but Zaid didn't want anything to do with it.
I'm thinking about the leg spinners in this country. I think of Mohammed Mohsen and how very compact his run-up is. And then you think about leg spinners that have come here. Imran Tahir comes from out of left field to come bowl a leg spinning delivery.
Big heave, but it gets all the way through.
Yeah, just look at the amount of turn from Usman Kadir there. You just see that with his starting line, it's going to be very difficult to take it into the shorter onside for the right-hander.
Too wide that time.
Yeah, it's got to start this one on off stump. And from off stump, I think you've kept all your options open. There's big turn available, so you can even afford to go to middle stump and dare Alam to hit you from there.
I'll take the leaning edge right there, but just lands safely short of the fielder.
And that's what we're talking about. Look at the line of this one compared to the rest. It was closer to middle stump, and from there, the turn really affects and troubles Alam.
Osman's been troubling them so far to the tune of only 3 runs from his first 5 balls. And he will end on that 3 from 6. So after 9 overs, we still need 126 runs. Does Khulle Sher to chase down? They're at 54 for 4.
It's not out of the picture yet, per se, but you really need it, and that required runner to come down. So you need a start, need some more intent, and runs to flow from somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely, and we will see Milan Kumar bowling from the north end. This makes it hard. Ryan Scott will have the short side of the field to his leg side. And Milan might dare him to go after it.
Yeah, small leg side for Ryan Scott. So they have the deep point fielder. And you see a packed region inside the ring at backward point and third. So they are going to try to tempt Scott into the onside.
All right, goes back foot to defend that one. So we got the former USA batter with the current USA spinner. Well placed there.
I know that hasn't gone to the boundary for 4, but that is a ridiculous shot. Just given how fast his hands had to have been and how late he played that to bisect the field.
And the gap was not big. That is not a big gap there. He found the middle of it perfectly. Like you said, he just had to flash his hands there at the right time. And he did that. Ryan Scott, who's known as a basher, is playing some good shots right now.
This will be a great matchup. You can see neither was backing down. And you do feel as if something's going to give here very shortly.
And Ryan will give a strike over to Zaid. So 3 off the over so far. Off of 4 balls. 2 overs left for the first 10 overs of the innings. Zaid Alam, who started 18 from 9, is all the way down to 24 from 24 now. He skips down. This is, oh, good effort. Good effort in the deep. It would have been a sensational catch. But it is put down. Just one hand, actually, that was just kept in, basically. It was almost like a goalie making a stop.
Yeah, never easy when you have to move that far to your left. Dipped on him late. Again, the test experience came in there. Great athletic play, great athletic judgment as Khulle pick up a single to close over number 10, 59 for 4.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarek Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
Ten overs are done and dusted, and Brian Walters is back. 59 for 4, Brian. This game feels like it's crawling to the finish line.
Crawling, stumbling incoherently toward the finish line. And that's very much an insult. I apologize. If you have a bat in your hand, you can still score runs. And have an over that goes for 16, 17, then you might start feeling you're in the game again. But if you have the son of a former Pakistani great, leg spinning great, with the ball in hand and you cannot get him off the square, that's a single down the ground, it feels like it's becoming more and more difficult.
Yeah, the required run rate just keeps pushing up and up, above 12 now. So, again, it's not impossible yet, but it means you're going to have to take every bowler on from the Kingsemen. And there are just far too many terrific options that the Kingsemen have access to.
It's far past the point where you're going to pick a single bowler to target. Even if that were the case, who would that bowler be? You don't have a bowler here to target. They're all very good. But with the required rate now upwards of 12, approaching 13, essentially, it may be less about looking to win this game and more about not getting hurt on a net run rate basis, batting through the innings. Ryan Scott shows that if you still have a bat in your hand, where there's will, there's a way.
If there's one guy that can get it done, it's this man right here. He's had an unbelievable couple of minor league seasons. You talk about 175 strike rate, batting in the East. That's ridiculous. And if he gets it in his area, he is going to send it the distance.
What I like about that is that he got deep, got crouched down and got under the ball and helped it over long on. Now he's a leg spinner, Usman Qadir, and so he's able to turn the ball into the left-handed Ryan Scott. He may want to go to the googly here, have it going away from him.
You actually, if you want to tempt him out there, you can keep bowling the leg spinner, but you just start it a touch wider, and you then allow him to try to heave that into the bigger leg side. There's a couple ways to go about it for sure, and I'm curious to see how they go about dealing with Ryan Scott, as Scott and Qadir have a conversation.
Not sure what that's about. That didn't look very good-natured.
Yeah, look at they're still jawing back and forth.
Abdul Qadir. Usman Qadir seems to be saying, are you going to let him talk to me like that? Don't know what that was about. But big picture looking at where you are now, that 6 got the required rate down to exactly 2 runs a ball. Goes back up now with that dot.
Still talking. Still just looks and glances from the non-striker and the bowler. This is a battle brewing.
Usman Qadir, last year at this tournament, overpitched a delivery, and the batter struck the ball back fearsomely, hit him directly on his head. He was down for the count for several minutes. I'm glad that that day he's fine, and so far today it looks to be going exactly fine. 2 runs, make that 2 overs bowled, 12 runs conceded by Usman Khadir, end of 11, 68 for 4.
I'm curious to see how urgent the Kingsmen become and when they flip a switch dealing with Ryan Scott. If Scott hit a couple more boundaries, you reckon that they're going to throw all their tricks up their sleeves. It'd be the second consecutive over of Milind Kumar here. But I think Saad Ali is saying, okay, Ryan Scott gets past you, I might be forced to turn to Azil Hucker company.
I think it's going to be a steady diet of Milind Kumar. Ryan Scott loves the ball coming onto the bat. The conventional thinking would be the off spinner to the left-handed big hitter would be the way to go, slower through the air.
Milind Kumar has been described as many things. I'm not sure slower through the air is one of those ways. No, but you're right. There's an ingest there, but
sure.
Milind Kumar definitely provides that option. This will be his 3rd over, so they'll have one more to follow him.
Milind Kumar.
Coming off the back of minor league cricket, you know, everyone's just a bit preoccupied. The Kingsmen, they were in the playoffs. Some things happen.
I repeat, if your parents were both school teachers, one of whom was an English teacher, you don't miss stuff like that.
I'm not saying that you should miss stuff like that. I'm just saying here's what could have happened. Just providing the Kingsmen a defense.
Oh, goodness. Required rate now at 13, just short of 13 anyway. Oh, look, that was slow through the air. Slightly slow through the air.
Keyword slightly. He does change his pace nicely, though. He reads conditions beautifully well, Milind Kumar, and you can sense the way he's bowling will just change based off of it. So oftentimes you'll see the quicker ones that kind of dart in and keep going with the arm, but he does have that slower traditional offie.
Interesting. Ryan Scott, naturally very aggressive. That ball was slightly short of length and slower. It seems like the type of delivery he'd want to try to help over mid-wicket, like his first scoring shot.
Yeah, I was surprised not to see that stroke, given the fact that that's the smaller side. So there's plenty of margin for error there. Again, if it was a flipped field and you're hitting to the bigger side, okay, that's the plan, that's the ploy, but rather shocked.
Such a strong throwing arm, Milind Kumar, along with everything else. End of over number 12. Last 8 coming up. You still need another 106 runs.
Yeah, Brian, you mentioned a little bit earlier about net run rate, and are you playing for net run rate at all? You can't be. If you're Khulle Sher, you're going to be set at the bottom of the table. Your hopes to get into the next phase are seemingly going up in smoke. For the Kingsmen, they absolutely would think about run rate because they are on the outside looking into that top 3 and advancing into that Friday and the weekend.
A lot of moving parts. I will freely stipulate that you and Nate are much better at this sort of analysis than I am. I can create a spreadsheet that calculates it for you, but you can speak with more eloquence about the actual process of getting yourself into the position of being in that top 3. Now, going back to Usman Khadir, interesting to see the matchup between he and Ryan Scott. See what that looks like as we go here into the 13th over.
Isaiah Alam's been out there for now 31 deliveries, and to his credit, he hasn't looked out of place. Again, the first time you would have seen him bat would have been last year in minor league cricket, and didn't feel like he was this quality. But again, he holds himself in such a high regard, and you can see where that confidence stems from.
Well, you certainly like to see the confidence in a different scenario, anchoring the innings 29 from 32 and pushing on toward potential victory would certainly be something that you consider. Here, you certainly are looking for something more along the lines of 2 runs of every ball. In fact, 2 runs of every ball from this stage on will still lose you the match. You're almost to the point now where you're looking for 2 to 3 boundaries every over.
And Ryan Scott knows that. And so you're going to see him be ultra aggressive, especially with the angle now that's angling everything in to the left-hander. He's going to look to take it into the onside.
Angle it into the left-hander, asking him to hit on the big side of the ground, though. So that might be why he's made that change, Usman Qadir. Ryan Scott is winding up and looking to go big. And you just heard an expletive uttered by Ryan Scott because he wants to get this over with. Wants to, when I say over with, I mean get his, at least the opportunity for the opposition to feel under pressure. Wants to put that pressure back on the Kingsemen. Not happening just yet, though.
And it's important for the Kingsemen now to really win with a margin, because you look at the matches to come, the Clarion Eagles, they were the ones who handed the Kingsemen a defeat earlier today by 63 runs at the other venue. And so now your net runner is already behind the 8 ball. So this is your way to catch back up and give yourself a chance tomorrow.
That was a medium pacer from the leg spinning Usman Qadir. Ends over number 13, 76 for 4.
It's a great opportunity for a showcase for these two as well, both of whom would have major league aspirations. Ryan Scott, I remember, debuted for the USA back in December of 2021, but since that T20 series with Ireland, where he was part of the team that for the first time for the USA beat a full member nation, he hasn't been called back into the squad. So he's looking at that. He's looking at getting back to Major League Cricket, or for the first time to Major League Cricket. No better time to show your worth than against a Major Leaguer.
Wow. You have got to be kidding me. Didn't Nkrumah Bonner catch that? That is brilliant. Skied into the deep, and he comes around to his right, and Nkrumah Bonner makes up probably 15 or so yards and snatches that, reaching out in front of him. Not quite Milind Kumar, but close.
Well, we saw an incredible partnership in the first innings between Milind Kumar and Bonner, and now in the second innings they connect one more time. You can see everyone was just sat there in anticipation and suspense. Ryan Scott can't quite believe that he ends up on the wrong side of this at 76 for 5.
Admittedly, off the bat, I thought that was 6. But I'd also say off the bat, Ryan Scott thought it was 6. Didn't move very much. Thought he hit it out of the park. But a great piece of fielding. Great catching ability in the deep by Nkrumah Bonner. Not surprising that he has good hands. Former test player, as I mentioned a few times. So 6 wickets down, 76 for 6 is your score. New batter coming in, and the hill keeps getting steeper and harder to climb here for Khulle. Slow. 6 down, they're just slow.
Milind Kumar's now taking 2 wickets on the day. I'm not sure there's going to be much debate about player of the match, Brian.
Well, actually, I'm not sure who you'd give it to. I mean,
Well, you are the adjudicator.
oh, I am.
So,
I am I not?
if it goes wrong, you know who to blame.
I believe I completely forgot about that. Well, then I should start paying attention to what Mr. Milind Kumar has done. Now, he's not scored 150, so that works against him. He's not taken 5 wickets. That also works against him. And very frankly, only 1 spectacular catch. So I don't know necessarily that he's done enough to gain my vote of confidence. You got to be kidding me here. What happened? Direct hit. The umpire's going to take a look at it. Aman Patel, what did you see? Admittedly, I wasn't looking at the play.
It was awfully close. It was awfully close. And as soon as Milind Kumar picked it up, you knew it was going to be a direct hit. I'm so intrigued. It's given not out on the field. Oh, this looks like it could very well be out. Quick release, quick throw. We'll have to wait and see because this one has gone to the moon and back.
Well, goes for 6. I don't know if I have time to go back to look at that run-out opportunity again. But, again, I'm struggling as to who to give this Player of the Match award to. Maybe we'll see whether or not he got that direct hit. Oh, that is absolutely drilled. Maybe after the over, if we have time to go back to look at that, we'll try to do that. Goes past the outside edge.
And you see Milind Kumar there, another variation. That was a leg spinner that he bowled. So he's crafty. Not your traditional spinner, but he's just developed all these variations.
Crafty indeed. So my requirements would be 1 wicket with leg spin, 1 wicket with off spin, 150 runs, at least 2 catches, and a direct hit. So any combination of some of those, then I may consider him for most Player of the Match. See if we have time to go back to that replay here. See the pickup by Milind Kumar. This should tell the story. Ooh, it's very close. Can't quite see the crease on that, so we may have to take the word of umpire Balasubramanian that is gone, but that is very, very close. Oh, that was safe, in other words, from the umpire's standpoint, but that's at least close. We can stipulate that. Last 6 overs. Last one being bowled here by Usman Qadir. Maybe the point, Aman Patel, where we stop talking about the required run rate that is now north of 16 and climbing.
Yeah, you can sense this game is just waiting to almost end at this point. And again, it's a good opportunity for all these individuals, Simranjit Singh in particular, a young cricketer who's trying to gain more and more confidence.
Man, to the left of your screen there, Hamad Azam sustained an injury, was not able to take part in the playoffs this past weekend. All the best for him and his health. Tremendous all-rounder. You see everything that he's done. And the man who was sitting to his right, meaning to the right of the screen, Hamad Azam's left, is Anwar Ali. Another tremendous bowling all-rounder, let's call him that. Yet another wide. So a little bit sloppy going on to the back end of the innings.
I tell you what, when it's turning square, you won't mind giving up a couple offside wides.
Appeal and gone. Oh, so the talking continues between Usman Qadir and Ryan Scott. Ryan Scott is on the edge of the circle, yelling invectives, and Usman Qadir is giving it back as much as he's getting it. So umpires might have to get this under control here. But look at this delivery. Back on the leg stump, middle and leg maybe, on the back leg. And we may not want to show that replay again because the words from Usman Qadir, I think, speak for themselves. 7 make that 6 wickets down, 80 runs on the board. A nice, cool 100 runs remaining to get, Aman Patel.
Yeah, a touch quicker. And Zaid Alam knew straight away You don't need John Boy Media to come fill the blanks on the lips. Could be fun though. Could be a good segment, Jimmy, if you're listening.
You know what? That we may have to send this clip to him and ask him to do what you do. Wow. Oh, by the way, I misspoke. It's 88 runs, so they need a cool 92 to go here.
There's Brian Walters in 6 overs.
I will say this. I once went or played a match where we needed 28 from the last over. I hit a 6 to tie the game off the last ball.
And then?
I mean, the game was over. It was tied. This is long before Super. We barely had T20s back then. So
I thought there was a omission of story because the Super Over didn't go the way it needed to.
No. This is, that was a heck of a googly, by the way. That turned a lot. Asking a polite inquiry. Oh, my goodness. Oh, throw to your own end, Mr. Keeper, and you have wicket number 9.
Ramiz Raja.
Wicket number 7, my apologies.
Ramiz Raja thought, I can go to the non-striker's end, and I don't think anyone really communicated. I don't think anyone knew who was going to take off because initially it was Simranjit Singh, and then Ghazi took off late. All happening in the middle.
So a little bit of spice to end over number 15, 8-8 for 6. Good spell from Usman Qadir, 1 for 18 from his 4. And you have that wicket that was taken. Realistically, I don't think that there's any way that you can get or can make an argument for Sher Khulle coming back into this game in any way, shape, or form. And about the only thing that you can do from this point on is play for pride as you go into the last 4, make that the last 5 overs of this inning, Nate Hayes.
Yeah, there's not much suspense right now, that's for sure.
No, not much suspense, but plenty of spice. And you might have heard some long-distance sledging from Ryan Scott. The young man, Aryan Satish from Houston, Texas. I will be very selfish and say that he was once a teammate of my own son way back when my son played cricket. That doesn't happen anymore, but he's a young leg spinner, absolutely brilliant. Second best wicket taker on his team, the Kingsemen, this year. Has a bright future ahead of him.
Yes, indeed. We have quite a stable of young spinners around the country.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
Some very exciting guys. Especially down there in Texas, down your way.
Well, Texas is a great place to have some of this stuff. And the one thing about Texas is that you are found out very quickly if you are a spinner who cannot keep control. Because playing in the East, and we talked about this before, the grounds are almost by requirement, the grass has to be higher. And so you don't get full value for the shots that you do. If you're in Texas, a properly played off a cover drive goes all the way to the fence. And if you're a spinner who can't control that, then you can certainly don't have the same success that you would otherwise. So a youngster like Aryan Satish who can bowl consistently in Grand Prairie, in Prairie View, in Musa Stadium down in Pearland, those are the types of spinners who come out of the fray.
If you can bowl with success there, you can bowl with success anywhere else around the country, you could argue.
I would agree with that. That's down the ground. I believe that's Saad Ali down there who does the cleanup work. So relatively quiet over on the way here. 3 runs from it so far. And last 2 coming up here in over number 16. Make that over. Yep, over number 16. And what are you trying to accomplish here, Nate Hayes, if you are Khulle?
Have a good time.
Have fun?
Yeah, I think so. I think just make the most of it. It's really, really hard to come back from here. It's nearly impossible, but you're not going to do it unless you're expressing yourself, unless you're basically trying to have fun.
Oh, tell you what, it's a good piece of batting. He was beaten in flight there, Simranjit Singh, and he'll get a couple of runs. Almost thought he was a sure candidate for stumping that time. That, in fact, is the end of over number 16. 2 more runs come from that last ball, 94 for 6 after 16. So if the objective, Nate Hayes, is to have fun, it means that you should try to take Hassan Khan deep here. He tries, and he succeeds. Big 6 over long on.
Yeah, that's the way. Going to have to do that a bunch more. But glorious shot.
Abdullah Ghazi saw that excellent spell of bowling earlier from him. Repeats the dosage. Did he get all of it? He absolutely does get all of it. Consecutive 6s to start over number 17. And that brings up, in fact, the previous shot brought up the 100, now up to 106.
2 in a row. Well struck, very clean. Let's see if there's more of this to come.
Look at that, working it into the leg side like a top-order batter, and a couple of runs. So you have 14 from the first 3. And if the objective, Nate Hayes, is to have fun, I think Abdullah Ghazi is taking your advice.
Yeah, what's more fun than 14 runs from 3 balls? That's pretty fun to me.
Well, if it matters, there is the margin of 72 that separate the 2 teams now, and just 21 balls remaining in which to get those 72 runs. So if you wanted to calculate the chances of doing that, you'd be needing to, oh my goodness. This will help. It's a no ball. Hassan Khan complaining, but I think that look right there tells you all you need to know. I don't know if we'll have the ability to look at that replay, but unforgivable for a spinner to bowl and no ball. Let's see here. That is very, very close. We were slightly obscured at the very point where his foot was planted. But the lesson here for Hassan Khan is don't make it be close. You're bowling from 3 steps. Land that front foot 6 inches behind the line.
It's always funny to me how the bowlers know exactly which mark on the ground was theirs. They always know. We're in the 17th over of this chase after 20 overs prior.
Lofted into the deep, catchable, straightforward catch, but of course it's a free hit, so it just ends up being a noisy single. And Hassan Khan is still not happy. Still complaining. Very fiery competitor, Hassan Khan. So you're down to, let's call this happy hour. 1 ball remaining here in over number 17. In theory, you can go have fun for 19 deliveries. See whether or not you can pull up, I don't know, 150 or so to make it interesting. Oh, in the air. Thought for a split second that might have been a catching opportunity to Muhammad Ali as a short cover. Didn't happen. End of over number 17, 110 for 6.
Khulle Sher still need 70 runs from these last 3. It's not very likely at all. but we'll see how it goes. And we'll see who gets the ball right now for this 18th over.
Well, it's again the young man, Aaron Satish. The ball in hand, leg spinner, looking to take the ball away from Abdullah Ghazi. Abdullah Ghazi, I suspect, will be swinging for the fences. He was doing exactly that, coming up empty on that shot.
Yeah, that's a tough length right now with the way that the ball is turning.
One of the interesting things for me is that struck into the air, catchable, and what a clean catch. Take a bow in the deep. That is a man who had a really difficult time with the ball when he bowled, but Akhtar Shah takes a brilliant catch in the outfield to dismiss Abdullah Ghazi. That is wicket number 7.
And this team is putting on a display. This Kingsemen squad in the field today has a very good catch after a run. We've seen a few of these. We've seen some incredible catching out there.
Catching has been spectacular. We all know the cliche, catches win matches. But you've seen evidence here in this match that this Kingsemen side, who don't really have any very obvious deficiencies, I can't think of any. And one of their major assets is the catches in the ability to make catches in the outfield. Yes, the one from Milind Kumar was spectacular. I would not be surprised if that ended up on Sports Center. But that catch in the deep was not easy. The one that was taken down here at long off wasn't easy either.
And Bonners up at the north end.
Completely forgot about Bonners. That's how many there have been.
Whew.
And absolutely brilliant stuff. So Saeed Malhotra, does he channel his inner younger brother here and try to bash a few sixes out on Highway 411? Well, he can either do that or he can just work it into the leg side for a single. Watch Aaron Satish's run-up. There are some pace bowlers who don't have a run-up this long.
I was thinking about this. We had talked earlier about the variety of leg spinner run-ups that you'll see. And he does come from a long ways. He takes about 13 steps.
Great delivery. The leg spinner's dream, turning away from the tentative prod by Simranjit Singh. He's 6 from 9. Saeed Malhotra 1 from 1. 1-1-1 for 7. Nelsons is what you have going here into the last 2 balls of over number 18.
Yeah, I counted the steps that time. It was 13. A couple of them are really short and quick, though.
Sure.
How many steps did you take?
It depends on what part of my career you're talking about. In the younger days, 35. In the much, much later days, 4. We had spinners on my team who had longer run-ups than I did by the time I got to the end of my playing days.
Well, it's all about having fun by then, right?
Oh, my goodness, yes. End of over number 18, 1-1-3 for 7.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is globbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
Yeah, that's right.
Going into over number 19 here, the last 11 balls in this match. Potentially, Hassan Khan will have something to say about that. This is his last over. Bowling to Saeed Malhotra.
See, he's Conceded 30 runs now on that delivery, but most of those in his last over. He was pretty clean before that.
Well, it is now to the point where it is mathematically impossible without extras to win this game. Obviously, you knew that this point would have arrived eventually, but sort of noteworthy to see that that's the case.
Just going through the motions now. Just 9 deliveries left. I know this is a blowout, but it was worth watching this game.
Oh, that was pretty clean. Syed Malhotra looking to skip down the track, go over mid-wicket, trying to eye that shorter side of the ground, missing, and a pretty straightforward stumping by Ramiz Raja. 115 for 8.
And this will be Hassan Khan's 3rd wicket today. He's been very impressive, very dangerous. I mentioned he had that 1 over. It was a bit expensive, but 3 wickets in a day, that's great. Put you in the conversation for player of the match.
Ooh, he's up there, isn't it? It's neck and neck.
It's neck and neck.
It is neck and neck. We have a decision we need to make. We may need to consult with a couple of our more esteemed colleagues to see how to break this tie.
So it's that versus Minley Kumar, who has done absolutely nothing.
Of
He can't
note.
do anything wrong at all.
No. Back to that stumping. What was interesting about that to me is that Syed Malhotra made no effort to regain his ground because he knew he was already, 3-4 feet down the track. No way of being able to get back, so he did not even bother looking back. Pretty straightforward stumping completed by Ramiz Raj. And by the way, that ball turned a lot to beat the attempted hoik by Syed Malhotra.
Certainly did. Deep Singh here.
Worked away into the leg side. Akhtar Shah coming off ropes at deep square leg. Going through the motions is what I think I just heard you say, Nate Hayes, that may be all that we're doing at this stage with 1 ball remaining in over number 19. 7 balls remaining in the match. A maximum of 7 balls, I should say. Great delivery to close things out in over number 19. Last over coming up, 116 for 8.
Looks like the youngster's going to get the ball again from the north end. The leggy.
Absolutely. It's going to be Aaron Satish to bowl the last over the innings. You can get bashed for 6 straight sixes here, and your team still wins in a canter. So, literally nothing bad can happen in this over for you, Aaron Satish. The leg spinner with the medium paces run up. Catchable? No. Landing short of Nkrumah Bonner down at long off.
Well, the standard was set so high by this team in the field, and we didn't want to count that one out.
This is true. In fairness, it was landing about 15 feet in front of him. So no realistic way of making that catch. But the run-up or the standard, you're exactly right, was set by the excellence in the field from the Kingsemen. We're now just 5 deliveries away from this being the end of the innings and the end of the match. Bonner, consecutive deliveries where he has a play to make in the field.
Yeah, that's such a great catch that he made earlier today. And his innings, his partnership with Minley Kumar was absolutely incredible. Just the ease of it. He never looked like he was troubled.
Down the track, that is a hat trick of fielding opportunities for Nkrumah Bonner. As a reminder, these 2 teams are the bottom 2 teams in Group B. So with this loss, Khulle will effectively be out of the playoffs. The remaining teams, Central Cardinals, Clarion Eagles, and Atlanta Lightning, are 1, 2, and 3 at the moment. The Kingsemen are in that 4th position, looking to jump into that top 3.
Well, this will certainly give him a big net run rate boost. with nearly a 60-run victory. 2 balls to go to find out.
So, you play for fun the rest of the way if you are Sher. How many times have you ever seen an over where all of the deliveries go to one fielder? And what consistency from your leg spinner, who's bowling a full enough length to be driven down the ground, but not so full that it can be taken over the ropes. Last ball of the match, 121 runs on the board. Does Milind Kumar have another big catch in him? Skied. Simple catch taken. It is Ziol Haq, who takes about the most simple of catches at backward point. They end up Khulle with 121 for 9. Another wicket for, in fact, the first wicket for Aaron Satish. In fact, he's taken 2. So 2 wickets for Aaron Satish. But the story of the day, ladies and gentlemen, is Milind Kumar, who I will grudgingly state is probably the player of the match.
Oh, my goodness. I don't know if we'll see a better innings for the rest of the year than we saw from Milind Kumar, who built that great partnership with Bonner. But then he came into the next innings, and he was just brilliant all over again.
Let me also state, as the remaining members of the Kingsemen, or of Khulle rather, are walking out to the field to shake hands, that I am hopefully, with fingers crossed, hoping that all goes well at the handshake and that there be no, let's say, hard feelings.
Let's put a graphic up just in case. You see Zaid Alam actually did a little bit of damage there. Ryan Scott came in for a quick cameo. He wasn't able to stick around.
Abdullah Ghazi, 17 from 13, did what he is supposed to do. We might want to keep that graphic on the screen for a while. Let's talk about the bowlers. First, let's spell each of their names. Mohamed Ilyas, 2 overs, 1 for 17. And I will say that I am watching with great intent here, and it appears to all be very good-natured. I am loving the fact that whatever it was that was happening appears to all be a thing of the past, as those two combatants just hugged each other. I absolutely love to see that. The spirit of cricket wins again.
Yeah, you like to see that. And Hassan Khan was good. 3 wickets, went for 32. All of the damage to that and 1 over pretty much. Milind Kumar, look at this. Look at that right there.
Milind Kumar, 4 overs, 2 for 20, with an economy rate of 5, the 3rd lowest economy rate on the day. You could make an argument that just with the ball and in the field, he was worthy of player of the match. You could make that argument legitimately.
You absolutely could. The catch that he took was obviously very important.
Well, we will go now to Aman Patel for a chat with the captain of the man who finished, the captain of the team that finished second. Here we are, man.
Captain of Khulle, Prince Singh next to me. Prince, just in your estimation as a whole, what do you think went wrong?
I feel like we didn't execute with the plan correctly, and like starting with the power play, we didn't, and our fielding wasn't the best compared to everyone else. So I feel like that didn't go as well. So we let them score plenty of runs. That's where we went wrong.
Yeah, you had him 42 for 4, and then Milind Kumar and Bonner had that big partnership. What do you think you needed to do in that partnership to break it?
I think Milind Kumar, we had him out. It was a catch. We didn't get that. So another part, that was fielding. And then I think it was just our bowling plan. We didn't bowl according to the plan. So that's where we went wrong.
And then with the bat in hand, it's a tricky wicket to go out there. Did you feel like that score was attainable?
Yes. When I went out there, I was feeling confident. I was feeling good. I felt like the score, we could have definitely got to there because they scored. So we could have easily scored that. But again, we didn't go as planned.
Well, tough luck today and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Well, you heard here from the captain of Khulle. Sometimes it's a day where you just run up against a team that dominates, and I think that's what you saw here. Nate Hayes?
Yeah, Khulle didn't really have their kind of tournament. It didn't go their way all week so far. And we'll see just how right here, as they tried to get going early on.
Got that big 6 over the mid-wicket area. And Mohamed Ilyas bowled well. This is skied, and this is where we have this man, for some reason, who keeps making cricket look easier and easier. That ridiculous catch taken by Milind Kumar.
Just unreal.
Pretty straightforward catch there, taken off the outside edge. We've seen a couple of those. And then Milind Kumar himself again coming in and just clean bowling Agni Chopra that time. And Hassan Khan tossing it up, knocking back the middle stump that time. This one dragged into the deep, and look at the ball landing maybe several yards over the ropes. Really, you just had too much work to do. Ryan Scott tried while he was there, lofted a couple down the ground, a couple of big hits, but you didn't see much resistance. The asking rates kept going further and further up. As a clean catch by Bonner in the deep. And then yet, even though you had a couple of luster blows in that mid-wicket area, just too much to do. This, to me, is a piece of work that you'll be very proud of. Full and straight, bang a target. And a little bit of action there. A little bit of byplay, but hopefully everything would have been in the past. And I believe that that's the case because those two were hugging at the end of the game. So really good stuff in the deep. And at the very last part here, you see that good striking, a good catch in the deep by Akhtar Shah. And this is now going to a pretty straightforward stumping going into the back end of the innings. And by the way, that is the end of our highlight package. Sher, the first team to be officially eliminated. I almost said intimidated. They may have been intimidated, but they were also eliminated. Back to Aman Patel.
Well, by no surprise, today's player of the match is none other than Milind Kumar. A brilliant 100, a couple wickets, and maybe the most ridiculous catch we've seen. Walk me through what you're thinking, what you're feeling as that ball's in the air.
Nothing. I was looking for the ball and just I caught it.
Well, very impressive stuff. And then on the wicket, you bowled beautifully, 2 wickets to your name. What were you trying to do on that surface?
To be honest, these wickets are like little slow, and when you grip it, it turns. So just bowling in the right areas and let the other batsman think. I'm just keeping it simple just bowling in the right areas.
And then your team has one game tomorrow and then is off to the playoffs. Was it important to win by the margin today?
Absolutely. We lost the first game in the morning, but the second game came a little close, but yeah, we crossed the line. But yeah, looking forward to the next game and hopefully winning it.
Well, beautiful. Congratulations. Well played today, Milind, and good luck the rest of the way. We thank you guys for joining us here on day number 2 of this Atlanta Open. But don't go anywhere because tomorrow we've got plenty of action for you. So join us when we return.